The Mario series has been around for over 40 years now, and in that time we've seen a plethora of unique games that have continued time and time again to give us some of the most fun, memorable, and nostalgic adventures of all time. And in this video, we're going to take a look at all of them. Yes, every main series Mario game going all the way from Super Mario Bros. 1 in 1985 to Super Mario Bros. Wonder in 2023. So, without further ado, my name is Mariomikester, and welcome to an entire Mario series retrospective. Starting off with the original Super Mario Bros., the development of this game was quite difficult. The only real jumping off point they had for this was the Mario Bros. Arcade game released in 1983, but comparing these two side by side, they're a lot different. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto really wanted to expand on what he called the athletic genre of the arcade game, which was jumping around and defeating enemies. The only issue was he hated the idea of being stuck on a single screen, and wanted the player to be able to jump around on a scrolling screen similar to a different game he worked on, Kung Fu Master, which saw the player moving around a scrolling screen beating up enemies. But unlike Kung Fu Master, which had repetitive backgrounds and locations, he wanted Super Mario Bros. To feel like an adventure, and feature many different types of level themes, spanning from above ground to underground, and even castles. Speaking of the title of Super Mario Bros., the reason behind this, and Mario's inclusion in the first place, was after seeing the success and popularity of the Mario Bros. Arcade game, with the Super prefix coming from the Super Mushroom power-up introduced in this game, which turned Mario into Super Mario. But even though the Mario Bros. Arcade game was used as a minor jumping off point, they really wanted to change a lot of the core mechanics and make this a very different experience. First off, they decided that the player should be able to stomp enemies instead of being damaged trying to do that like in the arcade game, as they thought being damaged like that was illogical and generally not fun for the player. And as development progressed swimmingly with a team of around 6 or 7 people, more and more ideas were added, like the story of Bowser trapping the Mushroom Kingdom residents in bricks, and the evil King Koopa kidnapping Princess Toadstool and the player's goal being to rescue her. As development was wrapping up though, the small team realized that they were running out of space for the 32 kilobyte cartridge storage they were limited to, and began making compromises to keep the world as lively as possible. One of these compromises was making the bushes and clouds the same sprite, but recolored. And really goes to show the amount of effort the team was putting into making this game as big as it could be considering the cartridge storage restraints. They even went as far as delaying the game for 4 weeks to continue working on storage compromises, which with today's development times would be equivalent to delaying the game a full year. But after a short development period of around 6 months, Super Mario Bros. Was released in Japan on September 13th, 1985. Upon starting the game, you aren't greeted with any tutorial or story that drives you forward. Instead, you're just thrust into World 1-1 and expected to know what to do. If you read the manual, which was pretty required back in 1985, you'd know the basics of the story and controls. But what I think is so special about this game is that you really didn't need to. The NES controller had only a few buttons on it, and with some basic testing, which is just spamming buttons and seeing what they do, you'd figure out that you could jump with A and walk back and forth with the left and right buttons on the D-pad. The game also teaches you the basics by immediately throwing an enemy in your way in the form of a Goomba. If you walk right into it, you'd die and be sent back right to the beginning of the level. But if you jump at the right time and aim yourself to land on top of it, you'd find out pretty quickly that you can defeat enemies by stomping on them. Furthermore, you'll also figure out pretty quick that you can hit these question mark blocks and get coins from them, with one of them actually giving you a Super Mushroom. Now, when you first see this Super Mushroom, you might get a little scared and think it's another enemy, since similar to the Goomba, it glides across the screen and looks like it can hurt you. But if you trust it and see what it does, you'll transform into Super Mario. While all this sounds pretty basic, back in 1985, this was one of, if not the first example of a non-worded tutorial. The game teaches you the basics without saying a single word. It quite literally requires you to know the basic controls to move forward, as if you don't know how to jump, you're immediately punished by a Goomba killing you. And if you get a little curious and walk into that gliding mushroom, you're rewarded with a power-up. Speaking of the Super Mushroom though, that's not the only power-up you can get in this game. While you're Super Mario, if you hit a question mark block that would usually give you a mushroom, you're instead rewarded with a Fire Flower. The Fire Flower allows you to shoot fireballs with the B button, and will instantly defeat most enemies that come into contact with it. But unlike newer Mario games that have you revert to Super Mario if you get hit, here getting hit reverts you all the way back to Small Mario, giving the player only one extra hit if you have this power-up. Along with the Fire Flower though, you also have the Superstar, which is only found in specific Superstar question mark blocks or brick blocks. The Superstar allows Mario to defeat any enemy he comes into contact with, along with making him change colors rapidly. For the time, having any type of power-up in a video game like this felt super cool. I've talked to people who grew up playing this game, and to them, power-ups felt like a superpower that turns your character into some sort of god. Especially the Superstar, which literally makes you invincible. It's hard for people like me who've grown up with major improvements on this formula, like in any Mario game past this, to appreciate how cool this was at the time, but understanding this is key to learning why this game is so iconic and important. Another thing in this game that was pretty revolutionary for the time was the general movement Mario had. Although walking and running are pretty standard for any video game now, a platformer with momentum was practically unheard of at the time. In this game, Mario needs time to speed up. You don't just immediately get to top speed the second you hold the run button while walking. You actually have to build up a little bit of momentum beforehand. And this was incredible, considering any game that attempted this before Super Mario Bros. Struggled a ton with this idea, and generally felt super janky in comparison. This momentum allows players to plan out jumps and perform crazy platforming feats that otherwise would be impossible without a running start. And what's great is that the game doesn't require this kind of momentum until super late into the game, which at that point the player is expected to know at least the basics of running and jumping. Speaking of later into the game though, the gradual difficulty curve that it has is also one of the reasons it's regarded so highly even 40 years later. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't the first game to have its difficulty gradually increase level by level, but it was the first to really refine that idea and make the journey accessible to anyone. Many arcade games released around this time started off incredibly difficult from the get-go, and expected players to just play the first level over and over again until they were able to grasp the basics. But Super Mario Bros. Changed that. Level 1-1 is one of the most perfect tutorials in early gaming as I talked about earlier, but instead of immediately jumping to World 8 difficulty, each world and level gradually gets harder and harder, allowing the player to slowly refine their skills over the course of the game. This is also what makes the game so replayable, as once you get a game over, it's back to 1-1, but now you have all those skills you've built up, and you're able to pretty much breeze through all these starting levels like they're nothing in order to get back to where you were. It's simple, but genius. And then there's Bowser. At the end of every world, you have a castle with Bowser, the King of the Koopas, waiting at the end. And similar to the gradual difficulty curves the levels have, the Bowser fights also have this, with the King Koopa getting harder and harder every fight. And that's Super Mario Bros. It's definitely got its quirks and jankiness playing it today, but at the time, this was literally the most influential video game of all time. It changed the way we look at gaming in general and created an entire genre in the form of the platformer, and without it, gaming would not look like it does today. So personally, I think it's an amazing game, even though it has some faults. After the smashing success of Super Mario Bros., we were bound to get a sequel. However, things differed between what Japan got and what North America got. In Japan, you had the Lost Levels, a direct sequel to Super Mario Bros. That ramped up the difficulty a ton, completely ignoring the iconic difficulty curve from the first game and immediately throwing you into an unfair, troll-ridden mess of a sequel that was deemed way too difficult for North America. So, in an attempt to save face and release a sequel worthy of the title of Super Mario Bros. 2, Nintendo took a pre-existing game, Doki Doki Panic, and reskinned it into what we know today as Super Mario Bros. 2 USA. I'm definitely not the first person to tell you that Super Mario Bros. 2 is a reskin of a Japanese game, and unfortunately, I'll not be the last. Apart from also being a platformer, Super Mario Bros. 2 is a completely different game from its predecessor. Whereas the first introduced the new mechanic of being able to stomp on enemies, this one completely gets rid of that, and instead has you pick up and throw enemies for some reason. Along with that, power-ups have been completely reworked, with the mushroom now just allowing you to be hit a couple more times, and the fire flower being completely removed. The Superstar returns, but just like the mushroom is a reskin of a power-up from Doki Doki Panic. It's really hard to properly review this game as a sequel to Super Mario Bros. When it was never even meant to be that. On its own, Doki Doki Panic is an alright NES game, but as a Mario game, it's always been the black sheep of the series. One thing that I really like about this game though is the ability to play as 4 different characters: Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, and Toad. Each character here plays in a different way, and being able to select them at the beginning of each level offers a constant different style of play and setup. For example, Peach can float for a short period of time, making her the best at platforming, whereas Toad is super fast and strong, making him the best at running and I guess picking up turnips. These unique character attributes returned in Super Mario 3D World, and I think it's really funny how Nintendo has basically gaslit us into thinking that this was always intended to be Super Mario Bros. 2. But one thing Nintendo added in this reskin was the ending. You see, after defeating this game's Bowser equivalent, Wart, you see that this game was in fact all a dream that Mario had one night. And you know, I kinda like this idea. Nintendo wants us to believe the whole reason this game was so unique and different was because it was just Mario's dream. In the end though, while Super Mario Bros. 2 isn't a groundbreaking platforming adventure like the first game, it still holds its own as a unique little experience that I would recommend trying at least once. Following the release of Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, Nintendo realized they actually had to buckle down and make a real sequel to the first game. And although still being constrained to the limitations of the NES, years of developing for the system allowed the team behind this entry to be a lot more knowledgeable of the hardware, and thus allowed them to fit a lot more into this sequel. This led to the introduction of a bunch of new enemies. You had the Chain Chomp, which was inspired by a dog on a leash that lunged at Miyamoto when he was a child, but was pulled back by its leash. The Boo, which only moves towards you when you're not looking. And most notably, the Koopalings, Bowser's children that do most of his dirty work throughout the game. One of the coolest things about this game to me is the entire thing is meant to be a play, which is evident by the bolted platforms in some of this game's levels. I really miss when Mario games would do cool stuff like this, like how Mario Sunshine is meant to be a TV show and stuff. In my opinion, Super Mario Bros. 3 is an improvement on Super Mario Bros. 1 in almost every way. Not only are the levels a lot more interesting, and there's just a ton more of them, the game is just so much more fun to play than the first. Which makes sense because Miyamoto's core philosophy when working on this game was to make it as fun as possible. I think the biggest improvement here though is the controls. Whereas for the time Mario 1 was a masterclass in platforming, going back to it today, it can feel super stiff and janky. Mario 3 to this day though, still feels incredibly tight and satisfying to control. The introduction of the P-Speed meter as well makes it feel amazing to run at high speeds, and leads to this game being a ton of fun to speedrun. One of the biggest changes when contrasted with Mario 1 though, is the length of the levels. Mario 3 goes for a more short and sweet type of level design philosophy. Right as it feels like a level is getting started, it ends. And while to some people this may come across as lazy and uninspired, I think it leads to a ton of variety in the levels. You never have an idea or concept that overstays its welcome. You're constantly being introduced to new ideas at every turn. And then there's the world map. Being the first Mario game to feature one, it got the idea down almost perfectly on the first try. Not only does this map allow you to contextualize the different worlds of this game in a way other than in the backgrounds of levels, it also allows you to choose your own path. There are levels that are optional, ones that you can choose between, and I really like that idea. Sometimes a certain level can be too hard, and instead of having to basically throw yourself at a wall over and over again trying to beat it, you can decide just to not play that one and choose a different stage. It's a simple idea, but one that goes a long way, especially in later worlds where the difficulty ramps up a ton. I also adore how each world has its own world map theme. Pretty much every single one of them are bangers and always have me humming their tunes. Another huge improvement this game has over Mario 1 is its boss fights. The boss fights in Mario 1 were basically just jump over Bowser or defeat him with a fire flower and that's it. While here you have tons of boss fights across all 8 worlds. The main boss you'll be fighting over and over again is Boom Boom, and his difficulty scales up depending on what world you're in. In order to defeat Boom Boom, you have to jump on his head 3 times. And while that may seem simple enough, as you progress through the game, Boom Boom's movements become a lot more sporadic and difficult to predict, leading to a harder fight. The same goes for the Koopalings that you face at the end of every world. Before you face each Koopaling though, you have to go through one of the airship levels. Airship levels were introduced in this game and have got to be some of my favorites. The way they actually move while you're on them, leading to the bullet bills and cannonballs shot on them to move vertically up and down, are a cool way the game keeps you on your toes constantly. They also are auto-scrollers, which may seem annoying, but actually force you to survive the onslaught of projectiles thrown at you instead of just racing to the finish. The actual Koopaling fights themselves aren't all that interesting, as just like Boom Boom, you jump on their heads 3 times to defeat them, but the airship levels leading up to them more than make up for their simplicity. Mario 3 was one of my first Mario games, and to me, it will always hold a special place in my heart as the Mario game that really defined what the series would become. It may seem difficult at times, but getting through some of the odd 80s jankiness is so worth it to experience, in my opinion, the best NES game. I've also always been a fan of this game's final Bowser fight, which sees you slowly tricking the King Koopa into literally ground pounding himself into a bottomless pit. It's a quirky end to a game that I will always love. Shortly after the release of Super Mario Bros. 3 in 1988, Nintendo began work on Mario's next big adventure, at the time internally referred to as Super Mario Bros. 4. At this time, sales of the NES were slowly dropping, with Nintendo president at the time Hiroshi Yamauchi pointing out that if they kept supporting the system, players would get bored and move on to different systems that had better graphical capabilities, which put Nintendo in a weird spot. On one hand, they had their most successful product ever, but on the other, they had the realization that its heyday was over. So in an attempt to hopefully bring over most of their player base to a brand new console they were working on, they decided Mario should be the one to kick off its release, with Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto and series director Takashi Tezuka leading the team. At first, as an experiment, the team ported Super Mario Bros. 3 to the system. However, despite the improved sprites and graphics, the game felt the exact same. So in order to truly set this game apart from the others, Miyamoto decided that the team's goal should be to use the SNES to create something totally new and unlike anything we'd ever seen before. With the newfound power of this NES, Miyamoto was also able to fulfill a dream he had for the series since the first game, which was for Mario to have a dinosaur companion. This new dinosaur companion also led the team to have the game take place outside of the Mushroom Kingdom, with Mario's journey taking him to Dinosaur Land. When working on Yoshi's design though, the character went through many variations, first beginning very reptilian-like and honestly kind of scary, before Tezuka stepped in and opted for a more cute design for the character so it could have more general appeal. This led to the classic Yoshi design we all know and love today, and I'm honestly glad they went for this cute approach as opposed to a scary reptile, as I don't think Yoshi would be nearly as popular if he looked like that. And, after about a year of development, the game was first shown off to the public at Nintendo's first trade show, called the Shoshinkai. Very few images of this build are around today, but from an online recreation and general accounts from people who attended the event, although the graphical leap was more than noticeable, it was seen by many as far too similar to previous Mario games, and didn't carry that totally new sentiment Miyamoto pushed for the team to consider when making the game. This, along with general issues the team had working with the new hardware, led to Nintendo delaying the game to the fall of 1990. During this delay, the team did a ton of work to make sure the game was different from previous installments. And after being shown off again at the next Shoshinkai in 1990, reception was a lot more positive. And so, as development wrapped up in the following months, Super Mario World, along with the Super Famicom, was released in Japan on November 21st, 1990. Upon starting the game, you're pretty much immediately thrust into the action, with a text bubble appearing saying that you're in Dinosaur Land, and that the princess was kidnapped by Bowser again, and you gotta save her. After that, the game gives you a choice, left or right. This has led to many debates over which level is the real first one. On the left side, you have a very beginner-esque level, taking place in an open grassland, with a bonsai build being shot at you right away, practically forcing you to learn how to jump or duck. While on the right, you also have a very beginner-friendly level, but one a lot less immediately demanding than the left. This one also features the first instance of Yoshi being in a level, and actually leads you on a path towards the following stages, whereas the left stage leads you to a Switch Palace that activates blocks around Dinosaur Land that occasionally help you out. In my opinion, the left level is more of a tutorial stage that you can choose to tackle if you want some help from the Switch Palace, whereas the right level is the actual first level of the game, introducing you to the almost tropical vibes of Dinosaur Land, and of course Yoshi. One thing both of these levels do a great job of showing off though, is just how much more colorful Super Mario World is when compared to its predecessors. You see, while the NES had a limited color palette of 54, with 25 of them being able to appear on screen at once, alongside the fact that each sprite could only be made up of 3 different colors, the SNES blew that out of the water, with 256 colors able to appear on screen at once. And with this newfound power, Nintendo really wanted to show that off with this game, creating the most vibrant and colorful Mario game to date. Even today, looking back on this game, it's a masterclass in sprite work, and it's just a joy to look at. Now Mario and the creatures around him weren't limited to simple 3-palette designs. They could be made up of so many different colors, leading to him not only looking a lot more like his design from promotional artwork, but also being able to have little details like actual shading on his hat and overalls. And while with modern pixel art that may seem like nothing, back in the day, this made Mario and the creatures around him look more lifelike in game than ever before. I mean, just look at how good Mario looks. He almost looks as good as that subscribe button looks, so go check it out. Another huge improvement Mario World had over its NES counterparts is the music. You see, the NES was limited to only 5 audio channels with an 8-bit sound chip, and this led to simpler music tracks that got the job done, but left a lot to be desired. And most importantly, when sound effects in game played, you would lose certain audio channels that were playing music, as the sound effect had no other audio channel to use. With the SNES though, not only did we have the upgrade to a 16-bit sound chip, leading to crisper audio, it also had 8 audio channels, with 1 or 2 reserved specifically for sound effects, so that music wouldn't lose channels when Mario jumped or something. This new 16-bit sound chip and 8 audio channels allowed for much more crisp and in-depth music that could further immerse the player in the world of the game. I absolutely love Super Mario World's soundtrack because it uses this upgrade incredibly well. You have the bongos that are added to almost every track in the game when you're riding Yoshi, and just the general passion Koji Kondo put into arranging the OST. One of the things I love the most about this game's soundtrack is the personality that oozes from every track. You can tell just how much fun Koji Kondo was having with the now 8 audio channels, and the way they're used in specifically the opening and ending theme of the game is absolutely genius. One thing a lot of people don't know about this soundtrack though, is apart from the opening, ending, and Bowser fight theme, Super Mario World actually uses the same song but remixed for all of its stages. Yes, that's right, that iconic overworld theme is just sped up, slowed down, or slightly altered for literally every stage in the game. And they did so much to differentiate this that it's almost impossible to notice unless you're specifically looking for that. And when you do, it's hard to listen to these songs the same way. This was an interesting decision, and upon finding out about it, I was honestly kind of disappointed. But after re-listening to the whole soundtrack with this in mind, it kind of made me appreciate it more. I mean, Koji Kondo is so talented that he can use the exact same melody over and over again and still make it sound unique and different. Each one of these themes still so perfectly fits their stage despite being variations of the same melody. I mean, the fact he was able to turn this into this is just baffling to me. Some of these remixes are a little more obvious than others, like when comparing the water theme to the overworld theme, but they still fit their respective stages, and I think that's insanely impressive. Props to you, Koji Kondo, you did an amazing job. Then there's the levels. Super Mario World, in my opinion, is a huge improvement on the level design from Super Mario Bros. 3. While Mario 3 had a more short and sweet level design philosophy that works incredibly well for that game's thesis of being as fun as possible, Mario World's more fleshed out and longer levels leave way more of an impact on the player. I just find the levels in this game to be so cozy and warm. And maybe that's partly from the nostalgia I hold for Mario World, But I mean, I grew up with both of these titles, and World's levels have left way more of an impact on me. I've practically memorized the first 10 stages of this game from just replaying it over and over again. I think one of the biggest things that sets Mario World stages apart from 3 is how well World stages are built around Mario's physics. Mario feels a lot different in World, and thus the levels reflect this, being more designed around his quicker and longer jumps and expanded moveset with the inclusion of the spin jump. Seriously, the spin jump was an amazing addition, allowing you to bounce on spiked enemies like thwomps or buzzsaws, and just generally makes me feel way more in control of Mario. You also have the ways Yoshi fits into these levels. You see, when you complete a stage with Yoshi, you don't just abandon him like in the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Here you can take him to practically any level you like, with the obvious exclusions of castles and ghost houses. Yoshi adds a whole new factor into the equation, and making use of his tongue and unique mechanics like being able to bounce on most enemies without taking damage, makes him super useful in some of the game's more difficult stages. He also practically makes you invincible if you're smart, as getting hit with Yoshi doesn't kill him, but rather just has him run away from you. I can't even begin to think of how many times I've just tanked through levels with Yoshi's extra hits. And although this doesn't exactly pertain to level design, I've always felt Mario World stages have a much more cohesive theme than 3. 3 was all about variety. You had grass levels, desert levels, snow levels, and the works. And while that variety is amazing for that game, in World, since the entire thing takes place on Dinosaur Island, the more cohesive themes these levels have lead to me being more immersed in this world. Some stages also just entirely rely on where they are in the world. Probably my favorite example of this is the Butter Bridge levels. These levels take place on a giant bridge spanning 2 mountains in Dinosaur Land, and I love how both of them have the same theme of being bridge levels. It's a tiny detail, but one that goes a long way in making me feel more connected to this 16-bit world. Another fantastic aspect of the levels in this game are the sheer amount of secrets. You see, in Super Mario World, secrets are taken to a whole nother level we've never seen in a Mario game up to this point. Stages are marked uniquely in this game with either a yellow dot or a red dot. A yellow dot means the stage has only one exit, and you aren't encouraged to explore it all that much outside of the occasional hidden one-up room. A red dot, however, outright tells the player that that specific level has multiple exits, and directly encourages them to explore it in order to find that secret exit. There are so many secret exits in this game that it would take a while to talk about every single one, but just so you get the gist of it, a secret exit in this game usually entails you going off the beaten path, finding a hidden pipe or area that contains a key and a keyhole. Grabbing said key and putting it in the keyhole results in an early clear and thus unlocks a different path. Some of these just lead you to castles early or offer you a different quicker path through a certain area, but a select few of them allow you to access Star Road. I remember Star Road fascinated me as a kid. It was this secret world that allowed you to quickly move around Dinosaur Island and access secret hidden levels that were a blast to play through. Even if I didn't understand, you had to find secret exits in these levels to properly unlock all of Star Road. Finding these secrets on my own as a kid through just sheer luck made Super Mario World that much more special to me. It felt like I was beating the game in my own way, going against what the developers intended and building my own path, even though these were entirely intended and meant to offer a different playstyle. Stuff like this, though, is what makes Super Mario World such a special game. It just has this way of entrancing you in its beautiful 16-bit world full of secrets, hidden areas, and a plethora of extra levels for the more hardcore players. You see, completing the secret exit in Star Road 5 doesn't just unlock a new path along Star Road, it grants you access to the Special Zone. Special Zone that sends you all the way back to the late 80s with its hilarious level names. I mean, you got Tubular, Gnarly, Way Cool, Groovy, Funky. I have no idea what Nintendo was thinking here. I guess they were trying to sound cool? I don't know, but it's honestly super charming even though these levels are so difficult. I think it's hilarious that they hid an entire secret world in an already pretty secret area, and just goes to show the amount of hidden secrets this game has to offer. And then we have the insane amount of new enemies introduced in this game. You have the introduction of the Pokey, Galumba, Blarg, Magic Koopa, Charge and Chug, Wigglers, Fishbone. I mean, the variety here is crazy, and is the biggest way this game initially stands out as a unique game. But then there are the big returning enemies that I think got the best new additions. the Koopalings. At the end of every world in this game, there's a castle that you have to carefully platform your way through. And waiting for you at the end of those castles is the Koopalings. One of the biggest issues I had with these guys in Mario 3 was despite being incredibly cool, unique characters, their boss fights left a lot to be desired, with them just running around shooting spells at you, and you having to jump on them 3 times. Well, here they've been dramatically improved, both graphically and gameplay wise. Now each of the 7 Koopalings almost have entirely unique fights. You see, while the first 4 Koopalings you face have unique fights, they do unfortunately reuse all of them, excluding Ludwig's for the latter half of the Koopalings. These unique fights were easily my favorite part of ending a world in this game. For the beginning, you always had a unique Koopaling to look forward to. I like how some of these fights also show off their personalities, like Roy and Morton being big bullies that drop down from the ceiling and stun you due to their weight. In terms of uniqueness though, I'd have to give that to Ludwig's fight, as it's the only one that isn't reused. His fight sees him shooting fireballs at you and hiding in his shell when you hit him. He also has this cool thing where he jumps out of his shell and does a flip. What a show off. At the end of the day though, the Koopalings saw a major improvement in this game over Mario 3. I'll always love fighting them and seeing the way their personalities shine through these fights. Finally, there's Bowser. After battling your way through all 6 major areas of Dinosaur Land and completing this sunken underwater ship, you're granted access to the Valley of Bowser. Here lies Bowser's castle, and it's definitely a unique level to say the least. When you first walk in the front door, there's 4 doors for you to choose from, each offering a difficult challenge for Mario to get through. And after completing one of these challenges, you're met with another 4 doors and repeat the process over again. After that though, and the little bit of extra level that comes after it, you're finally met with the big bad himself, Bowser, for the very first time. Seriously, this game and Mario 3 have this weird thing where they save Bowser for the very end of the game, like we don't already know he's the bad guy. It's like if Eggman only showed up for the first time in the final stage of a Sonic game. It's like, oh no, how could I possibly expect this thing that's happened 80 times over to happen again? Anyway, here Bowser sports his brand new Koopa clown car, because he's definitely learned that fighting Mario head-on is not the strat. In this battle, he throws Mecha Koopas at you, that you have to strategically lane to land smack dab on his head. You have to do this 6 times throughout his 3-phase fight before defeating him. I honestly really like this fight. The princess showing herself at the end of each phase to offer you a power-up, and just the fact that Bowser is moseying around in this giant clown car is so charming. Without a doubt, this is my favorite Retro Mario Bowser fight. It does an incredible job at being both equal parts threatening and generally fun to play. And landing that final hit on Bowser feels amazing. To fully understand what made this game so great, and cemented it in history as one of the most important video games ever made, we have to go back. All the way back to 1993, when Star Fox for the Super Nintendo was finalizing development. Star Fox was able to achieve actual 3D graphics with the use of the Super FX chip found inside the cartridge. And after seeing this, Miyamoto started to conceive an idea for a 3D Mario game. Around the same time, Nintendo started work on their next big console that they would codename Project Reality. The goal for Project Reality was to create a console capable of running games with full 3D environments and graphics. And after learning about this, Super Mario 64 was no longer an idea that Miyamoto was conceiving, it was now becoming a reality. See what I did there? The bulk of Super Mario 64's development was spent on how Mario would control. Miyamoto wanted Mario's movement to be easy to learn the basics of, but difficult to master them and fully make use of every move. Which is the exact reason why Mario has such a wide range of moves in the game, with some of them involving multiple button presses and or analog movements to pull off, like the side flip and triple jump. Instead of building Mario's movement around the levels, the team instead wanted to focus on the levels last and build them after Mario's movement was complete, so they would essentially be building the levels around how Mario would control in them, which allowed for them to be more creative with the stages and create the fun and open platforming jungle gyms we see in the finished product. Although the idea of Super Mario 64 being a 3D game was heavily inspired by Star Fox, the 3D platforming aspect was instead inspired by a 3D Yoshi game that was to be made by an outside studio, but was ultimately cancelled due to Nintendo being very protective of their characters at the time. But then a year later, they let Philips release this shit.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti, Luigi.
The iconic interactive Mario head on the title screen actually has more lore than you might think. Many sources say that the head was actually intended to be featured in a scrapped Mario Paint 3D, while others say it was made exclusively for Mario 64 to show off the power of the N64 right as the player opened the game. The interactive part of it, however, was made to familiarize the player with the N64's new analog controls, which could be pretty hard to adjust to at first. And since this game practically invented the 3D platformer genre, introducing analog controls to the player wouldn't be the only struggle the team would face. Things like stomping on a Goomba, which was incredibly easy to do in a 2D game, was a lot more difficult in a 3D environment. Trying to judge where you would land after a jump was almost impossible because of how difficult it was to understand the depth of a 3D environment while you view it from a pretty much flat TV screen. In order to combat this, Mario, along with every object, enemy, and character, was given a shadow beneath them, regardless of if it was a dark area or not, to help the player judge where they are on the screen, and more importantly, where the enemies are. And lastly, to finish up the development background of this game, I wanted to talk about Mario's animations. During early development, the team was planning on using motion capture technology to capture the different moves that Mario would do, but instead, they opted to fully animate his moves digitally. However, in order to give the team a feel for what he wanted those animations to look like, Miyamoto actually acted some of them out himself. It is very possible that the animation for moves like the single jump, double jump, long jump, and crawl came from Miyamoto jumping and crawling around the room in order to show the team what he wanted them to look like. Which is not only a little bit funny, but really shows the dedication and care he put into this game. And so after a 3-year development period spanning from 1993 to 1996, Super Mario 64 would release here in North America on September 29th, 1996, along with the N64 as a launch title, and was the game to buy if you got an N64 on launch day. No, really, it was the game to get on launch day, because it literally was the only game you could get here in North America. Well, other than Pilot Wings. Upon opening the game for the first time, getting to the file select, watching the opening cutscene, and seeing Mario jump out of a pipe, you're met with almost silence, only hearing the sound of birds chirping and the flowing water under the moat. No music pushing you to rescue the princess from the clutches of the evil Bowser, no Goomba for you to stomp on, just the relaxing sounds of nature. It's such a beautiful way to start off the game and really makes you feel relaxed. But I mean, it makes sense. Nothing that's been presented to you thus far has alluded to any urgent threat. All you know is that Peach baked a cake for Mario and invited him over to the castle to see it. From a gameplay perspective, this is absolutely genius as well. For a lot of people who played this game around the years it was released, it was probably not only the first 3D platformer they played, it was probably the first 3D game they'd ever played. The courtyard allows for us to learn how to control Mario in this game without feeling obligated to rush inside the castle, because again, no threat has been presented to us thus far. The courtyard has an open area for Mario to triple jump, long jump, and side flip, trees to leap off of, a body of water to swim in. Pretty much every important aspect of Mario's moveset is covered in just this one area. Well, every aspect except one, the combat. Very cleverly, the developers opt out of having something for Mario to punch, kick, or throw, as they want to introduce that later, again establishing this false sense of security to the player that there is no threat. However, once the player feels comfortable enough to progress inside the castle, the threat is immediately presented, in the form of a message from Bowser, telling Mario that no one's home and to leave the castle. Right after reading this, we can obviously tell that this is a lie, as a Toad is standing right there at the entrance, ready to tell Mario about how Bowser has trapped everyone, including the princess, inside the castle, and that he needs to venture inside the paintings to collect all the power stars and defeat Bowser. And with that, the player has not only got a decent understanding of the controls and is probably partially adjusted to the 3D environment, but they know exactly what they have to do, all before even entering the first level. Peach's Castle is one of the coolest hub worlds in all of gaming. Its music is so catchy and simple that I sometimes find myself humming it as I wander around its many rooms. The castle holds so many secrets and little details that it almost feels like its own level. You have portraits and tiny holes to jump into that lead to secret levels with stars hidden in them, bunnies to catch, beams of light that transport you high into the sky, and so many different floors, all with their own distinct vibe. It really feels like a giant castle fit for a royal family to live in. I was really disappointed by Super Mario Odyssey's Peach's Castle that just only had one room. We really haven't seen the castle this detailed since it debuted in this game. The castle is probably one of the most iconic parts of this entire game, and is the first thing I think of when this game is mentioned, and plays a huge part in the legacy of it. But jumping into the levels themselves, see what I did there? This is where Mario's movement really starts to shine. The very first level, Bob-omb Battlefield, is this giant sandbox full of objects and enemies for Mario to throw, punch, and stomp, all backed with its iconic music that just makes you feel free. I mean, yeah, you were told to go venture to the top of the mountain and defeat King Bob-omb, but there is no linear path forcing you to go there. And furthermore, you don't even have to. Even though you selected a specific mission, you could still go for other stars like Behind Chain Chomp's Gate or the 8 Red Coin mission. And if you find a star too difficult, you can just go for another one. There are 120 stars in total, however, to unlock the final level, you only need 70. Allowing players to skip stars, and even entire levels at times, is the reason that this is one of the most replayable video games of all time. You can beat it in so many different ways. And I think this freedom of being able to beat the game however you want heavily encourages speedrunning of this game, which I will talk a lot about later. Whomp's Fortress is my favorite stage in the entire game. The level rewards mastery of Mario's movement like no other. If you put in enough effort, you can easily blaze through this stage and collect every single star in a matter of minutes. The first mission here, Chip Off Whomp's Block, sees you scaling to the top of the fortress, avoiding enemies and waiting for platforms to move. However, with the use of a well-timed triple jump or side flip in combination with a wall jump and dive, you can skip all of that and be at the top of the fortress in seconds. And this sentiment holds true for pretty much every mission here. Instead of taking the cannon to this star, you could just side flip and wall jump up here fast. And on this star, instead of waiting for the owl, you can perform a well-timed triple jump and wall jump to get into the cage that way. Experimenting with the movement and being able to complete stars in a variety of different ways was one of the big things Miyamoto wanted the player to do. He wanted you to come up with your own solutions and be able to test them on the spot, and he wanted you to explore the levels at your own pace, whether that pace be slow and calculated or fast and well-timed. At some point during very early development, there was an idea to have the game be played somewhat like a 2D Mario game, where the levels would be linear with not a lot of 3D area to move around in. But this idea was quickly scrapped as Miyamoto believed this wouldn't be ambitious enough. However, a lot of the DNA of this idea can be seen in the Bowser levels. Each one is a very linear platforming gauntlet meant to test the player's abilities before they face Bowser. These levels are a lot of fun to find skips in and try to get to the goal as fast as you can. Very similar to how fun it is to blaze through a 2D Mario level. These linear levels fit well for them being a road to Bowser, but I am so glad they didn't decide to make the entire game like this, because it wouldn't nearly be as impactful and important. The actual fights with Bowser himself are incredible. It will never not be fun to just grab Bowser by the tail and spin the control stick as fast as you can, before finally sending him flying into the air while Mario says his iconic line assuming the sexuality of Bowser. I love how you have to partially time your throw so Bowser will hit the explosive spike ball thingies, because it just adds that little bit of strategy that makes speedrunning the level so much more satisfying. Hitting perfect throws on the last stage where you have to make him hit the bombs 3 times is one of the most satisfying things you can do in this game. And since I mentioned Mario's iconic voice line he says after throwing Bowser, why don't we talk about Mario's voice? Super Mario 64 was the first Mario game to feature a voice for Mario, and his voice actor was none other than the incredibly iconic and well-known Chris Pratt. Oh, sorry, 25 years too early. Charles Martinet. Now this game wasn't actually Charles' debut as Mario. He actually had voiced the plumber one time before in the 1992 Super Mario Pinball Machine.
I'm a super now.
For some reason, but had his first game debut in Super Mario 64. While Mario doesn't speak full sentences too often, he does make sounds when performing almost all of his moves. These little sounds add a lot of charm to the game and make the character feel so much more alive, and would become a staple of every 3D Mario game to come. But Mario having a voice wouldn't be the only thing the player would hear. As I touched on before briefly with Peach's Castle and Bob-omb Battlefield, this game's soundtrack is absolutely fantastic. Even from the moment you start the game and are on the title screen, you have this wonderful track that is just beaming with excitement, ready to get you in the game. And once you move on to the file select, it moves to this beautiful slower track that is almost soothing in a sense. And then you have the tracks that play for the different levels in the game. Cool Cool Mountain has this festive and blissful track that is a perfect fit for the level's Winter Wonderland vibe. But then you have the theme of Dire Dire Docks. It's incredibly slow and peaceful. It's a song you could easily fall asleep to. It's soothing and calm. It doesn't push you forward, rather holds you back in a sense. It encourages the player to slow down and take in the sights, and it's one of my favorite tracks in the entire franchise. Bowser's Road. The theme that plays throughout every Bowser stage in the game. This track just has that Bowser energy, and I would not be surprised if we see a rendition of it play during the Super Mario Bros. Movie Illumination is working on. It would be perfect for a scene of Bowser's troops marching into battle. The soundtrack of Super Mario 64 is one of the most iconic in gaming history, thanks to the work of the legendary Koji Kondo. Each and every track brings the world of this game to life, and while I'm nowhere close to familiar with how music composition works, I can still appreciate the soundtrack for how incredible it is. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Soundtracks are one of the most important parts of a video game, not only because of the emotions they can convey, but the memories they can hold. Every time I listen to this game's OST, I'm able to partially relive and remember some of my favorite moments with it. And whether that be remembering the pure awe and excitement I felt on my first time romping through Bob-omb Battlefield, or the mystical wonder I felt in the soothing atmosphere of Jolly Roger Bay, Super Mario 64's soundtrack will always be there to remind me of the memories I hold within this polygonal world. The OST of this game without a doubt set the stage for how a 3D platformer could sound, furthermore showing the strong legacy of this game. The Mario series has long been known for its creativity, and no other game exemplifies this sentiment better than Super Mario 64. Not only are the levels creative, but so are the missions, and the characters. Bob-omb Battlefield is this giant war zone where the Bob-omb buddies are fighting against the evil Bob-ombs in a massive turf war. Leading the evil Bob-ombs is the giant King Bob-omb, who has long ruled over the land and recently became even stronger with the star that Bowser entrusted to him. We see cannons spread all throughout the battlefield that both sides make use of to launch projectiles at each other. In Cool Cool Mountain, you have to carefully escort this small baby penguin all the way down the mountain to reunite it with its mother, and maybe throw it off the edge after she gives you the star. In Jolly Roger Bay, you venture into an abandoned sunken ship deep below the sea and drain the water out of it so it can once again float atop the sea. A lot of the missions and locations in Super Mario 64 can leave it up to the player to use their imagination to form their own story of why certain things are the way that they are in these worlds. Why were the Bob-ombs at war? Whose ship sank in Jolly Roger Bay? Who used to live in the underwater city found in Wet Dry World? These worlds are not only fun to explore and complete objectives in, they're fun to theorize about, and they feel alive. Many games today are unable to replicate that sense of imagination that Super Mario 64 so vividly conveys. I remember watching my brother play this game when I was really young, before I myself even played it, and how badly I wanted to play along with him because of how imaginative the world looked. And if it weren't for some of the limitations of the N64, I probably would have been able to. According to Miyamoto in an interview from 1996, the year the game came out, Luigi was originally supposed to be in the game as a playable character alongside Mario. You would have been able to plug in two N64 controllers and play through the entire game with a friend. However, due to memory issues and the N64's heavy limitations, he had to be cut very late into development. But even after this interview, many still believe that Luigi was hidden somewhere in the game due to this one pixely texture that seemed to read out the sentence, L is real 2401. So many people interpreted this sentence in so many different ways. Many thought it meant you had to do 2,401 of something to unlock Luigi, collect 2,401 coins, walk around the star statue 2,401 times, beat Bowser's scrawny Koopa ass 2,401 times. Others went a little deeper though, connecting the numbers of 2401 to the release date of Paper Mario on the N64. That game released on February 4th, 2001, and when you write that date out in numbers, you get 2 representing the February, 4 representing the 4th, and 01 representing 2001, coming all together to form the iconic 2401. I remember spending hours looking up online theories about Luigi and all the different ways to unlock him, and wondering to myself if he really was in the game. This one rumor alone is a huge part of the game's legacy, and it's something almost anyone who's ever even heard of the game knows about. And although talk on the L is Real 2401 rumor died out in the 2010s, this wouldn't be the end of the infamous Luigi and Mario 64 saga. On July 25th, 2020, a massive Nintendo data leak took place, and within this data leak was a portion of Mario 64's source code. After scouring this code, people found that there was parts of an unused model scattered all around the leaked code. And once they were able to put everything together, 24 years and exactly 1 month after Mario 64's release in Japan, coming all together to form the iconic 2401, L was real. The model for Luigi was found. The debate of if Luigi was really in Super Mario 64 had finally come to an end. It was incredible, all thanks to a group of very talented people coming together to leak this code and then put together this model. And illegally breaching Nintendo servers wasn't the only time a group of talented people had come together to keep this game's legacy as strong as ever. Almost immediately after its release, Super Mario 64 became an incredibly popular game to speedrun. There were so many different ways to complete it that finding an optimal route could lead you beating the game incredibly fast. And combine this with the game's incredible movement options, broken tricks like the backwards long jump, and passionate community, Super Mario 64 didn't only become one of the most fun games to speedrun of all time, it became one of the most popular and active speedrunning communities ever. To this day, Super Mario 64 sits at the top of the speedrun.com leaderboard as the game with the second most runs submitted to date, clocking in at a total of 32,928 recorded runs. Only getting beaten out by Subway Surfers because of a TikTok trend. And I mean, it isn't even a speedrun. The goal of it isn't to go fast, it's actually to survive as long as possible. So it's less of a speedrun and more of a survive run? I don't know. But what I do know is that Super Mario 64's speedrunning community has kept the game alive long after it would have died out. Speedrunners like Ouija, Cheese, Simply, and Suigi continue to push this game to its absolute limits and show just how much effort was put into Mario's movement alone. Watching these runners pull off insane tricks and being able to complete the game faster than you would ever think it could be completed is incredibly satisfying, and I will always love tuning into a runner's stream just to see them play the game. Super Mario 64 is one of the most important games ever made. It not only redefined the platforming genre, but it created the framework for how modern 3D games should be made. Its non-linear progression and decision to let the player complete the game in any way they see fit makes it an infinitely replayable masterpiece. It's hard to get bored of this game. Its soundtrack perfectly sets the atmosphere for the different worlds you explore. It has the ability to make you feel emotion. These tracks hold memories that you will carry for the rest of your life. Urban legends like L is Real and the rumor of a playable Luigi kept discussion of the game alive late into the 2000s, and the popularization of speedrunning brought the spotlight back on the game and has helped it maintain its popularity for decades. Super Mario 64 is not a perfect game, and it doesn't have to be. The impact this game had on the industry, and just people's lives in general, more than enough makes up for some of its minor shortcomings. The legacy of Super Mario 64 will never be forgotten. Released on August 26, 2002 here in North America, Super Mario Sunshine is the second entry in the 3D Mario series, but initially was not supposed to be. You see, after the immense success of Super Mario 64 and the N64, being the best-selling game on the system by a pretty decent margin, a sequel to the game was a no-brainer to Nintendo. At first, series director Shigeru Miyamoto planned to have the game developed for the 64DD, an add-on for the N64 that connected to the bottom of the system and allowed the console to read floppy disks that could hold significantly more storage on them than N64 cartridges could. But due to the failure and subsequent discontinuation of the add-on, development for the game was put on hold. And for the next few years, Miyamoto would continue to reassure fans that a sequel to Super Mario 64 was coming, just not on the N64. But as time went on and the launch of their upcoming console, the GameCube, drew closer, Nintendo became more and more doubtful of Miyamoto's Super Mario 64 sequel. So in a last-ditch effort to have a 3D Mario game released in the next few years, in late 2000, Nintendo very hastily began development on what would eventually, over an incredibly short development period of around 18 months, become Super Mario Sunshine. Before I talk about the game itself, I think it's pretty important to cover the opening plot of the game, as Sunshine is the very first 3D Mario game to attempt to have a fully fleshed out narrative. The game introduces its plots throughout its various opening cutscenes. The first cutscene showcases Mario, Peach, and a brand new character Toadsworth traveling through the air in a plane. Aboard this plane, the three watch a video that shows off the tropical island they're traveling to, Isle Delfino. While watching this video, Peach seems to notice an odd shadowy figure in the background of one of the shots. Peach tries to point this out to Mario and Toadsworth, but they are gone. After a rough landing, the player gets to take control of Mario and get a feel for how he moves around and controls in the game. During this brief period of being able to move around with Mario, you also get a bit of time to get acquainted with his new companion Flood, which you have to use in order to defeat this piranha made out of what Toad can only describe as
icky paint-like goop.
After the piranha's defeat, Mario is arrested and put on trial for defacing and polluting Isle Delfino with the previously mentioned icky paint-like goop. Mario's unable to defend himself in court due to whatever kind of legal system they got going on in Isle Delfino, and is tasked with cleaning up the entire island before he can leave. Almost immediately after beginning his cleanup, Mario comes face to face with the shadowy figure that Peach saw in the video. This shadowy figure, very appropriately named Shadow Mario, jumps down and grabs Peach. This prompts Mario to chase after him, spraying him with water to try and defeat him. And after being bested by Mario and his new friend Flood, Shadow Mario drops Peach and retreats by making a portal on this giant Pianta statue. Heading into this portal leads to the very first level of the game, Bianco Hills. I absolutely love this opening for so many different reasons. I mean, first off, the whole plot revolving around Mario going to a tropical island and getting framed for crimes he obviously didn't commit, and his goal being to clear his name, is such a breath of fresh air from the usual, oh, Peach is kidnapped and you gotta save her trope we're so used to. And yeah, I know she does get kidnapped later, but at least there's a build-up to it. The full voice acting present in the cutscenes here are hilarious. I don't know if it was intentional to have the voice acting be this funny.
Behold this sketch of the perpetrator based on eyewitness descriptions. The truth is obvious. The guilty party sits among us.
But it absolutely lends to the more silly and laid-back tone Sunshine has. Finally, the way the game introduces the controls to the player is absolutely genius. From the very moment you start controlling Mario on the airstrip, there's a threat present. That being the goop. This immediately has the player engaged and gets them right into the action. The next time you gain control of Mario is during your chase with Shadow Mario. During this chase, the player has only the basic knowledge of Mario's controls, but through being forced to chase Shadow Mario, they will most likely be able to grasp the controls even quicker. And it's not like this chase is unfair or anything. If you don't move quick enough, Shadow Mario does stop and wait for you. But it's the illusion of this chase being more than what it is that will help players. The whole opening sequence is an amazing way to engage players at the start, without being too overwhelming. Moving on from the opening, we have the incredible hub world that is Delfino Plaza. I have, and I am not even joking when I say this, spent hours just running around this place over the years. There's just so much to do here. I mean, you got the various amount of secret shines hidden all about, the 20 blue coins spread around, and the many NPCs to talk to that have some great dialogue. What I always loved about this place, though, was its secrets. I mean, with the amount of shines and blue coins you find here, Delfino Plaza is practically its own entire level. Some of the shines here are quite simple, like this one where you just spray flood in the sand, but others get a bit more interesting. For example, you have these 2 shines that you're rewarded by winning this crate minigame twice, this one that involves cleaning these 2 bell towers, another that has you finding and spraying a golden bird, one that requires bashing into this gate with the turbo nozzle to reveal a hidden shine inside, and so many more. Along with the shines and secrets, the music of Delfino Plaza is just so good. I could listen to it for hours. Delfino Plaza is an almost perfect hub world, and is up there with Peach's Castle and the Comet Observatory as one of my favorite video game hub worlds. But even years after finding and collecting all its secrets and goodies, there's one thing that's still kept me running and jumping around this place for hours. The movement. Super Mario Sunshine's movement is practically flawless. I'd say the only 3D Mario that's been able to one-up it has been Odyssey. But that's only because Odyssey expanded upon and refined what made Mario's movement so amazing in this game. The introduction of the spin and the changes to the dive were such great additions to Mario's moveset. The controls here are tight and precise. I rarely felt like a mistake I made was the fault of the game's movement. The introduction of Flood only adds to what makes the movement so fun here as well. The one thing I always felt was missing from 64 was a mid-air correction tool you see in every other 3D Mario game. Flood's hover nozzle is a perfect mid-air correction tool that always saves me when I make a mistake in my inputs. Along with that, the hover nozzle also just makes it that much more enjoyable to pull off crazy tricks and skips that assist in completing shines faster. The one thing I always see people complaining about though in regards to Sunshine's movement is the lack of the long jump. But I mean, with Flood's hover nozzle, there is literally no need for a long jump, as the hover nozzle can cover much more distance than that of the long jump. There's only one place I can think of in the game that would benefit from Mario having a long jump, and that's in the secret stages. In every single main level of Super Mario Sunshine, there is at least one secret stage that the player has to complete in order to beat the game. Upon entering one of the many secret stages, Flood will be taken away from you by Shadow Mario, forcing you to platform through the entirety of the stage without having the ability to hover through the air with ease. The secret stages are one of my absolute favorite parts of the game. Sometimes. I love how these stages force players to get more familiar with Mario's other moves, rather than just sticking with the hover nozzle and Mario's basic moves like the triple jump and wall jump. The secret stages are what taught me just how powerful moves like the spin and dive were. And because of that, I started using these moves more outside of the secret stages. And in turn, I was able to better grasp and understand the complexity of Mario's moveset. These secret stages aren't perfect though. Some of them tend to be designed in a more unfair way. I'm looking at you, Chuckster Stage. But overall, the majority of them are designed pretty fairly, and I've always looked forward to these stages when I replay the game. Outside of the secret stages though, we have the actual stages of the game, of which there are 7. These 7 stages include Bianco Hills, Rico Harbor, Gelato Beach, Pina Park, Serena Beach, Noki Bay, and Pianta Village. Now the decrease from Mario 64's 15 stages to Sunshine's 7 stages may seem like a big downgrade, but it's actually not. The 7 main stages of Sunshine have so much to offer in them. For starters, where Super Mario 64 has 7 stars in each stage, Sunshine has 10 in each of its stages. Furthermore, Sunshine's stages are much larger than 64's, and because of that are, in some ways, more fun to explore. By saying all this, I'm not at all trying to say Sunshine is better than 64 in any way. Rather, that Sunshine is often referred to as a major downgrade to 64 in terms of levels, when that actually isn't entirely the case. One of the things I love most about Sunshine's stages, though, is their theming. Since all of Sunshine's levels take place on Isle Delfino, a tropical island, all of them are designed and built around this tropical summer theme. A lot of people argue that this theme being consistent throughout the entire game is to Sunshine's detriment, and that it gets repetitive and boring, but I would argue that that is absolutely not the case. The consistent theming is immersive. It makes the island more believable and real. I mean, you got locations like Gelato Beach, a sun-soaked beach with a beautiful coral reef. Rico Harbor, a rich trading port filled with boats and cranes that carry around goods. Pina Park, a giant amusement park found on an island just off the coast of Isle Delfino that's full of so many different attractions for guests to ride on. All of these locations feel like actual places that tourists would want to travel to in real life. But by far the biggest strength of Mario Sunshine's stages, and the main thing that makes them so immersive in the first place, is their connectivity. By connectivity, I mean how, in the simplest sense, every single level in the game is connected. I already mentioned how every one takes place on a different part of Isle Delfino, but what I didn't mention is that, in almost every single level, you can see other locations and stages far off in the distance. For example, from Bianco Hills, you can spot places like Delfino Plaza, Rico Harbor, and Pina Park far off in the distance. And likewise, from Pina Park, you can see all those previously mentioned locations, plus Serena Beach and Gelato Beach. I always loved heading to different stages in the game and seeing what landmarks I could spot far off in the distance, and seeing if I could get a new perspective on these places, because it was just another way to get immersed in the wonder of Isle Delfino. If Nintendo for whatever reason ever decides to remake Super Mario Sunshine or return to Isle Delfino, I would love for it to be completely open world. Just imagine, instead of just being able to see locations in the distance, you could just go there without having to jump into portals or return to a hub world. It would be amazing. But despite all the great things I've praised Sunshine for, the game is absolutely not without its fair share of flaws. I mean, it's pretty well known at this point that Super Mario Sunshine was rushed out to try and save the GameCube after its rocky launch, as evident by its extremely short development period of around 18 months. So with this short development period, there was bound to be some corners cut in some aspects. For starters, you have the fact that, in order to unlock the final stage, Corona Mountain, and be able to complete the game, the player has to collect the first 7 shines in each main level. This essentially means that regardless of if you get stuck on a shine or find it annoying, if it's on episode 1 through 7 of a level, you have to complete it. The plot reason for this is because the 7th shine of each stage is a Shadow Mario chase, and in order to get Shadow Mario to flee to Corona Mountain and unlock it, he has to be defeated in every single stage. Regardless of the plot reasons for it though, this 7 shine requirement is so annoying. In 64, if you found a star too hard or too cryptic, you could just skip it. I mean, of the 120 stars in the game, you only needed 70 to unlock the final Bowser level. So why couldn't Sunshine do something similar to this? There were so many instances on my first playthrough of the game where I just didn't want to do a certain shine, but if I wanted to move on and make any sort of progress in the game, I would have to do it. Of all the required shines in the game though, no one was more infuriating than Gelato Beach's episode 4 shine, The Sandbird is Born. The Sandbird shine is infamous for its unfair design and overall just frustrating nature. The mission sees the player riding on top of a group of flying blocks of sand in the shape of a bird. On the bird lay 7 red coins that the player must collect, with the 8th and final red coin sat at the top of the tower the sandbird is flying around. Doesn't seem too bad, right? Wrong. As the sandbird starts to get closer and closer to the top of the tower, for some godforsaken reason, this thing decides to rotate itself 90 degrees to the side. While it's turning, the player has to quickly adjust themselves to be on a part of the sandbird that will be safe. But this is difficult because of how slippery and clunky the sand is, and leads to you falling off incredibly easily. And while the sandbird is an annoying required shine, there are many other shines that aren't required to beat the game, but are just as, and in some cases, even more annoying than the sandbird. I mean, you got shines like the infamous Pachinko machine that will fling you wherever it wants, the watermelon shine on Gelato Beach that'll make you despise the cataquacks, and finally, the lily pad ride. The other main annoying aspect of Sunshine is its blue coins. Spread throughout every main stage of the game are 30 blue coins for the player to collect. These blue coins are scattered across different episodes of levels, and upon collecting 10 of them, you're able to turn them into this house in Rico Harbor to net yourself a shine. Because a pretty big amount of them are really cryptic, it's incredibly difficult to track down all 240 of them without a guide. And even with the help of a guide, finding them will take hours. Sunshine's annoying aspects really hold back the game in a lot of ways. There are so many areas in this game that are very clearly rushed, and it honestly hurts to see all the missed potential in some of these areas. Moving on, the last main thing I want to talk about here is the final level and boss fight of the game. After defeating Shadow Mario in all 7 main levels, he quickly flees away to the top of Corona Mountain where he's keeping Peach, who he kidnaps once the player makes their way to Pina Park, where he also reveals his true identity as Bowser Jr., a brand new character introduced in Sunshine. Upon making your way into Corona Mountain, you're met with a linear platforming gauntlet that you have to make your way through in order to reach the top. There are 3 main sections to Corona Mountain. The first sees you do some simple platforming across fiery and spiky blocks. The next sees you guiding a boat across a lava lake whilst trying to avoid crashing into obstacles. And the final section sees you using the rocket nozzle to propel yourself literally into the clouds. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, but I actually enjoy Corona Mountain as a final level. I always loved guiding the boat through the lava lake because I've always thought it was a really cool use of the spray nozzle. I have heard some criticism towards this lava lake section, as some believe it to be just as finicky and clunky as guiding the lily pad in the lily pad ride, but honestly I'd have to disagree. The lava lake section and just boat controls in general are much more forgiving than the torture that is the lily pad stage. Moving past that though, we have the final boss battle of Sunshine, where the one and only Bowser makes his first appearance in the game, and he talks.
The water's great, hey, Junior?
Sure is, Papa. Mario! You again? Don't you ever give up?
Mario! How dare you disturb my family vacation?
I think they should get Jack Black to recite Bowser's lines here. It would be legendary. This final Bowser fight involves destroying the 5 large marked X's surrounding Bowser's, hot tub. In order to do this, the player must use the rocket nozzle to propel Mario high enough into the air so that he can perform an extra powerful ground pound that will be able to destroy the X's. This final fight is fine. It just feels like there could have been so much more to it. I mean, just look at the Mecha Bowser fight in Peanut Park. This fight is hands down one of the coolest fights in a 3D Mario game. You're on a roller coaster and you gotta shoot missiles at this giant robot Bowser while it shoots its own missiles at you and breathes fire. It's just full of the creativity and personality I associate this game with. Hitting that final X and watching as Bowser's bathtub flips over and sends everyone free falling into the clouds isn't as satisfying as other 3D Mario final bosses, but definitely still a lot of fun. Released on November 21st, 2004 here in North America, Super Mario 64 DS was Nintendo's big launch title for the DS. And, very interestingly, wasn't even initially called Super Mario 64 DS. As I mentioned before, at Nintendo's E3 2004 press conference, they showed off what very well seemed to be Super Mario 64 running on an actual DS, featuring 3 new playable characters, Luigi, Wario, and Yoshi, as evident from the icons on the touchscreen. But what I didn't mention was the playable prototype version of the game available on the E3 2004 show floor. From the very limited amount of footage there is available online showcasing this demo and the very few accounts from the people who were able to play it, we can gather that Super Mario 64 DS was originally called Super Mario 64 x 4, and that it seemed to be an almost exclusively multiplayer game, where the goal was to run around a select amount of recreated levels and compete with others to collect a certain amount of stars in a time limit. Pretty much identical to the versus mode we see in the final version of the game, but a little more fleshed out and complete, almost as if it was supposed to be the entire game. There was a single player mode available though too, albeit very limited. In this single player mode, you got 60 seconds to run around either Bob-omb Battlefield or the outside of Peach's castle, and just kinda mess around. Seeing the game in this state is very interesting, and really makes you wonder if it was even supposed to be a remake in the first place.
Me, Mario.
Upon opening the game, you're greeted with a title screen pretty similar to that of the original Mario 64's, but now DS-ified. You got the settings option, versus mode, adventure, rec room, and of course Mario's big fat head in the center of the screen. Clicking this head results in Mario turning into a drawing that you can either play around with, or what I prefer doing, using the touchscreen to draw your own beautiful rendition of Mario. Fun fact about this little drawing feature, if you repeatedly click then go back to the menu, instead of getting a Mario drawing or Yoshi, you'll instead get a little drawing of Luigi. This is such a minor little Easter egg, but I absolutely love it. Getting to the adventure mode though, Super Mario 64 DS opens with a very different cutscene than that of the original. Of course, Peach has still baked a cake for Mario and invited him over to eat it, but now joining him out of the pipe are two of the new playable characters, Luigi and Wario. After a bit of fighting, the gang make their way up to the castle, but never seem to leave. Because of this, Lakitu alerts a sleeping Yoshi to wake up and go find the three. Having the player start off with Yoshi, and hell, having Yoshi be a playable character in the first place, is something I've always loved about this game. Yoshi works so well in 3D here. I mean, you got his flutter jump that serves as a great way to cross gaps or hold your place in the air for a while, and his tongue attack that allows him to eat and spit out enemies, or turn them into eggs that, when you shoot them, home in on the nearest enemy. Yoshi's moveset and special abilities are so fun to mess around with in levels, and really makes me hope we get to someday see him fully playable again in a 3D Mario game. The closest we've gotten in recent years is him being capturable in Odyssey. Since you start off as Yoshi, a character who's unable to pick up and throw things like Mario, the first star of the game, the fight with King Bob-omb, is much different. The fight now sees King Bob-omb throwing bob-ombs at Yoshi that Yoshi has to eat up and spit back at the king before they explode in his mouth. The game having this many differences so early into its runtime is absolutely enough to make you realize that Super Mario 64 DS isn't exactly a faithful remake of the N64 game with some new characters. It's an entire reimagining of the game with huge changes to stages, missions, and boss fights that, to me, really help it stand on its own as an entirely different experience. Speaking of huge changes that help this game stand on its own, just look at the renovation this room got in 64 DS. Now instead of just being a tiny room with the same painting plastered on the walls 3 times, it's a gigantic room that holds 4 locked doors. 3 of the locked doors here are for the 3 unlockable characters in the game. But that white door? I mean, there could be anything in there. In order to unlock the 3 character doors so you're not stuck as this dinosaur the entire time, you have to find each of their portraits hidden around different areas of the castle. Or in Luigi's case, stuck in King Boo's attic. Inside of these portraits lie entirely new levels, even with a couple power stars to collect in them. And while these new levels are fun to mess around in for a bit, the highlight of these portrait stages have to be the boss fights. The fights here are completely unique to 64 DS and are a lot of fun. The boss in Mario's portrait is against the one and only Goom Boss from Paper Mario 64, who, fun fact, is the only Paper Mario character to appear in a mainline Mario game. The boss in Luigi's portrait is against King Boo from the Luigi's Mansion series, who, in order to defeat, has the player use the reflection of a mirror to tell where he is on screen. Finally, the boss in Wario's portrait has you go up against Chief Chili, a completely original boss enemy. Having the player unlock these characters in a unique way like this, instead of just having them be unlocked by having a certain amount of stars, is something I've always appreciated about 64 DS. It's just another way the game shows its creativity. And I mean, 64 DS doesn't just show creativity with the way you unlock these characters, it also shows creativity with how these characters control. I've already touched on how Yoshi controls, so let's move on to Mario. Mario has the exact same moveset he had in the original game, except now his wall jump has a slide to it, whereas in the original you had to time your wall jumps when Mario would collide with the wall. What makes Mario so special here is that he is the only character in the game capable of wall jumping, making him vital in certain situations. Moving on to Luigi, he has a very similar moveset to that of Mario's, but can jump much higher, is able to run on water for a short amount of time, and most importantly, can do this. This twirl Luigi does after a backflip is extremely overpowered. There were so many scenarios in the original game that were so tedious, like slowly waiting for the penguin across the ice bridge in Snowman's Land, or in Tall Tall Mountain, finding the pink bomb to open up a cannon, then carefully shimmying your way across this ledge towards the cannon, and finally lining up your shot perfectly so you land on the star. That Luigi can just effortlessly complete with a single twirl. Seriously, Luigi's twirl is so broken that the star Mario's Super Wall Kick in Cool Cool Mountain, a star that is clearly meant to be collected by Mario using his wall jumping abilities, can effortlessly be collected by Luigi by performing a simple twirl. It's insane. Moving on to the last and definitely least of the 4 playable characters, we have Wario. Wario has literally the exact same moveset as Mario, except he's much slower, can't jump very high, and obviously can't wall jump. Wario tries to make up for this with his strength, being the only character in the game able to destroy these black bricks, but that just makes him incredibly situational and incredibly unviable. Apart from Wario, I can absolutely understand maining any of the other characters as they all definitely do have their strengths, but for me, Luigi will always be my boy. The custom movement abilities weren't the only thing that made these characters distinct though. Each one also has a completely unique Power Flower ability that helps you collect certain stars or find secrets hidden about. These Power Flower abilities not only repurpose the power of the caps from Super Mario 64, like with Luigi's Vanish ability and Wario's Metal Power, they also introduced entirely new abilities to the game like Balloon Mario and Fire Breathing Yoshi. Along with this, instead of having to unlock each power individually like in the N64 version, you get them all at once after hitting the big red switch in Mario Wings to the Sky, which makes repeat playthroughs of the game a lot less tedious. To use these Power Flower abilities and levels, you have to break open these red question mark boxes spread throughout every stage, similar to the red, green, and blue ones you'd find in the N64 version. Mario is the only character in the game to have two abilities, one being the wing cap power he gets from specific levels from the feather, and the other being the balloon power he gets from the Power Flower. Personally, I think the power-ups are done much better in 64DS than the original, as in this game, the boxes are more prevalent in levels, and because of each character having a different power they get from the boxes, they aren't just situational anymore. For example, to some, Luigi being able to use his Vanish ability in Bob-omb Battlefield would seem absolutely useless. But to someone younger or less experienced who's struggling on the Chain Chomp Star because of, I don't know, the controls, Luigi being invincible here so the Chain Chomp can't damage them would help them complete the star much more easily. This small change is one of many little changes that make this game feel like a more complete and accessible package. A change that doesn't make this game feel like a more complete and accessible package though, is the controls. If you've ever played Super Mario 64 DS before, you knew this was coming. But when looking back at this game, especially when discussing if it's a good remake or not, the controls of it cannot be ignored. Super Mario 64 on the N64 was designed around full 360-degree movement, meaning that the player could move around in a bunch of different directions, and that objects and platforms could also be placed in a bunch of different directions as well, and that gameplay wouldn't be affected if a certain platform was placed in a certain way. Now this spells problems for the DS remake because of one thing. Well, the lack of one thing. Analog controls. The Nintendo DS, despite being marketed as a console capable of full 3D graphics, lacks the analog control stick that made controlling most 3D games, especially 3D platformers, much easier. And instead, only had a directional pad, capable at most of going in 8 directions. Meaning that in a 3D space, instead of having 360 degrees of movement, you only had 8. This loss of hundreds of degrees of movement makes controlling your character very difficult at times. There were multiple occasions where I'd want to go in a very specific direction, but since I could only move 8 ways, I would completely miss where I wanted to go and would have to sit there realigning myself. The game tries to work around this by allowing full 360-degree movement if you control the game with your finger or stylus on the touchscreen, but playing like this is incredibly awkward and does not feel right at all. The only time it feels even mildly natural is when you're swinging Bowser, where I actually prefer using the touchscreen. If you play this on a 3DS or Wii U through the Virtual Console, you'll be able to play the game with either the 3DS's circle pad or the Wii U's analog control stick. And at first, I thought this would make controlling the game much more bearable. But oh boy was I wrong. You see, since the game was never built with analog controls in mind, when you play this on a control stick, the game simply just maps the functionality of the D-pad to the control stick or circle pad, meaning you still only have 8 directions of movement. The reason Super Mario 64 was so fun in the first place was because of how seamless and fun it was to control. I used to spend hours playing the N64 version just messing around with the movement, and over subsequent playthroughs, I started to create cool movement tech that allowed me to collect a star in a fast or impressive way. So the DS remake having such a big problem with its controls really holds the game back. But I mean, it's not like they didn't try to make the controls manageable. There are different control options you can switch to in the settings that may work for some, but to me, they always just felt awkward and unnatural. The controls are without a doubt the biggest reason why many discount this game and see it as a downgrade of the original. But really, Super Mario 64 DS has so much more content to offer than that of the original. I mean, even outside of the increase from 120 stars to 150 stars in the adventure mode, the inclusion of multiple new stages, and each main level now having 8 stars instead of 7, Super Mario 64 DS also has 2 huge side modes that add hours to the experience, with my personal favorite of the two being the minigames. Mario 64 DS's minigames were, well, minigames that you can unlock by catching character-specific bunnies hidden all around the castle. These bunnies would appear after you collected a certain amount of stars, and depending on the character who caught them, would unlock minigames for that specific character. For example, Yoshi has minigames like the Loves Me Not game, Wanted, and this Wiggler game that my 7-year-old brain could never understand. Mario has minigames like this Koopa Shell bowling game, Sword Explode, and this one where you had to make him jump on a Shy Guy. Wario's got stuff like Snowball Roll, this one where you shoot bob-ombs out of the sky, and one where you try to land a Spiny Shell on a Lakitus Koopa Shell. Out of all the minigame categories here though, Luigi's had to be the best one. Luigi's minigames were all about gambling. Each one focused on you betting coins on something. My personal favorite of all the games here was Luigi Jack, which is literally just blackjack. The fun thing about Luigi's minigames is that instead of going for a high score like you do in the others, here your goal is to rack up as many coins as you possibly can, with the coin count you've achieved being saved even after you exit a game. My goal when I was younger was always to max out the coin counter in Luigi Jack, which I think I actually did at some point. The minigames of Super Mario 64 DS, especially Luigi's, add hours of fun to the experience and really make 64 DS feel like a complete package. I've said this before in regards to New Super Mario Bros. DS bringing back these minigames, but there's so much to do here that I'm honestly surprised Nintendo never sold a minigame collection separately on the DS. I would have loved it. Moving on to the other side mode of this game, we have the Versus mode. By connecting to a host using the DS's download play feature, 3 players who didn't even have to own the game were able to participate in this up to 4-player brawl to collect the most stars. In the waiting room, you got the choice between 4 stages: the Castle Grounds, Sunshine Isles, the Princess's Secret Slide, and Battle Fort. 2 of the 4 stages here, Sunshine Isles and Battle Fort, are completely new stages exclusive to Super Mario 64 DS that can also be accessed in the adventure mode as well. In this Versus mode, each player plays as a certain color Yoshi, and with the use of character caps scattered all throughout the stages, the Yoshis can transform into Mario, Luigi, or Wario, and use their abilities to help them nab the most stars. I didn't play this mode that much, but when I did, I had a lot of fun with it. It's very simple at its core, but honestly that's what makes it so fun. You could play this with just about anyone, and they'd be able to quickly understand what they had to do and have a good time with it. The last main thing I want to talk about here are the Bowser levels and Bowser fights. The big thing you'll immediately realize when you try to do a Bowser level is that you can only challenge him as Mario. Which, I mean, yeah, makes sense, but I would have loved to take on these levels with the other characters. It would have been so cool if each character had a unique way they fought Bowser. And in the final fight, you got to switch between all 4 characters throughout a multi-stage fight that would end with Mario swinging him by the tail and throwing him into a spike bomb. I can absolutely understand why they didn't do this though, as a change like this might have been too different from the source material, but I still think it's a cool idea. What we do have in the Bowser levels and fights here though, is still a lot of fun. While you probably will have problems in regards to platforming through these levels because of the controls, since these levels are so linear and a lot of the time just a straight line with multiple levels, it's not too bad. The Bowser fights are a lot of fun. Swinging him around with the touchscreen instead of the D-pad felt surprisingly natural. And that final fight with him and Bowser in the sky feels so much more intense and immersive with Bowser's new and more animated model. I mean, just look at the upgrade from this to this. It makes Bowser much more threatening. And collecting that final star after defeating him has never felt better. Released on May 15, 2006 here in North America, New Super Mario Bros. DS is the first entry in what would eventually become the New Super Mario Bros. Series. Development for this game started all the way back in early 2005, shortly after the DS was released. At the time it came out, it was the first completely new 2D Mario game in 14 years. I mean, sure, in between that we got the Super Mario Advance series on the GBA, but those were just ports of the remakes from Super Mario All-Stars on the SNES. And although they did have some new content, it was nothing that substantial or enticing. So with this game, the team really wanted to bring back 2D Mario in a big way. No remakes, no remasters, no ports, just an entirely new 2D Mario. One of the biggest things that was different this time around compared to the development of any other 2D Marios was that this time the team wasn't restrained by the restrictions of tile-based sprites. Mario and the objects and enemies around him could have actual physics. This led to the game not only looking and feeling more fluid, but also allowed the gameplay to take advantage of things like Mario's weight, letting him walk on tightropes and swing off vines, while objects around him like spike balls could be given proper weight and actual physics, letting them roll around and act as an actual hazard. Ironically, pretty early into development, the team actually opted against adding any voice acting into the game, in order to stay true to the spirit of the original 2D Mario games, even though the Super Mario Advance games before it had voice acting. And I think eventually someone on the team brought this to the attention of everyone else, because later on voice acting was fully embraced, and became a big part of it. And on May 9th, 2006, just a few days before the game was released and development had finally wrapped up, the game was properly shown off at E3 2006, with a really cool interactive website also launching around the same time, which allowed you to explore everything the game had to offer in a really cool way, honestly. They should bring this type of stuff back. Upon opening the game for the first time and creating a new save file, you're greeted by this game's ever so simple and to the point opening. Mario and Peach are taking a nice little walk around the Mushroom Kingdom when suddenly a giant storm cloud appears above the castle not so far away, striking it with lightning, sending the Toads into a panic. Mario quickly rushes over to the castle to see what's going on, only to realize the lightning was simply a distraction, as Bowser Jr. sneaks up behind Peach and runs off with her, thus setting into motion this game's story, plot, I don't even know anymore. After that, it's on to World 1-1. At first, this level seems pretty standard for a 1-1. You've got your starting Goomba and question mark blocks, some jumps, and overall a pretty laid-back level that does a good job at introducing you to the game, and letting you mess around and get a hang of the controls in a safe environment. That is, until you get to this question mark block. In this question mark block contains one of the game's main selling points, the Mega Mushroom. The Mega Mushroom, as the name implies, transforms Mario into a giant form of himself, allowing him to destroy almost anything in his path, including pipes and, even the flagpole. This power-up is an absolute blast to use. And one of the best things about it is that it's not limited to a select few stages. Scattered throughout this game's different worlds are various Mega Mushroom Toad Houses that give you a Mega Mushroom that you can bring into any level. It's so fun bringing this broken power-up into boss fights, or just levels that aren't designed around it, and seeing the chaos that ensues. But the Mega Mushroom wasn't the only new power-up introduced in this game. New Super Mario Bros. DS also saw the introduction of the Blue Shell and Mini Mushroom. The Blue Shell is not my favorite power-up in the slightest. This shell power-up basically transforms Mario into a human Koopa, and allows you to hide inside your shell in order to negate any damage. Cool, right? Well, the biggest upside and downside of this power-up comes from when you start running. When you run, after a short while, Mario just goes in the shell and starts zooming. There's no way to get him out without stopping, and I honestly don't really like this at all. It's hard to just casually have this power-up equipped, because I want to run. But with the Blue Shell, I'm always just walking because I'm too afraid of running too long and becoming trapped in the shell. So while overall the Blue Shell power-up is an incredible idea with some cool uses, its execution is not the best, and leads to me almost never using this power-up unless I absolutely have to. The mini mushroom, on the other hand, is intentionally designed to be more of a power down in some ways. This item shrinks Mario down to a microscopic size, and makes it so he'll always be one hit away from death, can't squish enemies without ground pounding, and can't break bricks. The main use of this item though is that it lets Mario go through mini pipes and squeeze into tiny spaces he otherwise wouldn't be able to get into. And while this item is a great way to hide secrets in levels, the main thing I always used it for growing up was to turn beating levels into more of a challenge. I always loved seeing how many difficult levels or bosses I could get through just using the mini mushroom. It makes the game's levels that much more interesting. Speaking of this game's levels though, let's talk about them. Being the first new 2D Mario game in almost half a decade, this new soup had a lot to prove when it came to its level design. Games like Super Mario Bros. 3 and World were, and still are, held extremely highly for having some of the best stages in 2D platforming history. So does New Soup DS live up to those standards? Yes, absolutely it does. With the exception of Wonder, I'd say this game has some of the best 2D Mario levels ever. New Super Mario Bros. DS does an amazing job at sticking to the roots of what makes 2D Mario levels fun in the first place, while also introducing so much to the formula and bringing a plethora of ideas to the table. I mean, sure, this game does suffer from classic 2D Mario snooze fests like underwater levels, auto-scrollers, and dare I mention, underwater auto-scrollers. But so does every single other 2D Mario game. Where this game's levels shine the brightest though, is in their uniqueness. For me, this game has without a doubt some of the most memorable levels in 2D Mario. Almost every single one feels unique and their ideas aren't overused and driven into the ground. I absolutely love when a specific level has a one-off gimmick you just never see again. Just look at the end of World 2-6 where you have to use a pump to shoot a cork with a piranha plant on it out of the pipe. Or in World 6-A, these sand tornadoes that fling Mario into the air and let him twirl back down. Or how the entirety of World 7-3 takes place on a giant wiggler moving through the clouds. These are just a few examples of the many one-off gimmicks the levels in this game have. Even playing through this game 18 years after it came out, I'm still shocked at how cool some of the levels are. And on the topic of how cool some of the levels are, I want to take a minute to talk about one of my favorite levels in this game, World 2-3. This stage has a theme unique from any other level in the game, that being its sewer theme. In this sewer level, you navigate around in the pipes of a giant sewer. Or at least I think they are the pipes because of the green outline here and the fact that you hear this sound when reaching another area. This stage has a bunch of different paths to explore, and it's always been a really big standout to me from everything else in the game. I loved revisiting this stage during my replay through for this video, and I really hope they bring this level theme back in a future 2D Mario game. I mean, sewers and Mario go together pretty well, so I'm surprised we haven't seen it return. Something else this sewer stage features apart from its unique design though, is a secret exit. Now, although secret exits weren't completely new in this game, I mean technically they've existed since Super Mario Bros. 1 on the NES, the way they work here is completely new. Instead of finding a warp zone or putting a key through a keyhole, secret exits are usually found by finding a hidden pipe or path that leads you to a red flagpole to symbolize that it's a secret exit. The very first secret exit in this game, found in World 1-2, takes a page out of Super Mario Bros. 1's book and just kinda completely copies it. Instead of taking the pipe at the end, if you can get enough height and get on top of this hidden path here, sound familiar? You can just run past the intended exit and find a secret hidden pipe at the end of the path, which leads to the secret exit. Yeah, I guess they weren't very covert about where they got their inspiration from. Jokes aside though, this is a great way to introduce the concept of secret exits in this game. I mean, almost everyone knows about that iconic Warp Zone secret area in Mario 1. And this is the very second level of the game, similar to how Super Mario Bros. 1's iconic Warp Zone was in its World 1-2. So veterans of the series, and probably even a fair share of casual players, are gonna notice and find this secret exit, and learn how they work in this game. And although this secret exit doesn't unlock much, just letting you skip one level and fast track to World 1's tower stage, the level you do fast track to, the tower, holds a secret exit of its very own. The secret exit here though is not nearly as obvious and simple as the first. This one requires you to have a very observant eye, and notice that one of the stone blocks in this room is moving differently from all the others. Upon investigating this suspicious stone block, you're led to a hidden room. And if finding this secret room wasn't already hard enough, If you want this room to be more than just a way to skip right to the end of the tower, you have to have a blue shell equipped to break these bricks and finally reach the flagpole. And instead of just allowing you to skip one level by taking this exit, the reward for this one is much better. This unlocks you a cannon that lets you skip all the way to World 5. The game is full of secret exits like this, and does a great job at incentivizing deep exploration of levels. But secret exits are the only new thing in this game that incentivizes exploration. Newly introduced in this game are the Star Coins. Star Coins serve as new Super Mario Bros. DS's evolution of the Yoshi Coins from Super Mario World, but in my opinion, are arguably done so much better. Whereas the Yoshi Coins from World weren't really tracked and didn't serve much of a purpose, Star Coins are a polar opposite. Hidden in every single level of the game are 3 Star Coins for the player to collect. Collecting them is purely optional, as you can beat the game without collecting a single one, but they honestly add a ton to the experience. Some Star Coins are out in the open and extremely hard to miss, while others are hidden pretty well, and usually offer the player a challenge in order to collect them. It's such a great way to stop players from just dashing through every single level. It encourages taking your time and searching these levels to see what secrets they have to offer. Secrets and hidden areas have always been a huge part of 2D Mario, but it wasn't until this game where it was outright encouraged. Star Coins are a currency here that allow you to unlock otherwise inaccessible levels in Toad Houses. And after you beat the game, you can use them to buy cool backgrounds for the bottom screen. These were a genius addition to the 2D Mario formula that seamlessly fit into the gameplay and don't feel shoehorned in. Another thing introduced in this game that seamlessly fits into the gameplay is Mario's updated 2D moveset. Prior to this game, Mario's 2D moveset was nothing more than a single jump, twirl, and slide. With New Super Mario Bros. DS, however, Nintendo went one step further and actually incorporated some of Mario's 3D moveset into 2D. Now you can double and triple jump, alongside now being able to ground pound. And in an early beta of the game, it looked like he would actually be able to kick and punch as well. In my opinion, this combined with the new physics makes Mario feel a lot better than he did before. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have much of an issue with retro 2D Mario games controls, but going back to them after playing this game, you can definitely feel how much more stiff Mario is in those games compared to here. This switch up in feel has been coined by some as being floaty, but I vastly prefer this feel. Overall, I'd say the controls in this game are really solid. I almost never have a moment where I feel it was the controls' fault rather than my own, which is honestly something I can't really say for 2D Marios before this. Moving on though, we have the different worlds of the game. Now, looking back at this entry, the different worlds here feel painfully unoriginal. I mean, you got your classic grass, desert, snow, beach, jungle, mountain, cloud, lava themes that we've seen done to death. Almost always in that exact order. But you gotta understand that when this game came out, not only were these themes not overused and boring, we actually had never seen 2 of them before, that being the jungle and mountain themes. It's really hard to appreciate the world themes of this game now, because again, they became so overused by later New Soup games, but all the themes here, especially their order, were really good for the time. One of my favorite things about the themes here, and something that still holds up today, is World 8's theme. When you first arrive, it isn't that basic Lava Land Bowsery theme you'd think it would be. In fact, when you first get here, there isn't any lava in sight in any of the first couple levels or on the world map. Instead, it's got this creepy and eerie vibe where instead of being surrounded by lava pools and volcanoes, there's dead trees polluting this wasted land and crows flying around trying to attack you, all while this eerie music plays in the background. It's absolutely not what you'd expect coming into this world, and I love it for that. Another thing people probably didn't expect going into this game, and something I don't think a lot of people remember, even Nintendo considering how they've handled this recently, is New Super Mario Bros. DS's unique bosses. Every other 2D Mario game before this, and actually every other 2D Mario game after this, either reused Bowser or Bowser Jr. as the boss in every world, or used the Koopalings, who, while having some unique attacks, don't really differ all that much from each other, especially in design. In this game, however, every single end of the world boss fight is unique. I say end of the world because this game introduces the towers. The towers are basically just like the mid-castles from Super Mario Bros. 3. However, instead of being horizontal levels that you move right or left through, They are vertical levels, hence them being towers. All the towers here have you face off against Bowser Jr. And while this fight with him can get pretty stale, even if he does start to pose an actual threat in the later towers, the unique boss fights in the castles at the end of each world more than make up for it. You got Mama Pokey in World 2, a completely original character that's never seen again, Cheap Skipper in World 3, another unique boss we never see again, Petey Piranha in World 5, and my personal favorite, Monty Tank in World 6. The thing I love about Monty Tank is, while all the other bosses are just different forms of existing enemies or giant versions of those enemies, or in Petey's case, just Petey, Monty Tank isn't any of those. It's just a Monty Mole in a literal tank, and that is so funny to me. Overall, the unique bosses here are incredible. I love how all of them not only offer a unique way to fight them, but they all have amazing designs and are very distinct from one another, which is something I can't really say about the Koopalings. But before we talk about Bowser and the final level, there's just one more thing I'd like to talk about. Well, I guess two things. And that's this game's side modes, Versus and the minigames. Starting off with Versus, or I guess properly referred to as Mario vs. Luigi, this mode is just what the name implies. A mode where Mario and Luigi face off against each other. Here you're placed in one of 5 uniquely crafted levels for this mode, and see who can collect the most stars before the time limit runs out. What makes this mode interesting though is that you can attack the other player by ground pounding, jumping on them, or just by using a power-up. This causes the other player to drop one of their stars and allows you to steal it from them. I remember playing this mode with one of my friends all the time when I was younger, and it was absolute chaos in the best way possible. One of the coolest things about this mode though is that just like a bunch of other DS games, only one of the people actually has to own the game in order to play. By using Download Play, you can connect without owning the actual game and enjoy this mode for all it has to offer, which is amazing. And something really cool I discovered a while back is this online website that aims to recreate the mode. You can play it online with friends, and it's an absolute blast. They've also added a bunch of new custom stuff to it, like new levels and power-ups, and I would highly recommend trying this out if you want to relive the nostalgia of this mode, or even experience it for the first time. Moving to the minigames though, this is where I and a lot of others sunk a lot of the time we were playing this game into. While sure these minigames were in Super Mario 64 DS first, most people associate them with New Super Mario Bros. DS, as this game sold almost triple the amount of copies as 64 DS. The minigames here are an absolute blast, as they always are. They make great use of the touchscreen and are pretty unforgettable. I've said this a few times now, but seriously, why didn't Nintendo ever sell a big collection of these minigames and add a bunch of new ones? Imagine ones themed around other characters. It could have been so cool. My personal favorite minigames here will always be the Luigi ones. I can't stress enough how long I spent in this Mushroom Kingdom casino gambling my life away with Luigi. Just one more round, I swear I can stop. Just one more round. But the Luigi games aren't the only good ones. Wanted is absolutely iconic, and I always loved the Whack-A-Mole game. These minigames are just great. There's something that Nintendo absolutely did not have to put into the game, but also something that add that much more to it. And I mean, while we're here, one hand couldn't hurt, right? Bowser is pretty absent throughout a majority of this game. You don't see him at the beginning when Peach is kidnapped, and up until the final world, you only see him once in World 1's castle, where you face off against and seemingly defeat him rather easily. In his place, however, for most of the game, doing his dirty work is Bowser Jr. This guy is all over the game. He's the one to kidnap Peach, he's the one you fight in every world's tower, and he's the one you see at the end of every main castle running off with Peach. Honestly, with how present he is in this game, I'd actually call him the game's main antagonist rather than Bowser. He seems to be the one coming up with and pulling off all these cunning plans, while Bowser just kinda serves as a giant tanky turtle guard. Regardless though, after your encounter and subsequent defeat of him in World 1, Bowser doesn't reappear again until what seems to be the final level of the game, where it's revealed you did defeat him back in World 1. However, he's returned as Dry Bowser, a version of the character I like a lot more in this setting, as you can't just simply defeat him with fireballs because he's immune. This fight is pretty cool, but nothing really all that special. Just run under him when he jumps into the air, and boom, you win. It's only after defeating him here do you realize that World 8 is much larger than it originally seemed to be. And that level was absolutely not your final confrontation with Bowser. And after making your way through the extra levels that unearth themselves, you're met with the final level of New Super Mario Bros. DS. This final level is without a doubt my favorite final level in the New Soup series. And honestly was my favorite final level in the entire 2D Mario series up until the release of Wonder. This level has you navigating through a castle much different than any we've seen before. And that's because it can literally flip upside down. A lot of the rooms here at first glance look pretty weird in design, but that's because with the flip of a switch, the entire place is flipped on its head. Literally. This gimmick is so cool, and creates a level that I never get tired of on my replaythroughs of this game. It has so many awesome little secrets sprinkled about, and it's just a super well designed and thought out level. But after making your way through this cool rotating castle, you're met with the final boss battle. Upon stumbling into Bowser's lair, Peach can be seen just kinda chilling right above everyone. And on the ground, Bowser Jr. is sitting by a pile of Bowser's, bones. It's actually kinda sad. That is until he throws the bones into this pot of what seems to be poison acid, and Bowser suddenly reanimates and comes back to life, ready to fight. The cool thing about this fight though is that you're not just fighting against Bowser, you're also fighting against Bowser Jr. at the same time. And if you come in unprepared, this can be a pretty difficult fight because you have to deal with both of them at the same time. If you do come in prepared though, it's not that bad. And overall is a pretty cool fight to end off an amazing return to 2D Mario. The initial blueprint of what would eventually become Super Mario Galaxy can be traced all the way back to the year 2000, with the Super Mario 128 tech demo. Originally meant to simply show off the power of the GameCube with 128 Marios running around on screen, director of the demo Yoshiaki Koizumi began to think bigger. He believed that the spherical-based platforms used in the demo would be the perfect concept for a new game. However, was constantly shut down by those around him, who thought expanding on the idea would be impossible for technical reasons. But a few years later in 2004, after development was completed on Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto approached Koizumi and asked him to direct the next big 3D Mario, pushing for the spherical platform concept to be realized, as he believed it was more than possible. And after only 3 months, Koizumi and his team had created a working prototype of this idea, with the team quickly deciding that the spherical platforms would be best utilized as planetoids, and that the game should take place in outer space, with gravity being a big feature they wanted to implement as well. Interestingly, for a while, the game was referred to internally as Super Mario Revolution, with that being the original name Koizumi had for the prototype. But sometime in development, this was changed to Super Mario Galaxy because, well, space. Something that wasn't changed though was the idea for Mario to have a spin attack. You see, very early in development, the team realized just how wonky jumping on enemies on these planetoids was, with it especially being a concern for new players. So a simple spin move was added to quickly deal with enemies in your way. Because to Koizumi, it was much simpler to just run up to an enemy and perform a spin than to have to aim a jump to land on their head. Initially, the spin attack was performed by quickly spinning the stick on the nunchuck. However, once it was confirmed that the Wii Remote would include motion sensing, it was changed to the iconic shake we all know and love today. Finally, as hilarious as it sounds, one of the biggest focuses the team had during development was fun. They didn't just want people to focus on beating the game, they wanted them to enjoy every moment and be lost in the wonder of the game's many different galaxies. With producer of the game, Takio Shimizu, stating in an Iwata Asked interview that the ulterior motive of the game was to have everyone gathered around the TV, with the game even having tons of save files to encourage multiple players on one system. And as development finally wrapped up after about 3 years, Super Mario Galaxy was released here in North America on November 12th, 2007. Upon starting the game for the first time, you're met with one of the best openings to any Mario game. Through this super cute storybook style, you learn about the Star Festival. A festival that happens once every 100 years when a giant comet appears in the skies above the Mushroom Kingdom, sending countless shooting stars down to the planet. Then, just like Super Mario 64, Peach sends a letter to Mario, inviting him to the castle. The vibes of this opening section are magnificent. The starry sky, the upbeat music, and just the Mushroom Kingdom itself is a blast to explore here. But as you'd expect, things aren't cheery for long as Bowser and his airship fleet attack the Mushroom Kingdom. This scene with meteors raining down from the sky and toads being crystallized right in front of you as Mario carefully runs through the chaos, only to look up and see Bowser's airships donning that iconic black flag, is genuinely so cool. The stark contrast between the relaxing and upbeat vibes of the beginning of this section to it turning into a literal war zone is insane. And as you quickly make your way to the princess, even running through the opening area outside the castle from Super Mario 64, it's already too late. As this time, Bowser has a giant UFO that literally lasers the ground around it and rips the castle from the earth, pulling it into space, with Mario barely holding on. Only for Kamek to notice this and cast a spell that sends Mario flying off into space screaming, as Kamek, Peach, and the castle itself disappear into nothing. I really love this opening. The fact Nintendo decided to pull a complete 180 with Bowser's character, going from whatever he was in Sunshine,
Mario! How dare you disturb my family vacation?
to this menacing villain who could honestly care less about bombing a peaceful kingdom is so cool. Could you imagine how much lamer the scene of Bowser confronting Peach would be if he was actually speaking English instead of his monstrous growls? It wouldn't be nearly as impactful. And I think Nintendo made an excellent choice portraying him as an actual threat this time around. But after such an intense and action-packed opening, the game winds things down for its tutorial, as you wake up on this small planet. Once you gain control of Mario, you're tasked with hunting down these 3 star bunnies. And while this may seem like a mundane task, the action of finding them not only helps you familiarize yourself with the controls more if you weren't already accustomed to them during the Star Festival, it also helps you learn how it feels to move around a planetoid and mess around with the gravity without any looming threat. The calm and serene vibes of this small planetoid do a great job at making the player feel safe. If this kind of tutorial were happening while Bowser was raining meteors down on you or you were in a rush to get to the castle, you wouldn't nearly take the amount of time you need to comfortably get acclimated with the planetoid and gravity controls. But giving the player this literal sanctuary to learn is amazing. I love how instead of being all in your face about how you should learn the mechanics like some games do, Galaxy disguises its tutorial with bunny hunting, with the bunnies promising to tell you about where you are if you find them. And after you do find them, you're greeted by Rosalina, who briefly explains her role as Guardian of the Cosmos, and tells Mario that in order to save his special one, he'll need to harness the power to travel through space, and entrusts him with a Master Luma who grants you a spin attack you can perform by shaking the remote. And with that, you're thrust right into the action, with the orchestral soundtrack picking up as soon as you begin your journey to rescue the Grand Stars and Peach. Speaking of the soundtrack, Super Mario Galaxy was the first Mario game to have a fully orchestrated soundtrack, which for the time was incredible. Obviously Mario Galaxy wasn't the first video game to do it, but the scale at which it was done, and the fact it was all recorded live, was remarkable. Up to this point, most game OSTs were made entirely digitally, but in order to make Super Mario Galaxy as epic of a journey as Nintendo wanted, They enlisted the help of a live orchestra to make the amazing tracks that make up this game's OST. I don't think some of the bigger moments like Gusty Garden or even Bowser's airship attack would be nearly as impactful if it was just all made digitally. The fact this game takes place in space and takes advantage of live music makes it feel like so much more than any Mario game that came before it, and to a lot of people, any Mario game that came after. The immersion I feel in Good Egg Galaxy with its beautiful starry space sky and incredible score just hits different. One of the coolest things I think this game does with its music, though, is the progression of the Comet Observatory theme. When you first arrive here, it's completely dull. Almost the entire place is shrouded in darkness, with the core at the center burning very dimly. And the music reflects this. The tone is very calm, quaint, and honestly mysterious. Using very little instruments, only a soft harp and piano being the main focus. As you progress and the Comet Observatory becomes more lively, the music does as well, with the second rendition of the theme incorporating more orchestration, and honestly is something you'd hear at like a wedding hall or something. It's upbeat, lively, but not crazy, and is probably my favorite of the three. The third and final theme, however, is where things really pick up. The Comet Observatory is fully activated again, and so is the orchestra because oh my god, they go crazy on this. It sounds so triumphant and full, and is the theme most people know. The inclusion of little things like this really goes to show the passion the team behind this game had. They wanted you to not only see the progression of the Comet Observatory with more domes activating and the lights coming back on, but they also wanted you to feel it as well with the music. This is what the Comet Observatory really is, and I'll never get tired of listening to any one of these three tracks. While we're here though, why don't we talk about the Comet Observatory itself? This place has honestly gotta be one of the coolest hub worlds in any video game. What I love most about this place is that it genuinely feels like a home for Rosalina and the Lumas. The domes aren't just there to help you fly to galaxies and collect power stars. They're actual places you'd find in a home. Domes like the kitchen, bedroom, and fountain are probably the best examples of this. But the garden, terrace, and engine rooms still fit well, especially when you consider the fact that this is also a spaceship. I remember as a kid, if I was stuck on something or was just bored, I'd walk around this place forever, just listening to the music, seeing what the Lumas had to say, and appreciating the vibes of this place. Also, Luigi's here. Easily the best part of the Comet Observatory, though, is Rosalina's storybook. As you progress in the game, a door near the kitchen will open, with Rosalina inside reading a storybook to the Lumas, with the more stars you get adding more chapters to the story. This story is genuinely one of the most beautiful in any Mario game, and the presentation of it being told through the storybook aesthetic with the beautiful artwork just adds to that. The story is about a young girl who finds a spaceship crash-landed and meets a young Luma. The Luma tells her that she's waiting for her mother, but after waiting for a very long time, no one shows up. So the pair decide to fix up the spaceship and surf the stars looking for the Luma's mother. As the two explore the cosmos, we learn about the little girl's story, and eventually the fact that her mother passed away long ago. As she grieves her mother, and the Luma does as well, the little girl decides that she's going to be the mother that these Lumas need, and begins to construct the starship. As the story progresses though, you begin to realize that this isn't just the story of any little girl, but actually Rosalina, and is how she came to be the mother of the Lumas and pilot the Comet Observatory. This is such a beautiful way to create a backstory for a character, and for it to happen in a Mario game of all places is crazy. The story behind this story though is even more interesting. You see, deep stories are never focuses of mainline Mario games. The focus is always the gameplay and making it as fun as possible. But director of the game Yoshiaki Koizumi felt that Super Mario Galaxy was different, and could benefit from some major deep story elements. but was afraid Miyamoto wouldn't approve of the team taking time to write a story when they could be working on the gameplay. So in secret, Koizumi would stay after hours at the office and wrote the entire thing by himself. And once it was finished, presented it to Miyamoto, who allowed it to be featured in the final game. I think the story behind this makes Rosalina's storybook hit even harder. This was a complete passion project that Koizumi literally kept secret from everyone till it was finished, and I love that. And then there's the core of the game, the galaxies themselves. And while I won't be able to talk about every one, I did want to highlight some of my favorites, starting off with Battle Rock Galaxy. The vibes here are some of the best in the game. The stars here see you infiltrating and literally blowing up the place from inside. I have no idea if this was intentional or not, but every time I play this stage, I'm always reminded of Star Wars. The epic and suspenseful music, the fact that this asteroid has been colonized into a battle station, and of course that you literally blow it up from the inside, reeks of the Death Star. And I'm not complaining either. I think the idea works weirdly well with this game, and is one of the many ways space is portrayed in this game. This time portraying the Star Wars epic battle explosion aspect of space. This galaxy is also home to the infamous trash bombing star, which although not very tough in the base game, becomes miles more difficult in this game's secret New Game Plus that we'll talk about later. One of the coolest things this stage does though is tell a story. When you first get here and grab a star by blowing up this glass, nothing really happens. But after the second star sees you blow up a part of the base, you attract the attention of the Top Man tribe, who begin to guard the place, with the final star seeing you attack the clan and blow the place up. I've always imagined that the Top Man tribe saw Mario infiltrate their battle station and decided to fight back and step up their security, only to be completely destroyed by him. Battle Rock isn't the only galaxy that tells a story either. Honey Hive Galaxy also tells a bit of a story through its stars. You see, the second star of this stage has you defeat a big Mandy bug in order to collect a star. But in the third star, you see this attack Mario did caused a full-on war, with the Mandybug clan infesting the Bee's kingdom and Mario having to stop them. It's super simple, but little things like this in this game's levels have always been cool to me. It makes the galaxy feel alive, and shows us there's a lot more going on than Bowser just trying to take over. Honey Hive itself though is definitely one of the coolest stages in this game. Its open design is very reminiscent of the open-ended 3D Marios that came before it, as Galaxy was trying to step away from that with this game having more linear-focused objectives. But including this as a nice little treat for those who love those games was a cute touch. The Bee Mario power-up introduced here also gives you a really nice way to explore the galaxy, and I love just being a little bee exploring my kingdom. It's super fun. Although climbing on this queen bee to collect star chips always made me a bit uncomfortable. But I forgive everything because this stage sees the introduction of the GOAT, Captain Toad. Hey man, you're kinda hurting my eyes. Another galaxy I love is Freeze Flame Galaxy. This one's big gimmick is that one of the planets is really hot and the other is really cold. The contrast between the very blue and cold lighting of the snow level to the very red and warm lighting of the lava side has always stood out to me. I love how these elements combine with the final star as well. This stage sees the proper introduction of both the Ice and Fire Flower power-ups. I really like Ice Mario's design in this game compared to the revised design we got in New Super Wii. Having Mario turn into pure ice makes a lot more sense for the power-up, as you literally freeze the water you walk on to create platforms. But also, it just looks really cool. The Fire Flower, on the other hand, while not having a unique design, come on, how cool would it have been to turn Mario into pure lava? Does feel super nice to control. Although you can't walk on lava, I've always liked how powerful Mario feels in this state. Shaking to propel a giant fireball in front of you is miles cooler than simply pressing a button to shoot a tiny little fireball like in the 2D games. And the fact that it has a time limit makes it feel even more special. The coolest part of this galaxy though is definitely the final star, which sees you skating across lava platforms to reach a star. The skating controls just feel really nice for some reason. Nintendo always gets that right. Overall, Super Mario Galaxy has some of the best levels in any 3D platformer. Not only are they really cool in their design and incredibly fun to play through, a lot of these stages excel in their magnificent atmosphere. You got Space Junk Galaxy, which sees you slowly floating through a garbage-filled wasteland, emphasizing the loneliness and emptiness of space in the best way possible. Gusty Garden Galaxy, a beautiful wonderland accompanied by one of the most iconic orchestral tracks in gaming history, and so many more. The atmosphere of Super Mario Galaxy is easily the biggest reason I often prefer it to Galaxy 2. It feels like so much work was put into making these galaxies as immersive as possible, and that focus is really special to me. Every time I finish a playthrough of this game, I'm constantly thinking about how beautiful the worlds are. The breathtaking views, the starry skies, and the color or lack of color some of these galaxies have. Combining this with the story makes Super Mario Galaxy such a special experience outside of just gameplay. Sure, the gameplay's great, but the vibes and aesthetic are what really stand out to me the most. And I'm almost certain it's why a lot of people prefer Galaxy 1 over 2, even though Galaxy 2 is arguably way better in terms of its gameplay. I think this game is also one of the best examples of why power isn't everything. The Wii was heavily underpowered compared to the PS3 and Xbox 360, but was still able to be the home to one of Nintendo's most beautiful games. And then there's Bowser. After your encounter with him at the beginning of the game, you don't see him till the end of the second dome, the fountain, where you face off against him. The level leading up to this is super cool, with the Road to Bowser theme from Super Mario 64 returning for these levels. The fights with Bowser himself leading up to the final one are pretty awesome. They see you trapped on a small planetoid with him, and your goal being to trick him into jumping and landing on these glass windows that cover the core of the planetoid, with the lava inside burning him as you smack him in the face with the spin attack. These Bowser fights are cool, and so are the junior ones, specifically Mega Leg, which sees you scaling and destroying a giant robot, but nothing compares to the insane finale of this game. After collecting 60 Power Stars, Rosalina will ask if you want to travel to the center of the universe. When you click yes, this insanely cool cutscene will play of her guiding the Comet Observatory through Bowser's airship barrage, and giving Mario a clear path into the castle to find Peach. This final level is so jam-packed with so many different level themes and ideas, and it's honestly just a blast to run through every time I beat this game. Crossing this small sun as the platforms move against you, skating across ice blocks that only appear once you get close enough, making it through the final lava cylinder gauntlet, it's really unique. And the mishmash of all the different level themes makes it feel like a big culmination of a lot of the big galaxies you explored, and really puts your platforming skills to the test. And then there's the face-off with Bowser himself. Running up this platform as he shoots fireballs at you is super cool, but the real fun begins when the fight starts. This fight sees Bowser use techniques he never used in the previous encounters, which I really like. In the first, he turns into a boulder, almost predicting Rock Mario from Galaxy 2, with you having to hit the part of him that's sticking out to deal any real damage. The second sees him learn from his mistakes and come at you fully inside of his spiny shell, with you having to knock him out of his shell by smacking him in the face with these bush thingies. And the final phase sees you two at the literal center of the universe, with Bowser reverting to his old tricks and you having to exploit his jump so he lands on the lava. Landing that final hit on Bowser feels so good, and the game makes sure to accentuate that point with this awesome final scene. But things aren't over just yet. As Mario and Peach escape, and Bowser's empire begins to crumble right in front of him, his reactor being destroyed causes a huge explosion, resulting in a giant black hole. And in order to save Mario and Peach, the Lumas sacrifice themselves in this beautiful ending cutscene. But the game doesn't end there. After going back to the final level and beating it after collecting all 120 power stars, you're met with one of the greatest pop-ups in any video game.
Super Luigi Galaxy!
Yes, Luigi. Super Luigi Galaxy is definitely the coolest hidden post-game in any Nintendo game. Playing as Luigi not only controls a lot different than Mario, with him being much more slippery and jumping higher, but certain stars like the trash bombing star I mentioned earlier are much more difficult, and leads to this being a new game plus in my opinion. Overall, having Luigi be a secret unlockable character after you 100% the main game is such a fun detail, and one that literally nobody expected when they beat this for the first time. Next up, we gotta get Super Wario Galaxy. Released here in North America on November 15th, 2009, New Super Mario Bros. Wii is the second entry in the New Super Mario Bros. Series, and the first 2D Mario game to be released on a home console since Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo all the way back in 1990. Development for this game likely started shortly after New Super DS's release in mid-2006, with the main goal the team had being to create a 2D Mario game with real-time couch co-op. You see, head developer and creator of Mario, Shigeru Miyamoto, had dreamed of creating a Mario game with simultaneous multiplayer ever since Super Mario Bros.' release on the NES in 1985. As all multiplayer in Mario's 2D mainline entries up to that point had been limited to switching characters with someone when someone died, as opposed to both players being able to play at the same time. New Super Mario Bros. Wii wasn't the first time Miyamoto had really tried this idea either. Very famously, Super Mario 64 was meant to feature simultaneous split-screen multiplayer between Mario and Luigi, with Luigi's model even being found deep in the code. But this idea never ended up making it past testing due to the N64's hardware limitations. With New Super Mario Bros. Wii, however, they were finally in the position to make this dream happen, with it eventually becoming pretty much the main selling point of the game, and a huge reason as to why New Super Wii is remembered so fondly. Simultaneous multiplayer wasn't the only new thing they wanted to add in this game though. When it came to deciding which characters would be playable in multiplayer, obviously Luigi was a no-brainer. But another character that was heavily considered was Peach, which I feel like would have made the game's story and premise a lot more interesting than it ended up being. Unfortunately, Peach was ultimately scrapped as a playable character, because Miyamoto thought that animating the way that her dress would move would be too complicated for some reason. I guess they got that one figured out with Mario Wonder though. In the end, Peach was replaced with the iconic yellow and blue Toad we all know and love, but it would have been super cool to see her playable. And at E3 2009, the game was finally revealed to the public, with this weird video, and a multiplayer demonstration showing off the simultaneous multiplayer. Upon starting the game, you're greeted with the classic 2D Mario opening cutscene formula. However, this time it's Peach's birthday party, and they're pushing a giant cake in, with some suspicious decorations on it that of course turned out to be Bowser Jr., but also the Koopalings, making their first 2D Mario debut since Super Mario World. Very quickly they capture Peach, somehow in the cake, and fly off in an airship, with Mario, Luigi, and the Toads running after them. While back at the castle, some Toads load up a cannon with boxes of the two new power-ups in this game, the Propeller Mushroom and the Penguin Suit, and shoot them into the sky, littering the Mushroom Kingdom with them to help Mario and friends on their journey. This opening is obviously nothing special, but the reintroduction of the Koopalings after them being absent from the series for so long was really cool at the time, but wasn't when they returned to serve the exact same purpose in all three New Soup games after this. Heading into the first level though, apart from it being absolutely iconic, it's also where we see the proper introduction of the Propeller Mushroom, which is to date probably my favorite 2D Mario power-up. Well, that or the Cape Feather. This power-up has some great uses all throughout the game, and is just simply a lot of fun to mess around with. And right after being introduced to the Propeller Mushroom, in the very next level, 1-2, you're also introduced to the Ice Flower, which technically isn't a new power-up, as it appeared in both Mario and Luigi Partners in Time and Super Mario Galaxy before this. But it's still a really cool power-up, and it is its first appearance in a 2D Mario game. A power-up like this I feel was a long time coming for 2D Mario. I love being able to pick up and toss frozen enemies to knock out a bunch of other ones. It's super satisfying and makes for some really cool ways to be able to get 1-ups. Also, it finally allows you to be able to kill dry bones. What's funny about the Ice Flower though, is that it practically becomes irrelevant as soon as you start seeing the third and final new power-up, the Penguin Suit, appear in levels. The Penguin Suit is literally just an upgrade on the Ice Flower in every way possible. First off, you can of course shoot ice balls, the only thing the Ice Flower can do, but you can also slide super fast on ice and swim incredibly quick underwater. I don't really know why Nintendo decided to do this, but I guess it does make sense considering the fact that you don't start seeing the Penguin Suit until much later in the game in World 3. Speaking of worlds though, one of the biggest criticisms New Super Mario Bros. Wii gets is that it copies and rehashes the exact same world themes from New Super Mario Bros. DS. Almost in the exact same order too. Whereas in New Super Mario Bros. DS, these world themes were relatively new, and in the order they were in felt very different from all the other 2D Marios except maybe Mario 3. Seeing them all reused in Wii, a game that came out only 3 years after DS, was really disappointing for a lot of people. The worlds in this game aren't all bad though. Their design and general layout are a lot more interesting than DS's. As while all that game's worlds were quite literally straight lines with levels and castles dotted around, Wii's have a much bigger scale, and apart from World 1, aren't just straight lines. World 2, for example, has multiple different paths to take, has you going up instead of right, and at the end has you traverse through quicksand, trying to avoid running into an enemy level. And World 6, probably my favorite world design-wise, really takes advantage of its mountain theme, having you actually scale up it, with 2 different paths you can take, the normal path, or the secret path that takes you right to the castle. What I love about World 6 though, is that once you beat it, you are quite literally in the clouds, which makes the transition to World 7, the Cloud World, incredibly seamless. The transition between World 6 and 7 isn't the only good example of this though. New Super Mario Bros. Wii actually does a pretty good job at making the next world you visit feel like a seamless shift from the last. Well, sometimes. I mean, I've always adored the transition from World 4 to 5. The world starts off entirely beach themed, but as you near the end, you start to see a forest in the background. And eventually at the end, you run into that forest and end up in World 5, the forest world, even retaining the same direction Mario was running. It's such a minor detail, but it always stuck with me as a kid. I love when Mario games do this. But the bigger scale of these worlds as opposed to DS's and the seamless transitions some of them have aren't the only good things about them. They are also filled with secrets. Of course you have the cannons returning from DS which allow you to skip entire worlds and are a great incentive towards speedrunning, but you also have secret exits in levels that offer you quicker alternate paths to the castles, like the one I mentioned in World 6 which allows an alternate way to scale the mountain. My favorite example of this though has to be in World 7, where you have an entire secret path stemming from a secret exit in the mini castle that even houses its own level, that once beaten not only gives you a fast way to the end of the world castle, but also lets you get into the castle through a secret back way, allowing you to skip the entire level and get straight to the boss, which I always thought was so clever. All in all though, while Wii does reuse the same world themes from DS, it does so in a much better way than that game ever did, giving them a bigger scale and actually making each world feel different apart from their color palette. Enough about worlds though. I think it's time we get into the actual levels themselves. One of the biggest issues Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto had with New Super DS was that he thought the game had been too easy. So with this game, he had a goal in mind of stepping things up a notch and making things a little more difficult for players. And combining that with the absolute chaos of 4-player co-op, beating this game on your own or with friends is pretty hard, especially if you're going for 100%. That's not to say the levels in this game aren't good though. No. Very far from it. New Super Mario Bros. Wii has some absolutely incredible stages, and I just wanted to take this time to highlight some of my favorites. Starting off with 2-4. The main gimmick of this stage is the wind, and this wind at times can be your best friend, but also your worst enemy. The level also provides you with the propeller mushroom at the very beginning, and absolutely zooming through the air with the propeller mushroom combined with the wind is an absolute blast. To avoid being affected by this fast wind, you have to crouch down, and if you're playing multiplayer, it can be incredibly hard to orchestrate this. and most of the time results in absolute chaos. This level is also home to a really clever secret exit that I actually found by mistake when I was younger. Overall, 2-4 is a blast every time I replay this game. Another stage I really enjoy, and actually completely forgot about until I replayed this game for this video, is 6-3. If you watched my new Super Mario Bros. DS video I posted a while back, you might remember me bringing up how I really enjoyed the sewer theme stage in that game, and wished Nintendo would bring that theme back in a 2D Mario game. Well, turns out that they did, and I had just completely forgotten about it. And while I still enjoy DS's rendition of the sewer theme more, Wii's version is still really good. This level is full of secrets and different paths, and I really love that. Its more open design makes it feel a lot different than DS's, but still feels like you're exploring the Mushroom Kingdom's sewer system, and are actually inside a maze of giant pipes. Moving on though, the last stage I wanted to talk about is 3-4. What's really cool about this level is that you literally have to play through it more than once, with the second playthrough of it being a lot different. You see, when you first play this level, it seems like a relatively normal snowy ice level. But all around the stage there are outlines of what should be paths of blocks you can walk on, very reminiscent of the same square outlines you see all over Super Mario World. And similar to that game, you actually have to unlock and press a giant block switch and activate these blocks, to be able to go back into level and find the secret real exit, allowing you to progress. I find this cool because you just don't see it again in the game. This is something that would have become incredibly boring and repetitive if you had to do it multiple times throughout your journey, but the one-off use of this idea makes it really stand out to me. Overall, New Super Mario Bros. Wii is full of a bunch of really creative levels. I wouldn't say this game's level selection even comes close to my favorite of a 2D Mario, but that's not to say they aren't still really good. It is a real shame though that this game is home to 5-4, which I'm convinced was made by evil wizards who broke into Nintendo after hours and really love ruining people's day. I mean, who even designs a level this awful, this horrendous, this diabolical? It really is a testament to how evil the human mind can be. Star coins. Returning from DS, they actually are a lot more useful here. You still spend them like in DS, but in a much different way. Now instead of spending them to unlock toad houses for power-ups, you can actually go inside Peach's castle in World 1 and spend them on hint movies. These hint movies range from cool tech from Nintendo employees, ways to get infinite 1-ups, to even the location of some secret exits, which I will admit does take away from finding them yourself. But hey, this game launched around the same time when YouTube and online tutorials were becoming pretty popular, so baking stuff like this into the game is a really cool way to keep players engaged. There are a total of 65 of these hint movies, adding up to just around over an hour of video content you can watch. The hint movie that I distinctly remember thinking was absolutely insane though, was the Super Skills hint movie for 1-3. This video sees 3 people go through the entirety of 1-3, while throwing around and carrying a 4th player who doesn't touch the controller at all, having them get a bunch of 1-ups and even collect 2 of the star coins. The amount of coordination here was crazy, and I always really wanted to try and recreate this with friends when I was younger, although we never got far at all. But the hint movies aren't the only use star coins have in this game. When you collect all the star coins in any one of the 8 main worlds, you'll be congratulated with a pop-up, but that's about it. Once you've beaten the game, however, you unlock a secret 9th world. This 9th world has 8 levels in it, and in order to unlock each of the 8 levels, you have to collect all the star coins in each of the main worlds. For example, to unlock the first level, you have to have collected all the star coins in World 1, and so on and so on. The levels here in World 9 are easily the hardest in the entire game. And I definitely think Miyamoto had a hand in creating these levels, because they are much harder than anything we saw in DS. Speaking of DS though, one of its biggest strengths was its unique bosses at the end of every world. Sure, every mid-castle had a battle against Bowser Jr. that got harder and harder over time and eventually got a little boring, but each end-of-the-world castle would have something completely unique for you to face off against. You had a giant Goomba, a mole in a tank, and even a Lakitu in a thundercloud. These bosses were incredible, and always kept you wondering what was at the end of each world. With this game, however, we see the return of the Koopalings, making their first appearance since Super Mario World, and replacing the bosses we saw in DS. Unlike DS, however, they don't only appear at the end of a world. They also are the bosses of each mid-castle in a world. with your first fight with them in the mid-castles being a much easier fight than your final one with them in a main castle. Alongside the Koopalings, Bowser Jr. also returns as a boss, being one that you fight 3 times throughout your journey. The reason for your fights with him is actually really funny. You see, after defeating one of the Koopalings, sometimes Bowser Jr.'s airship leaves without him, and you're able to board the airship with him when it comes to pick him up. These airship levels are amazing. They had been sorely missed since their last appearance in Super Mario Bros. 3, and their level design has seen a definite improvement. They not only are relatively difficult, but also are just plain fun to play. That iconic airship music is so good. Returning to the Koopalings, their fights are pretty good honestly. Each one apart from Larry in World 1 has their own gimmick and makes their fights blend in a lot less than they did in World and 3. Roy uses pipes to hide in, and when he drops down he can stun you if you're not careful. Lemmy uses giant balls to try and knock you off while he hides atop his even bigger ball. Wendy completely submerges you underwater at points. Iggy has a giant chain chomp. It's really cool to see these characters' fights be actually interesting, rather than just simply jumping on their heads 3 times or trying to knock them into lava. Before I talk about Bowser though, one of the things I really want to touch on is why I think this game is remembered as well as it is. Apart from it being on the Wii, a really accessible console, this game's renowned reputation in the Mario fanbase is something that's always puzzled me. And not for the reasons you might think. I am one of the thousands, hell, maybe even millions of people who have extreme nostalgia for this game. It was my first introduction to Mario, and right next to Pokemon Red, one of the very first video games I ever truly played. And that in and of itself would make this a very special game to a lot of people. But then I started thinking, one of the biggest things this game and all of the new soups that came after to criticize for is their unoriginality. These games constantly reuse tons of ideas, themes, and music from previous Mario games, and to longtime fans can really make playing through them a boring experience. New Super Mario Bros. Wii isn't exempt from this too. The game reuses tons of music from DS, albeit remixing them, reuses all its world themes, even some of its level themes, doesn't do anything interesting with its story, and its main bosses, the Koopalings, have appeared in both Mario 3 and World serving the exact same purpose. But when you look at this game through the perspective of someone who's never properly played a 2D Mario game before, this game looks absolutely amazing. It has over 70 unique levels, 9 worlds, hours of playtime, is extremely polished and beginner-friendly, and even has a 4-player co-op you can play with friends or family. A lot of the ideas reused in this game were millions of people's first introduction to them. Their first introduction to these world themes, bosses, hell, maybe even characters. And when they're all here in this nice polished package, of course it's going to be remembered fondly. To an uneducated eye, this looks like an amazing game, and is why I and a lot of people feel so strongly about it. It was quite literally the perfect introduction to Mario, combining its best ideas and characters into an easily digestible package. And after making your way slowly through all 8 worlds, defeating all the Koopalings and even Bowser Jr., you're met with the final level of the main campaign, Bowser's Castle. I've always really adored the look of this castle, the grand design of it, and the fact that your path just ends right here, and the only place to go is inside that castle. And the fact that throughout the entire game, this will be the first time you see Bowser. I remember being so excited about this when I first made it here when I was about 6 or 7 years old. The final level itself is honestly really cool. The first half is relatively normal for what you'd expect in a fiery castle level, but the second half sees you very carefully trying to stay above the slowly cascading lava, on these bone platforms that fall if you stand on them too long. I'm never really a huge fan of auto-scrollers, but here it definitely works. The idea that you're slowly delving deeper and deeper into the depths of Bowser's Castle is super cool. And the way the background behind you slowly changes from basic castle background to these rocky walls with what looks to be ancient symbols on them really adds to the atmosphere. Finally, as you make your way down this pipe, the music suddenly changes to this distant drum beating sound as you stand right outside the door to Bowser's lair. The vibes here are amazing, and I remember 7-year-old me being so hyped just standing at these doors. I actually went to Super Nintendo World for the first time recently, and in the line for the Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge ride, they have a replica of this door. And walking through it was such a cool experience that brought me right back to when I was a kid standing outside this door. Once you finally go through the door, you have to quickly make your way down this long and ominous hallway, as fireballs from what is presumably Bowser head your way, before you're finally met with the King of the Koopas himself. I absolutely love the way Bowser is portrayed in this final fight. He feels so different from what we usually see from him. He's extremely primal in a way, and that makes this first and subsequently final encounter with him so cool. The first phase of this fight is incredibly easy. You just run under him when he jumps and boom, you win. That is until the thing that seems to be Peach in the cage turns out to be Kamek, as they fly around and drop some magic. And, well... this second phase is insanely cool. You know how I just talked about Bowser being primal in this game? Well, here they take it up to 11, and makes for the absolute coolest and best final boss in any 2D Mario game, period. The way he literally jumps and aggressively claws his way towards you while shooting fireballs is to this day one of the craziest ways Bowser has acted. This whole final phase is incredibly action-packed, and makes finally making your way to that big glowing button and pressing it a huge sigh of relief, bringing an insane end to a very special game. After Super Mario Galaxy 1 released to critical acclaim back in 2007, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto approached the team who developed the game and requested that a follow-up to it be made. This follow-up was originally meant to be nothing more than some new levels and bosses, very similar to what you see in DLC for games nowadays. At first, the team wasn't immediately on board with Miyamoto's idea of a follow-up, but after meeting together and reflecting on their work on Galaxy, the team realized just how many things they wished they could have implemented in Galaxy 1, and just how many things they wished they could have done better in the game. After this meeting, the team was booming with ideas for this follow-up. Everyone working on the game, even the visual and sound designers, had their own idea for a unique stage or gimmick. And due to all these ideas, the game eventually expanded from a simple follow-up under the title of Super Mario Galaxy More, to a full-fledged sequel under the title of Super Mario Galaxy 2. The big thing that inspired the team's sudden boom in ideas and spirit during Galaxy 2's early development was the inclusion of Yoshi. Yoshi was a character that the team desperately wanted to include in the first game, but whether it be due to time constraints or just Nintendo's higher-ups not wanting to bloat the game with too many features that they wouldn't be able to fully expand upon, he was never added. With Galaxy 2, however, Yoshi was going to be one of the game's main selling points, and was absolutely going to be fully expanded upon. Yoshi's inclusion in the game opened up the possibility to so many new gameplay and level ideas, and was instrumental in keeping the team's morale alive during the early stages of development. And after a just over 2-year development period spanning from late 2007 to early 2010, Super Mario Galaxy 2 was officially released here in North America on May 23, 2010. Upon starting the game, you're met with a very similar opening to that of the first game. Peach has invited Mario over to the castle to eat cake and watch the Star Festival, a festival that only occurs once every 100 years. The big difference with Galaxy 2's opening, however, is just how much more simple it is. In Galaxy 1, you had this beautiful storybook-style explanation of what the Star Festival was, a fully voice-acted letter from Peach, a 3D environment to explore that was just gorgeous by Wii standards, and of course, the amazing cutscenes. Here though, all those amazing things that made the original's opening so great are extremely dumbed down here and kinda make the entire thing feel uninspired in ways. I mean, the whole sequence is almost entirely in 2D, plot points that were well executed in Galaxy 1 like Mario's introduction to his companion Luma, and Bowser kidnapping Peach now feel forced. The atmosphere is much less immersive, and generally, everything is just a lot more bare bones. Now, despite all these issues, I do think this opening can partially be excused. I mean, you have to take into account the fact that everyone playing Galaxy 2 has most likely already played Galaxy 1, and since story-wise, Galaxy 2 is framed as a retelling of Galaxy 1, as evident from the very first screen in the game saying, "Now let me tell you a new story that also begins with Stardust," and the Star Festival happening again despite 100 years clearly not having passed, this opening was most likely much more simple and to the point because pretty much everyone already knows how this story starts. And instead of wasting development time trying to recapture the beauty of an opening everyone already experienced, they just decided to throw the player right into the action so they could experience the new stuff. Overall, I think this opening is fine. It's obviously a huge downgrade from Galaxy 1's, but with the added context of this game being a retelling, it at least makes a little more sense that way. Moving into the first level of this game, Sky Station Galaxy, I actually really like this stage. It does such a great job at subtly introducing how this game's physics work in a way that allows players who never played Galaxy 1 to, over the course of the level, get a decent understanding of how the gravity and movement works, but also in a way that doesn't bore people already familiar with how Galaxy's physics work with long-winded tutorial areas. Galaxy 2 even goes as far to reward those familiar with the controls and physics by adding this faster path you can take by spinning and wall jumping on the side of Yoshi's house to reach the top quickly. This is an absolutely genius way to handle the first level of a sequel. Rather than heavily focusing on one audience and alienating the other, the game instead strikes a pretty good balance between the two, and creates a level that very seamlessly appeals to both those familiar with Galaxy's controls and those who are newcomers to the series. There are so many little things in this level that you don't really think about, like this miniature planet section here, that are actually there to help newcomers understand how concepts like gravity work. It's incredibly clever. And speaking of clever design choices, let's talk about this game's hub world, Starship Mario. Starship Mario is honestly one of my favorite video game hub worlds. I mean, it's obviously no Peach's Castle, Comet Observatory, or Delfino Plaza, but it's still really cool in its own ways. For one, I mean, you got Lubba. Lubba is essentially the Rosalina equivalent of this game, minus the incredibly emotional and well-crafted backstory, of course. As a kid, I always loved Lubba. He seems like this lively, jolly little Luma who just wanted to help Mario out. But looking back at him now, I don't know. I don't really trust him that much. But we'll talk about him a little more later. Returning back to Starship Mario itself, this place is so cool. Despite literally just being a giant Mario head, it's designed in a way that actually takes advantage of that. Things like the transition from Mario's hair to his hat are represented through a staircase. The area where Mario's neck would be is represented by a small fenced area. The brim of Mario's hat is a stone wall. Mario's ear hole is a pipe. It's all so charming. The gravity here is also taken advantage of really well. Running and jumping around feels amazing. I really love how they decided to make a giant planetoid a hub world. My absolute favorite thing about this hub world, though, is how over time, and as you explore more galaxies, more and more characters populate the ship and make the place feel a lot more lively. With these new characters also comes a progression in Starship Mario's theme over time, almost identical to what they did with the Comet Observatory in Galaxy 1. At first, the theme only uses a few instruments, but as more characters start to call Starship Mario their home, the music reflects this, getting a lot more lively, before finally feeling complete. Details like this are what make the Galaxy games so special to me. This is something you wouldn't notice at all really in gameplay, but when you do, it makes you appreciate the games a lot more. Overall, Starship Mario, while definitely not as cool and memorable as the Comet Observatory, is still an excellent hub world. Walking around this place is a ton of fun, and I will always enjoy talking with the various NPCs scattered about. But hey, while we're in Starship Mario, how about we check out something new in Galaxy 2? The world map. I honestly don't really like this. The world map makes the progression feel a lot more linear, and the map itself is pretty soulless. Just compare the world map here to the domes in Galaxy 1. The domes not only made the progression feel natural and made unlocking things tons of fun, they were also very aesthetically pleasing. Places like the fountain, the bedroom, and the garden made the common observatory feel like a home. And choosing a level from the solar system-esque map just made the entire experience a lot more immersive. Whereas navigating Galaxy 2's world map just feels like navigating a new Super Mario Bros. World map, except minus the cool background environments. But Galaxy 2's world map isn't all bad. For one, I really like the custom music each world has. It's a genuine step up from Galaxy 1's domes that just use the same music throughout all of them. Another thing I really like about Galaxy 2's world map is how, depending on what world you're in, the sky surrounding Starship Mario will change to reflect that. Just take a look. This is such a cool detail, and creates at least a little bit of atmosphere. But moving away from the world map and Starship Mario, we have without a doubt one of the most important aspects to look at when judging if this game is a good sequel or not: the gameplay and galaxies. And while I won't be able to mention every single galaxy in the game, I am going to mention a few that I think are worth talking about. Starting off with Hightail Falls Galaxy. This galaxy makes use of Yoshi, and while not his first appearance in the game, that would be in Yoshi Star Galaxy, this has to be one of my favorite uses of him in the entire game. Hightail Falls' whole gimmick has the player make use of the Dash Pepper, a power-up exclusive to Yoshi that causes him to run at insane speeds that even a certain hedgehog would be jealous of, only being able to be stopped by crashing into a wall. Throughout the entirety of this level, your goal is to try to control Yoshi at his insane speeds while dodging obstacles and taking sharp turns. I absolutely love how one of Galaxy 2's new additions, the Comet Medal, a coin that allows prankster comets to appear in whatever level you collect it in, has the player take a genuine risk in order to collect it here. What this galaxy does best though is its creativity. The Dash Pepper is such a cool idea for Yoshi because it makes controlling him essentially like driving an out-of-control car that's impossible to stop. And combining this with literally being able to run up and around walls, this whole level just gives you a huge adrenaline rush the first time around. It's a ton of fun. Speaking of a huge adrenaline rush in a stage, just look at Fleet Glide Galaxy. Fleet Glide Galaxy is less of an entire level and more of a short minigame, but I still think it's absolutely worth talking about. This galaxy has Mario teaming up and flying with a bird called Fluzzard. You control Fluzzard by tilting the Wii Remote in whatever direction you want to go. Very similar to controlling the plane in Wii Sports Resort's Island Flyover, with your goal being to reach the end of the stage without crashing. Apart from just how fun it is to fly with Fluzzard, the highlight of this stage is undoubtedly the atmosphere. The stage takes place on a giant rocket ship. This rocket ship is filled with tons of enemies to avoid, and at the very end of the stage, has the player literally avoiding falling pillars and support beams as the rocket ship collapses from the inside right in front of you, with the thrilling orchestral music bringing it all together. This short minigame galaxy strikes a perfect balance between fun gameplay and breathtaking atmosphere. I love it. Winding things down a bit though, we have Starshine Beach Galaxy. This galaxy takes direct inspiration from Super Mario Sunshine with its more open level design, beach-themed aesthetic, and literally just having piranhas inhabit the place. I think this stage honestly does the beach theme a lot better than Beach Bowl Galaxy does in the original Mario Galaxy. This level is just so much more open. I always find myself taking my time here, exploring the place, talking to the piranhas, and vibing to the music. This stage also makes great use of one of this game's new power-ups, the Cloud Flower, in one of its missions. In this mission, you use the Cloud Flower to scale this giant tower. But since touching the water with the Cloud Flower results in you losing the power-up, in order to have enough cloud platforms to reach the top, you have to glide across the water on a lily pad, very reminiscent of the lily pad ride from Sunshine. This level is just full of Sunshine references, even bringing back the famous Chucksters. This stage excels in a lot of ways, but I think the strongest is that it directly improves upon a level theme from the first game. But I mean, why stop at a galaxy inspired by another 3D Mario game? How about an entire remake of a Super Mario 64 level? Throwback Galaxy. This stage is amazing. It was an absolutely genius idea to bring this stage back for a Galaxy game. I mean, the original Whomp's Fortress from Mario 64 was already floating in the air, and was one of the only stages in the game that you could literally fall off of into the void. And the linear design of the place makes it fit in surprisingly well with all the other galaxies. There are also some little details here that imply that Mario's already been here before, and actually establishes a bit of continuity between the games. You got the red Babam who recognizes Mario, and the chipped wall Mario broke in the mission Blast Away the Wall back in Mario 64. Gameplay-wise, this stage is just a joy to play through. Platforming across the fortress and having that long-awaited rematch with the Whomp King will just leave you with a giant smile on your face the entire time. Throwback Galaxy works as a remake here because Galaxy 2 doesn't over-rely on nostalgia throughout its entire runtime. Rather, it throws this in here as a cool little callback, but also because the stage's design genuinely works here. Its inclusion doesn't feel forced at all. Overall, the various different galaxies here are easily the strongest part of the entire game. I genuinely believe that the level design here is a big step up from Galaxy 1. There's so much creativity present in every stage. And the introduction of Yoshi, new power-ups, comet medals, and countless new stage gimmicks make the galaxies in this game absolutely a step up from the original game in terms of their gameplay. But gameplay isn't the only important aspect to consider when determining if a game is a good sequel or not, which leads me to my biggest gripe with Galaxy 2, its atmosphere and story. Starting off with the story, I obviously know Mario games aren't really about their story, but as the sequel to the Mario game with a story, it's a real shame they didn't try to do anything here. I think they absolutely could have taken advantage of the fact that this game is a retelling and spiced things up a little bit. I mean, just look at Lubba. Despite being a main character, he is barely explored at all. Just imagine how cool it would have been if we got a backstory for Lubba near the end of the game, and it was revealed to the player that Lubba was an evil Luma cast off the Comet Observatory. And the reason he was so reluctant and happy to help Mario was because he was using him to collect stars so he could take revenge on Rosalina and the other Lumas. I mean, he really only agrees to team up with Mario once he realizes he's trusted by young Master Luma, an extremely powerful Luma. Lubba could have been an extremely cool twist villain near the end of the game before you fight Bowser, and his backstory could have really helped this game establish a bit more of a serious tone like Galaxy 1 had. I'm curious to hear what other people think of this though, so please, leave a comment on what you think of Galaxy 2's story. Moving on to the atmosphere, I think this was absolutely the biggest downgrade from Galaxy 1 to 2. The reason people love Galaxy 1 so much is largely because of its atmosphere. The atmosphere was the reason narrative elements like Rosalina's storybook and the final cutscene were so emotional. It was the reason the Star Festival and Bowser's airship attack were so immersive. And it was the reason galaxies like Gusty Garden and Buyo Base were so memorable. Super Mario Galaxy took space as a way to make levels more atmospheric, whereas I feel Galaxy 2 kind of abandoned that, and instead took space as a way to make levels as outlandish and crazy as possible. I definitely think these approaches both have their strengths, but Galaxy 1 takes the cake here for me because it still did have those outlandish aspects we're used to with Mario. It just heavily leaned towards a more atmospheric approach, and in a lot of ways, made a first playthrough of that game more memorable than a first playthrough of Galaxy 2. There's just something about the atmosphere of the first game that has always stuck with me, and I really wish Galaxy 2 was able to expand upon that more, rather than straying away from it. But regardless of your thoughts on Galaxy 2's story and atmosphere, one thing I think we can all agree Galaxy 2 did really well was its Bowser levels. If we're talking atmosphere, I think these levels are one of the very few areas in this game that are actually able to capture Galaxy 1's atmosphere pretty well. The music here, along with the set pieces in these levels, are incredible. Gameplay wise, these stages are tons of fun too. I absolutely love the way the 2D sections and Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet take advantage of the gravity. And the giant floating cylinders in the Snake Block section and Bowser's lava layer are great too. The Bowser fights though are where things get a bit more interesting. Bowser's main gimmick in this game is that he is gigantic, just absolutely huge. So the way you fight him here is much different than how you fought him in Galaxy 1, which I really appreciate. Instead of trying to flip Bowser over like you did in Galaxy 1, Your goal here now is to wait for him to call a bunch of meteors in, avoid his punch that causes the meteors to rise from the ground, and ground pound the newly risen meteors at the right angles so they smack Bowser right in the face. I honestly really like this style of boss fight. It feels so satisfying to just smack Bowser in the face with a giant meteor. And while the first Bowser levels and fights are fun, they are nothing in comparison to the final level and fight. After battling your way through 6 worlds and collecting enough stars to advance forward, you're met with the final Bowser level of the game, Bowser's Galaxy Generator. This final level is pretty much a perfect culmination of all the skills the game has taught you thus far along your journey. Very similar to Galaxy 1's final level, but also very different. This level makes use of power-ups you found along your journey like the Spin Drill and Cloudflower, concepts you learned like how to platform in 2D around these cylindrical planets, and even has you using Yoshi for a majority of it, making use of his Dash Pepper and Blimp Fruit abilities at one point. I really like this final stage. And while I don't know which one I like more, I absolutely think this stage lives up to Galaxy 1's final level. It has everything a final level needs in a Mario Galaxy game. It's suspenseful, action-packed, and fun. But after making your way through the final section of the stage and saying goodbye to Yoshi, you're met with the big man himself, Bowser. I really like this final fight. Bowser still does all the same stuff he did in the previous fight, but now his falling meteors try to predict where you'll be when they land, rather than just hovering above you. His flames are much harder to avoid, his punches and meteors send shockwaves across the planet, and overall, Bowser is just much more threatening. But after 4 hits to the face, Bowser is defeated, the Grand Star is free from his clutches, and before being able to say anything to Mario, Bowser plummets into the abyss, being sucked into some purple vortex. And with that, Mario can finally collect the final Grand Star, bringing an end. Yeah, it's not that simple. After seemingly being defeated, Bowser returns and harnesses the power of the Grand Star yet again in a last-ditch effort to defeat Mario. This final fight is so cool. Instead of avoiding Bowser's punches and meteors on a tiny planet, you're now literally in the midst of being sucked into a black hole, and have to hit Bowser with the meteorites before he's able to catch up to you and attack you. The music and atmosphere here is perfect. It sucks that this is one of only a few cases where the game is like this, but hey, I'll take what I can get. This final sequence is executed masterfully and perfectly captures what the Galaxy games are all about. But even after the credits rolled, the game still isn't over yet. After returning to Starship Mario, you'll find that not only have you unlocked the ability to switch to Luigi at any time, but you've also unlocked an entire new world, World S. World S is full of so many creative galaxies that are an absolute joy to play through. You got Twisty Trials Galaxy, Rolling Coaster Galaxy, Boss Blitz Galaxy, and others too. World S is a really cool post-game edition, but the game doesn't just stop here. After collecting all 120 stars and defeating Bowser once again, you unlock the real post-game content of Galaxy 2, the Green Stars. Once you unlock them, Green Stars get spread about every single galaxy in the game. And when I say every galaxy, I mean every galaxy. The one-off Hungry Luma galaxies, the Bowser galaxies, and even the Fluzzard galaxies have their own fair share of green stars to collect. I think the green stars are an absolutely genius way to handle the post-game, and honestly are much better than the New Game Plus you get with Luigi and Mario Galaxy 1. Green stars incentivize you to look at levels in an entirely different way. So many areas in the game, like the top of this giant ramp in Hightail Falls, that at first seemingly had no reason to exist, now hold a green star to collect. I've had a ton of fun searching through levels trying to find green stars, and just being surprised at how well some of them are hidden. And even if you may find collecting them all a little annoying, the reward for finding all 120 of them is absolutely worth it. You unlock the true final level of the game, Grandmaster Galaxy. The first star of this level seems innocent enough. It's a decently challenging level, but has a bunch of checkpoints spread all throughout it, and make beating it pretty manageable. The Prankster Comet star of this stage, though, is one of the most infamous missions in Mario history. A mission that many regard as the hardest Mario level of all time, the Perfect Run. The Perfect Run not only makes sections of the first mission harder, it also removes every single checkpoint, and most notably, requires you to beat the entirety of the stage without getting hit once. I am not joking when I tell you it took me like 5 hours to beat this stage for the first time. It is easily one of the most equally fun and frustrating Mario levels of all time, and in my opinion, is the hardest Mario stage ever, even harder than Champion's Road. Beating this level is one of the most satisfying feelings in any Mario game. Developed by the same team responsible for both Super Mario Galaxy games, Super Mario 3D Land was designed to bridge the gap between 2D and 3D Mario games. Ever since Super Mario 64, the difference between 2D and 3D Mario has been night and day. 3D Mario games are about adventure, open level design, and pure creativity, while 2D Mario games, on the other hand, are more traditional. The formula has stayed pretty much the same since its inception back in 1985, with the release of Super Mario Bros. On the NES. But with this game, Nintendo wanted to change that. By combining elements from both 2D and 3D Mario, they were essentially able to create what producer Shigeru Miyamoto describes as a 3D Mario that plays like a 2D Mario game. Along with bridging the gap between 2D and 3D Mario, Super Mario 3D Land was also created to take advantage of the 3DS's new 3D effect. By flicking the slider on the side of the system, you're more easily able to tell the distance and location of different things on the screen. Throughout development, the team wanted to take full advantage of this and designed a lot of the levels in the game around this 3D effect. I guess it sucks that Nintendo gave up on the 3D gimmick halfway through the system's lifetime. Failed console gimmicks aside though, after a 2-year development period from mid-2009 to mid-2011, Super Mario 3D Land was released here in North America on November 13th, 2011. Super Mario 3D Land opens up with a violent storm. We see Peach's castle in the background, but the main focus here is on this tree, which seems to have tanuki leaves flying off it. The next morning, Mario and some toads come across the tree and find a letter floating around nearby. Upon opening it up, they find out that the unthinkable has happened. Bowser kidnapped Peach. Mario is clearly shaken as this has never happened before, and runs off to go find Bowser. This opening is fine, but it really feels more like a 2D Mario opening rather than a 3D one, which is probably what they were going for anyway. After the opening, we're introduced to the world map, which is just a straight line. I don't think this ruins the game in any way at all, it's just kinda weird. Like, even the new Super Mario Bros. Games had more interesting world maps than this, and often they even had split paths that would lead to different levels. Considering this game's short development period though, they probably were strictly focused on gameplay and level design, and other elements like the opening and world map were just thrown together last second and made as simple as possible. Jumping into the first level though, it's great. The stage introduces the big returning power-up of this game, the Tanuki Leaf. Functioning pretty much the exact same way as it did in Mario 3, but now in 3D. The power-up feels amazing. It feels so natural to control, and I absolutely love that instead of introducing a brand new power-up that would most likely get old really quick, they decided to return to one we hadn't seen used in decades, and showed just how well it translates into 3D. The Tanuki leaf isn't the only thing this first level reintroduces though. Almost immediately after collecting it, you'll notice a star coin. And similar to every Mario game before it that's featured star coins, each level has 3 of them spread all throughout to collect. Star coins are by far my favorite part of 3D Land. Even though I've 100%ed this game on multiple occasions, when I went back and played through it for this video, I just couldn't stop collecting them. And by the time I ended up beating the game, I'd collected every single star coin you could get in the main story. The reason this game works so well in 3D is because of the star coins. Without them, you would have no reason to explore the level, and your goal would just be to rush to the end of the stage. The game understands the importance of star coins as well, as in some cases they are literally required to move on. You will get so much more out of this game's levels by exploring them and finding their secrets. Exploration has always been a staple of 3D Mario games, and 3D Land incorporates that aspect incredibly well with its star coins. And on the topic of the levels in 3D Land, they're just as amazing as the star coins. I was genuinely amazed at how creative and enjoyable all the stages were, even after playing through this game so many times. 3D Land without a doubt features some of the absolute best Mario stages of all time, and I want to specifically highlight some of the ones from the main game I enjoyed the most. Starting off with 2-3. This stage revolves around platforming across and exploring giant 8-bit sprites from the original Super Mario Bros. Game. You start off on an 8-bit Mario and eventually make your way across many other iconic sprites like the Super Mushrooms and Princess Peaches. You can also find a hidden 8-bit Luigi if you spin this tail wheel at the beginning. I love how it takes Mario's shoe pixels and puts them on Luigi, so the transition feels seamless in a sense. The end of the stage even features a recreation of Super Mario Bros. 1-1 ending, complete with the original level end theme and everything. But moving on from the nostalgic 2-3, we have the open-ended 3-1. This level is unique because of, well, its openness. You're set loose in this small desert area with a giant tower at its center, and have the option to either explore the outside of the place, or use the cannon to scale the tower. To me, this level gives big Mario Galaxy vibes. It feels like a planet you would travel to in some sort of desert-themed galaxy, and I love it for that. It's also very clear this stage was meant to be explored, as your timer has an extra 200 seconds added onto it, encouraging that. The outside has a bunch of enemies to avoid, but also a bunch of secrets to find. You have this music note section, and even a hidden star coin behind some bricks. I absolutely love how different this stage is from all the rest in the game. It uses open-ended level design as its gimmick, which is just so cool. Even once you're inside the tower, that open-ended level design is still pretty prevalent, with the inside offering some different paths at times. Moving on though, we have easily one of the coolest levels in the game, 5-2. This stage is heavily inspired by the 2D Zelda series with its fixed top-down camera angle and more Zelda dungeon-esque layout. Even just the layout alone being inspired by 2D Zelda would have been enough to make this stage stand out. But the fact that they fully embrace the inspiration and design parts of the level similar to how Zelda dungeons work is incredible. I mean, just look at some of the star coins. The first one is hidden away in this small area you can barely see, which I can only imagine is referencing the bombable walls in Zelda 1 that were impossible to tell apart. The second involves using a fire flower to light torches, obviously referencing a common Zelda series trope, even playing the iconic puzzle solve jingle. This level seamlessly blends both the Zelda and Mario formulas together to create a level that I absolutely love. Last up for this section, we have my personal favorite stage in the game, 7-4. This one takes place inside a giant clock. Very reminiscent of Tick-Tock Clock from Super Mario 64, but in my opinion, done a lot better than that level. Almost every aspect of the stage is always moving, and you have to time your platforming to be in tune with that rhythm. I love how unique this entire stage is. It never overuses a single concept and constantly introduces new ones throughout its short runtime. It also has a completely unique song made for it that fits it so well. I used to constantly replay this one all the time when I was younger. I love how creative it is. The levels in this game are amazing. Each one features a unique concept and each one fleshes out that concept incredibly well. Similar to Luigi U, there isn't a level in this game that I disliked. It really feels like a lot of time was put into making them as creative and well thought out as they could be. The little details present in some of these stages make them so special, and although some of them may be short, I would so much rather that than a longer level that's just filled with pre-used concept and filler to pad out the length of the game. The reason the level design works so well in 3D Land is because of its creativity. Where most 2D Mario games have levels designed around the world they take place in, like how a snow world has snow levels or a jungle world has jungle levels, 3D Land's levels don't care about having or following a distinct theme for their world. They're just unique. One of the best examples of this is a stage in World 8. This stage is filled with green grass, happy music, and a vibrant forest below, while the world map for World 8 shows that it's filled with lava and volcanoes. So sure, world and level theming is good, yes, but 3D Land understands that its main focus is level design, and doesn't hold back well-designed levels just because it doesn't adhere to a certain theme. Moving on from the levels though, I want to talk about something that 3D Land handles really well: perception. As you probably know, one of the defining features of the 3DS was its stereoscopic 3D. With the flick of a slider, you were able to see the world in a whole new way. And while this 3D effect certainly helped all throughout the game, offering more depth to the areas you were exploring, this effect is best used in the game's optical illusion areas, where it may seem like a block is in a certain position, but after turning the 3D effect on, you realize it's in a completely different location. And although I can't really show how the 3D effect works and you'll just have to take my word for it, the use of 3D in this game is heavily underappreciated and works extraordinarily well. At the end of every world in this game, there's either a castle or an airship. In most cases, it's an airship, but in World 1, 5, and 8, it's a castle. These airship and castles are some of the coolest parts of the game, not only in their level design, but also their boss fights. World 1 and 5's castle levels are a lot of fun. It's so cool to see a Bowser's castle level in 3D, and the fights with Bowser himself are a ton of fun. He's so gigantic in scale to Mario, and really feels threatening at times. The airship levels, though, are where this game really gets good. They're designed so well and a lot of fun to platform through. The first is very simple. You're not doing anything crazy, but rather getting well adjusted to how an airship level works in 3D. The second one, though, is amazing. It involves avoiding skewers, spikes, and bob-ombs. It's so much more open than the previous, and really takes advantage of the fact that the game is 3D. At the end of each of these airship levels, you fight a boss. At first it's Boom Boom, and he actually translates really well into 3D. And honestly, he's done better in this game than he is in New Super Mario Bros. U. I love how he goes into a shell and tries to attack you instead of just sitting there like he does in other Mario games. After you beat Boom Boom a few times though, you're introduced to a new boss enemy, Pom Pom. Instead of spinning around barbarically like Boom Boom, Pom Pom is more calculated, shooting shurikens and homing in on the player with her shell. I love the introduction of Pom Pom. I find it so lame when a boss is constantly reused throughout a game, so 3D Land introducing a completely new boss enemy halfway throughout its runtime really freshens things up. Pom Pom's fights are a lot more interesting than Boom Boom's, and I absolutely love seeing her return in this game's sequel, Super Mario 3D World. And while Boom Boom's and Pom Pom's fights on their own were great, World 7's airship takes things to the next level, and pits you against both of them at the same time. This fight is genuinely difficult at points, and the two work really well together in battle. It's hard to avoid both of their attacks at the same time due to how differently they act. But after defeating Boom Boom and Pom Pom for good, and making your way through the final world of the main game, World 8, you're met with what seems to be the final level of the game, 8-Bowser. To even get into this stage, you need 90 star coins, which is a lot. Jumping into the level itself though, it's incredible. You have the two Magic Koopas on you right as you start the level. There's an arrow platform section where you have to use them to cross a lake, all while the Magmargs rise up from below. The stage features a lot of different elements that are put together incredibly well, and combined to make a level that the player will always remember. The real highlight of this stage though has to be the Bowser fight. It's very similar to the last two before it, but just a little more fleshed out and difficult enough to make it feel fresh. After defeating Bowser here though, you quickly learn that this wasn't the true final fight, as he does whatever this is, and makes his escape with Peach in hand. I'm so glad this wasn't the final fight, because while yes it works well as a Bowser fight, it absolutely does not work well as a final Bowser fight. It's way too similar to the ones before it, and not extravagant or epic like most final Bowser fights are. On to the real final level though, I cannot stress enough how good it is. The entire stage takes place on a spine coaster, with the level opening with the spine coaster going right into a giant Bowser mouth. This stage is both a spectacle and a difficult challenge. The entire time I'm playing it, I want to look around at the scenery and appreciate Bowser's giant castle. But constantly the level has you narrowly avoiding fireballs that shoot out from the walls. The end of the stage even has you quickly swerving back and forth as the onslaught of fireballs gets even more crazy. The absolute best part of this stage though is its length. It's incredibly short, but the Spine Coaster ride is way more fun this way. As if it was any longer, it would definitely have started to drag on and get boring. This final level is one of the best examples of 3D Land understanding the importance of concise level design. If a stage works better short, then make it short. Runtime is not a defining factor in what makes a game good. Just look at Bowser's Fury. Moving on though, after making your way through the Spine Coaster and shooting your way up to Bowser's Tower, you're on the doorstep of one of the greatest final fights in Mario history. After falling down with Mario as well, Bowser does everything in his power to try to stop you. He shoots fireballs, throws spikes, and even throws barrels like he's Donkey Kong. You'll never be him, Bowser. This fight is more of a platforming challenge than a battle, and it works really well because of that. I love how after you flip the switch and make him fall into the lava, he just shows up 5 minutes later like nothing happened. This time shooting even more powerful fireballs as the entire stage crumbles with each new jump you make. All of this culminates to the final section, a chase sequence where Bowser dashes at Mario at full speed. All while you have to avoid bricks that you have less than a second to react to. This whole chase scene is incredibly tense, and by far one of the coolest final sequences in Mario history. Upon the defeat of Bowser, the sky clears and Mario is finally able to rescue Peach. And right after doing so, makes use of the Tanuki leaf and flies off with her back to the Mushroom Kingdom, bringing a wonderful end to this incredible game. But surely this game couldn't get any better than this, right?
Help me!
Oh, but it can. After beating the game, you don't only unlock one special world, but 8 special worlds, doubling the amount of courses in this game. These special worlds feature remix courses from that of the main game, and also sometimes entirely new courses. The remix courses are a lot of fun, and genuinely are different enough from the courses they originate from to feel fresh. You also unlock the ability to play as Luigi once you beat the first special world castle, which is absolutely amazing. The levels in these special worlds offer a great challenge and introduce so many ideas to pre-existing levels, and overall create one of the absolute best post-games of any Mario game. I strongly recommend you try out these special world levels if you never have. They are very much worth it. Released on July 28th, 2012, New Super Mario Bros. 2, as stated before, is the third entry in the New Super Mario Bros. Series, following the immense success of its predecessors on the DS and Wii. In the months leading up until its launch, there really wasn't much hype for this game. From the trailers, it just looked like New Super Mario Bros., but on the 3DS. Along with that, another New Super Mario Bros. Game was set to release only 4 months after this one on the Wii U as a launch title. The only thing this game had going for it was its coin gimmick. And I mean, who is gonna spend $40 just to do something you could do in any other Mario game? Well, other than me. This game opens up just like every other 2D Mario game. Mario and Luigi leave the princess unattended, this time flying off with one of the returning power-ups in this game, the Tanuki leaf, only to be interrupted by the Koopalings, who have once again kidnapped Peach and fly off with her while Mario and Luigi chase them. After that, it's straight into the first world, where we seem to hear some music that's oddly familiar. But we'll talk about that a little more later. For now, let's get into the levels of this game. Starting off with the first level, it's obviously not anything special. It's simple and short, and introduces the coin gimmick pretty well with this underground section showing you the sheer amount of coins you can collect compared to previous games. The second level showcases the Mega Mushroom, another returning power-up in this game. And while destroying everything in your path is fun, it's not something we haven't seen before, which is one of the things that really holds a lot of the levels back in this game. I mean, look at 1-4. It's a level that takes place high in the sky, where you platform along a bunch of stationary and moving colorful mushrooms. Where have we seen that before? Along with this, NSMB 2 has one of the lamest renditions of the World 1 Sky Mushroom stages. In DS, we had the bouncy pink mushrooms, which were a lot of fun to jump around on. In Wii, you had those giant rotating mushroom blocks and the brick conveyor belts that you could ride to get a star coin or collect some red coins. But in New Super Mario Bros. 2, you got the mushrooms, and I mean, some of them move. The levels here just feel stale a lot of the time. Whether it be the reused ideas, locations, power-up gimmicks, it all starts to blend in with the other games, and is one of the reasons I rarely ever go back to this entry. But the levels aren't always bad. Sometimes this game is really able to spread its wings and show its originality. Just take a look at the cannons in this game. Unlike DS and Wii where you just shot to the next world, this time you have to actually play through a cool auto-running level, which I can only imagine is the inspiration behind Super Mario Run. The first one is obviously very simple, but as you get into the later ones, you have to start avoiding more well-placed enemies, and sometimes even bounce off of them to be able to complete the stage. Along with that, these levels have an incredibly cool visual style that's different from anything we've ever seen in the new Soup series. I love these cannon levels. I love that it requires the player to have actual skill to complete. It's such a perfect idea because it allows the cannons to still exist so that speedrunning is more interesting, but also makes them difficult enough to complete so that not just any player can skip to World 8 in like 10 minutes because they watch Andre from Game Explain show them the secret exit in Roy's snakefuck castle.
To reveal the hidden path to a green toad house and the cannon in World 1, you'll have to find the secret flagpole in the forest.
Another reason I love the cannons so much in this game is the worlds they lead to. Instead of sticking with the weird tradition this series has, with World 1 being grasslands, World 2 being desert, World 3 being snowy, World 4 being beachy, World 5 being a jungle, etc., this game introduces 2 new world types while sticking to 8 worlds overall. These new worlds being the Mushroom World and Flower World. The way they were able to add these worlds while also maintaining all the world themes from the other games was to combine different world themes together, which is something I've always loved about this game. Instead of World 3 just having a beach theme, you see on the map that the beach slowly transitions into a jungle, and that the levels start to change to a more jungly theme, before finally becoming entirely jungle-based. In World 5, the theme is mostly sky and cloud related, but near the end of the world, you see some mountains start to peek through the clouds, which is reflected in the level of that area, 5-6, being mountain themed. This is such a small thing overall, but it makes some of these worlds feel far less bland and repetitive, while also keeping their respective themes. But back to the new worlds in this game, Mushroom and Flower, these worlds feature some of my absolute favorite levels in the entire game. The first level in World Mushroom is this extremely colorful athletic level placed high in the clouds. You're platforming across these Super Mario Bros. 3 inspired blocks, throwing Koopa shells, stomping Goombas. It's what I wish the first level of this game was. It's simple and to the point, but really shows how vibrant this game can get. One of the reasons I love these worlds so much is because they don't conform to a particular world theme, but rather create something completely distinct, regardless of setting. Often even introducing completely new times of day to these world themes. Just take a look at Flower Dash 1. It takes place in a sunset mountain setting, something we've never seen before, and is filled with snake blocks and colorful pipes. Along with this, these worlds sometimes introduce enemies from different world themes in completely new places. One of the best examples of this is in Flower Dash 3, where we see a Cheep Chomp, an enemy usually seen in underwater and beach themed levels, now put in a jungle themed level, swimming in the poison water while you swing across vines trying to avoid it. The point I'm trying to get across is that this game continuously shows that it's able to be original and bring new ideas to the series, but time and time again shows the complete opposite for the bulk of its runtime. I mean, just look at the soundtrack of this game. Notice first how I'm calling it a soundtrack and not an OST. OST stands for Original Soundtrack, and calling this game soundtrack original wouldn't be farther from the truth. There are about 40 tracks in this game, and of these about 40, there are, and trust me, I went through every single song in the main soundtrack and checked, 20 tracks outright stolen from New Super Mario Bros. Wii with nothing changed at all other than the fact that they're compressed to 3DS sound quality, 12 remixed tracks, with most of these remixed tracks just adding BOS to pre-existing NSMB Wii tracks, and 4 completely original songs. 4. Out of the 36 I mentioned, 4 are completely original. I know NSMB Wii had this issue with a lot of tracks from DS, but at least those were remixed or re-recorded to sound different. These were not. And it's really unfortunate because a unique soundtrack could have made this game so much more memorable. Along with stealing songs from New Super Mario Bros. Wii, this game also sometimes straight up steals Koopaling fights from that game. I mean, just look at Iggy's fight in this game compared to his fight in Wii. It's practically identical and really further cements my biggest problem with this game. It sometimes just feels like New Super Mario Bros. Wii ported to 3DS. But all of this, the reused music, sometimes lackluster levels, rehashed boss fights, and short runtime are all nullified because of one aspect of this game. Coins, baby! Oh my god, coins here, coins there, coins everywhere! Coin Goomba, Coin Koopa, Coin Piranha Plant! Fuck it. Coin Fish. Yes, I somehow managed to ramble on about this game for multiple minutes without mentioning the main gimmick of this game, coin collecting. While it obviously doesn't nullify every problem this game has, it certainly helps it stand out from the other games. Collecting coins was always something you just did in other Mario games. You didn't really think about it, you just kinda grabbed them if you saw them. But in New Super Mario Bros. 2, coins are now the main focus, and every level has at least some way to collect an absurd amount of them. Whether that be gold rings that turn every enemy golden and reward coins when chaining defeats on them, the golden brick that awards you coins every time you move, or the one and only new power-up in this game, the Gold Flower. The Gold Flower turns Mario into, well, Gold Mario, and is one of the most fun and satisfying Mario power-ups ever. It functions just like a fire flower, however, having an explosion effect when it collides with an enemy, brick, or wall, turning everything it hits into a bunch of coins. Now this coin collecting is fun and all, but what's the incentive? Extra lives? More score? I mean, why would anyone possibly waste hours upon hours of their life collecting coins in a Mario game? Oh. The global coin counter. One of the main reasons I poured so many hours into this game when I was a kid. All it does is keep a tally of every coin you've collected with a cap of 10 million coins. Well, I guess 9,999,999 coins to be exact. This one basically useless counter practically saves the game in my eyes. Without it, child me would have stopped playing the game so much sooner than I did. I used to love going back into some of my favorite coin-filled levels and just seeing how many I could collect. All while I watched that counter slowly get higher and higher. It was the perfect pastime for me. Waiting at the airport? Coins. On a long drive? Coins. Sitting on the side of the highway because your parents' car broke down and they're desperately waiting for someone to come help you, but the weather is really bad and there's not really good cell service? Coins. Obviously now you'd have something like your phone to pass the time on, but I mean, for a kid in 2012, this was amazing. And I mean, how could I mention coin collecting in this game without talking about the extra mode made specifically for doing said thing? Coin Rush. A mode all about collecting coins. Okay, well it's more interesting than that. Coin Rush has a variety of level packs to choose from, with some being paid DLC released a few months after the game's launch, that see you speedrunning through modified pre-existing and Coin Rush exclusive levels to collect as many coins as you can. You have a pretty strict time limit and have to avoid dying even once, or else you have to restart from the very beginning of the pack. The starting packs are pretty easy. These are levels you're familiar with, and the levels chosen aren't particularly difficult ones. However, in the later packs, and especially DLC packs, these can get absurdly hard. Some of the hardest 2D Mario levels ever made come from this mode, with the Impossible pack really living up to its name. These levels are incredibly fast-paced even without the time limit, and require almost perfect knowledge of the game's mechanics to even stand a chance in. The DLC packs for this game are one of the coolest things Nintendo has ever done. One of my favorite packs they released was the Gold Classics pack. It doesn't feature impossibly hard levels like the Impossible pack, rather features a bunch of remade levels from classic 2D Mario games that are just a blast to run through collecting as many coins as you can. Coin Rush is something I never hear people talk about when they mention this game. It not only made collecting coins that much more fun, but had some of the most creative, difficult, and fun Mario levels we've ever seen. This mode does not nearly get enough credit for what it is. Another really cool thing that inspired me to keep collecting coins in this game was the title screen. As you collect more and more coins, the title screen reflects this, with every milestone you reach adding more coins to the background of the title screen. It was such a small thing, but that little show of progress kept me going. The coin collecting gimmick might sound dumb now in retrospect, but it really is what separated it from all the other games in the series, especially New Super Mario Bros. U, which was released only 4 months after this game. But enough about coins. Getting back to the main game itself, there's just one more main thing I wanted to talk about. Bowser! Now in both New Super Mario Bros. Games I covered before this, which were DS and Wii, I praised these games for either having an incredibly cool final castle before the fight, or having an incredibly cool final fight itself. DS had the incredible castle, and Wii had the incredible boss fight. But what about this game? What did it have? How about both? Now the castle itself starts off relatively normal. Some fire to avoid, snake blocks to ride. It's pretty alright considering this game's track record with level design in the main game. However, all of that changes once you hit this checkpoint. The Koopalings fly out in the backdrop of the stage in a giant Koopa car, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, what the hell are they gonna do back there? Goofy little Koopa troop. Oh, okay. While not as cool as DS's stage flip mechanic, this holds a close second for coolest gimmick in 2D Mario Bowser's castles. I love how you have to strategically plan when you're gonna make a run for it, and how sometimes you have to balance on moving conveyor belts so you can be safe from the flash. I'm so glad they went with an original idea here for this castle because it makes it so much more memorable. And while it's not particularly too hard, this isn't the last we'll see of this mechanic. Onto the Bowser fight itself, the first phase starts off just like any other. A classic face-off between Mario and Bowser, where all you gotta do is run under him when he jumps, hit the switch, and send him into the lava. But where we had a giant Bowser chase Mario down a long hallway until you drained the lava and pretty much killed Bowser, New Super Mario Bros. 2 flips that idea on its head. No, literally, flips that idea. Instead of running away from Bowser horizontally, now you're running away from him vertically, scaling all the way up to the very top of the castle while lava rises and Bowser claws at you. It's a really cool idea. You have to strategically trick Bowser into striking at your platform after you've already abandoned it. Along with that, once you're near the top, you have to avoid the metal Bowser heads that shoot fireballs at you until you're able to hit that giant button and send Bowser all the way down into the depths of Kamek's basement. It makes for a very fun and memorable fight. The only downside really being the reused music from Wii's final Bowser fight. But that's not the end of this game. After watching the credits and loading back into your save file, a new world will be available on the bottom screen. World Star. For the small price of 90 star coins, you get access to some of the best levels in the game, with some of my favorites being Star-Dash 3 and Star-Dash 6. Star-Dash 3 is this stage that has this cool haunted beach setting and is filled with womps and ghosts to avoid. I mean, why couldn't we have a level like this in the main beach world? World Star 6 takes place in this abandoned underwater castle that doesn't even have a boss. It's just a regular stage based in an old castle where you have to avoid a bunch of fish bones. I love the aesthetic of this stage. However, once you complete every level here, you unlock a real castle level, the actual final Bowser level. This level brings back the Koopalings in the clown car, however this time fully makes use of its potential, forcing the player to be even more careful with how they approach the level. At some points, you even have to correctly time a jump in order to be behind a part of the wall so you don't die to the flash. It's incredibly difficult and perfect for a true final level. After getting through that section though, you aren't completely finished with the level. Although you send Bowser's scrawny Koopa ass to rot in Kamek's basement, you haven't fully defeated him. Say hello to Bone Bowser. The entire fight is just like how it was in World 6, however this time much harder. Even the classic face-off with him is even more difficult, with Dry Bowser throwing his bones at you. I was actually caught off guard when I went back to record footage for this game and really suffered the consequences of Bowser's bones. The actual big Dry Bowser fight is much harder than the regular one, with the metal Bowser heads appearing much earlier and Dry Bowser being much quicker to strike at you. It's an equally fun and difficult remixed fight, and I loved playing through it. Initially released on November 18th, 2012 as a launch title for the Wii U, and then re-released as a port on January 11th, 2019 for the Nintendo Switch, New Super Mario Bros. U is the fourth entry in the New Super Mario Bros. Series. Development for this game started right after the release of New Super Mario Bros. Wii and spanned about 3 years. The first we ever heard of this game's existence was at E3 2011, where it was available as one of the many playable Wii U tech demos meant to show off the gamepad's functionality. At this E3 event though, the game was weirdly titled New Super Mario Bros. Me, instead of the name we all know it as today, most likely because of the many Miis present in the demo. However, a year later at E3 2012, the game was fully revealed, now with its final name, New Super Mario Bros. U. The opening for this game starts off just like any other. Mario, Luigi, and some friends are enjoying a meal, but as you probably expected, are rudely interrupted by Bowser and his giant hand thing. Now where most Mario games would see Bowser using this hand to grab Peach and escape back to his fiery kingdom, New Super Mario Bros. U shakes things up a little, something this series desperately needed. And instead of kidnapping Peach, Bowser instead grabs Mario and friends, hurling them miles away from the Mushroom Kingdom, hoping to never see them again. This change of pace is amazing. It always annoyed me how every New Super Mario Bros. Game up to this point always had you start in the Mushroom Kingdom. It was one of the things that made these games blend in at times. But this change isn't without flaw. Despite Bowser throwing them far away from the grassy plains of the Mushroom Kingdom, opening up the possibility to start in a completely new environment, the game has you instead land in another grassy plain, an area referred to as Eggcorn Plains. I would have absolutely loved if this game started in, say, a mountain world or ice world, or just anything that isn't Eggcorn Plains, as it would have been something fresh and unique. But I guess not starting in the Mushroom Kingdom is a plus. While on the topic of worlds though, New Super Mario Bros. U returns to an idea we haven't seen since Super Mario World and connects all 8 worlds together, creating a giant world map, allowing the player to travel to each world seamlessly. This has always been one of my favorite things about the game. It's so nice to zoom out and see where you are in proportion to everything else, but also where you're going next if you're playing the game for the first time. And while this idea isn't executed perfectly, with the change from Desert World to Snow World being very jarring, a lot of them are done very well and overall make the world feel lively and connected. I mean, just look at a fully zoomed out version of the map. You can spot so many little details and secrets spread all throughout. It's incredible. One of the absolute best new additions with this connected map though, has to be the secret exits. In previous New Super Mario Bros. Games, a lot of secret exits would lead to cannons. These cannons would allow you to skip entire worlds with relative ease. However, in this game, cannons are completely removed, with secret exits now unlocking paths that lead to the new world, and along the way forcing you to tackle a level relative to the area you're in to show your skills and prove you're ready for the next world. For example, the secret exit in 1-2 brings you to World 5. However, to make your way there, you pass around World 4, the beach world, and to prove you can survive in World 5, you have to take on a World 4 themed level, which is just so cool. But enough about the world map. Let's get into the bulk of what matters in a 2D Mario game, the levels. Starting off with the first level, it's okay, but out of every single New Super Mario Bros. Opening level, this has gotta be the most forgettable to me. It introduced the new power-up of the game, the Super Acorn, pretty well, but it doesn't have that distinct thing that all the others have. DS had the Mega Mushroom section that let you destroy huge parts of the level. Wii had those spinning hills with secret pipes inside, and New Super Mario Bros. 2 had the music blocks and those colorful Mario 3 inspired blocks. All New Super Mario Bros. U has is, squirrels? The first level of a 2D Mario game should have something memorable in it. Something that should at least make you go, oh, this is cool. But instead all we got here is some flying squirrels and Goombas. This is really unfortunate because the game genuinely has a ton of good levels throughout its runtime, some of the absolute best being Layer Cake Desert Dash 5, Dry Desert Mushrooms. This level is entirely based around the spike enemies. They're placed high above you, and you have to make your way through the level constantly avoiding them, and trying to determine when they'll drop their spiky rocks so that you can make it through unharmed. Later in the level, the spikes are atop these extending and retracting mushrooms that allow them to drop rocks even more randomly. The end of the level has a ton of them above you at once, forcing you to be very precise about your movement. Frosted Glacier's first level, Star Spinning Sky, has you platforming across a bunch of spinning stars, as you would probably expect from the name, that light up the stage with their beautiful glow. The setting of this stage, and also the entire world, is an amazing take on the Snow World theme. These levels take place at night in a snowy mountain setting with the backgrounds filled with bright stars and tall trees. The end of the level makes great use of munchers, encouraging you to platform safely across the stars without falling. However, if you look around and find a secret area, you can get a star that lets you effortlessly cross the munchers without a problem as a reward for exploring the level well. Sparkling Waters has this haunted ghost ship level that I absolutely adore. Not only is the idea extremely unique, it's executed insanely well. You have the underwater section that sees you avoiding groups of boos, a pole jumping section where you have to land on a variety of floating boxes, and a maze at the end of the level that's filled with secrets. Levels like these give me hope for 2D Mario. There's a lot of potential for greatness in the series. The end of the level also has this amazing backdrop, showing a full 3D model of the haunted shipwreck with this gloomy lighting. I love it. This level also has a secret exit, and this secret exit leads you to one of the coolest levels in the game, Skyward Stalk. This level is not only amazing because of its unique idea, but also how it correlates to the secret exit. The world map shows a huge beanstalk that leads high up into marine clouds, which is exactly what you do in the level. Climb up a giant beanstalk into the clouds. I wish more levels in this game did something similar to this. It makes great use of the world map. And the level itself is great. Usually auto-scrollers are very lame and slow, but this one is actually fun. And I mean, who couldn't love these little balloon Goombas? But by far out of every level in this game, the absolute best has to be Soda Jungle's Painted Swampland. The level has an entirely new art style that's inspired by the famous Starry Night painting by Vincent van Gogh. I absolutely love this. There's so much character present in just the graphics of this level alone. The entire time I play this, I'm always looking at the background and just appreciating how well it's done. Could you imagine an entire world based on this style? It would be nothing short of incredible. But that's not the only great thing about this level. In order to progress through the game, you have to find this stage's secret exit, as the regular exit literally just leads nowhere. Back in my Mario Galaxy video, I talked about how a good game is able to teach the player core mechanics without interrupting the flow of gameplay with text boxes and long-winded tutorials. And this is another great example of that. While the game could stop you and let you know, oh hey, some levels have secret exits, Mario U says nah, we're gonna make you look for them. You are required to explore this level. This level is just so good in so many different ways. So yeah, overall, a lot of the levels in the game are great. But you know what's even better? Yoshi. Baby Yoshi. Making the return from Super Mario World, albeit functioning entirely differently, New Super Mario Bros. U reintroduces the Baby Yoshis to 2D Mario. Originally in Super Mario World, the Baby Yoshis were nothing more than the name implies. Baby Yoshis. Your goal with them was to feed them enough so that they would grow into an adult Yoshi. However, in Mario U, the Baby Yoshis have an entirely new purpose. Now unable to grow up, the Baby Yoshis have 3 different variants, all with their own ability. The Balloon Baby Yoshi, first found in Acorn Plains, offers, well, a balloon power, expanding into a giant big Yoshi when you shake the controller, allowing for a lot of vertical movement options. The Bubble Baby Yoshi, first found in Frosted Glacier, creates a bunch of bubbles when you shake the controller. These bubbles will instantly defeat any enemy they touch, offering coins and occasionally 1-ups to the player. You can also gain a little bit of height if you jump off these bubbles, but not much. The last and final Baby Yoshi, the glowing Baby Yoshi, glows. That's all it does. Unlike Yoshi, you can actually take these Baby Yoshis into different levels and use their abilities throughout the entire game. Well, except the glowing one. You can't take that one out of levels, sadly. Although it's really unfortunate regular Yoshi still can't be taken out of levels, I love being able to take these little guys across the entire game. It adds a lot of strategy to how the player will approach certain levels. The only levels you can't take these guys into are castle levels, which makes sense. It might be a little overpowered to be able to turn Boom Boom and the Koopalings into a bubble at the shake of a controller. Oh yeah, Boom Boom and the Koopalings are back! Boom Boom, now making his first appearance in 2D Mario since Super Mario Bros. 3, acts as the mid-castle boss for most of the worlds throughout the game. Your first battle with him is simple enough. However, over the course of each and every world, he becomes stronger and stronger, with Kamek giving him more ways of attacking you. I would love to say this makes his fights more interesting, but they really don't. Once you hit Boom Boom down once, you've practically won the fight, as you can just jump on him right when he gets back up another 2 times to finish him off. I think his fights would have been leagues more interesting if he had invincibility frames when getting up, as he might actually pose a threat that way. All in all though, I was glad to see him return. He's much better than fighting the Koopalings twice per world like in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and a lot better than the Rhinos from New Super Mario Bros. 2. The Koopalings, now making their 3rd appearance in the New Super Mario Bros. Series, are actually done extremely well this time. Their castle levels are a lot better, with Ludwig's being my personal favorite, and the fights themselves are the best Koopalings fights in 2D Mario. Instead of just fighting them in a room at the end of the castle, each Koopaling has their own ship now that you shoot into at the end of every castle level to fight them. These ships also change depending on the character, which is something I love. It makes the Koopalings feel more distinct and shows actual character, even if it is incredibly minor. Lemmy's fight is the first and easily the most simple. His ship doesn't have anything fancy and he just kinda throws bombs at you. However, other Koopalings fights get a bit more interesting. In World 2, Morton summons a giant Pokey and hits parts of it at the player. In World 3, Wendy has an ice rink in her ship with icicles that fall from the top as the fight goes on. In World 6 and 7, Roy and Ludwig have fights that take place on top of their ship, with Roy summoning platforms and shooting bullet bills, and Ludwig creating clones of himself to try and trick the player. I absolutely love how unique these fights are. They incorporate parts of the Koopalings' characters into the fight, and also make the setting completely new and creative for the series. These fights do not get nearly enough credit. I loved them. And while on the topic of things in this game that didn't get nearly enough credit, we have the Challenge Mode. Challenge Mode is a side mode separate from the main game that sees you, well, doing a variety of challenges. In the Wii U version, there are 5 categories of challenges: Time Attack, Coin Collection, 1-Up Rally, Special, and Boost Mode. The Nintendo Switch port of the game straight up removed the Boost Mode challenges as they were meant to be played with the Wii U gamepad. But you aren't really missing much if you don't own the Wii U version. I never hear people talking about the challenges in this game anymore, which is a real shame, because they are absolutely one of the best things this game has to offer. Most of the challenges take tons of pre-existing stages in the game and add incredibly fun new clear conditions to them. For example, one of the special category challenges takes place in the first level of Soda Jungle. And to complete the challenge, you have to make use of the Super Eggcorn and clear the entire level without touching the ground. Something I literally never thought would be possible when I played the stage in the base game. Another special challenge, Big Air at Sundown, sees you making use of the Mini Mushroom, using it to clear the entirety of a snake block stage without touching the snake blocks. I absolutely love this challenge. You have to use the paratroopas and other enemies spread all throughout the level as landing pads. This challenge is not only extremely fun, but it demonstrates to the player one of the many ways the Mini Mushroom works incredibly seamlessly. As you progress through these challenges and complete and unlock more of them, they get harder and harder, forcing you to get an even better understanding of Mario's movement and how to best use it to your advantage. One of the harder challenges I was never able to beat as a kid was Larry's Groundless Battle. The challenge sees the player having to beat Larry Koopa's Koopaling fight without touching the ground at all, only being able to land on the water geysers that shoot up every so often. This challenge is incredibly difficult and is only a taste of how hard these challenges can get. Please try out this game's challenge mode if you never have, it's very much worth it. The other 2 side modes this game has to offer are Boost Rush and Coin Battle. I never really enjoyed either of these modes, but I'm still glad they're in the game. Boost Rush sees you journeying through different level packs similar to Coin Rush and New Super Mario Bros. 2, with the screen scrolling faster the more coins you collect. Coin Battle is a co-op only mode where you, battle for coins. I never really played this mode much as a kid because whenever I played the game with friends, we strictly stuck to the main game and pissed each other off by throwing each other off the stage. Overall though, I think the inclusion of 3 side modes is amazing. It adds a lot of stuff for the player to do outside of the base game, with the challenge mode being the absolute best mode the New Super Mario Bros. Series has ever done. But returning back to the main game, we have without a doubt the best final world in 2D Mario history, Peach's Castle. Throughout the game, you see the castle slowly fade into the control of Bowser. First the flags are changed, then a storm is created around it, and then finally the storm fully consumes the castle, shrouding it from outside light. By the time you reach the castle, the place is absolutely ruined by Bowser. The water moat surrounding it has been replaced with lava, and all the toads have vanished from the place. It's so cool to see the castle like this, especially in a 2D Mario game. One of the coolest things they did here has to be the world map theme though. It's a sped up, more menacing, Bowser-like version of the Peach's Castle theme from Super Mario 64. Take a listen. The levels here are great, especially the elevator stage, which sees you ascending the castle, avoiding enemies on this platform that you control by tilting the controller. But I can't help but wish we saw a remake or reimagining of previous levels that took place near Peach's Castle and other 2D Mario games. Maybe we could have seen something like New Super Mario Bros. Wii's first level, but it's filled with lava and volcanic eruptions or something. It would have been so cool. Moving on to the final level itself, it's great, but pretty short. Bowser Jr. is here, and he uses his clown car to try to crush you and throw you into the lava. And just as soon as it's getting good and you start to understand how Bowser Jr. works and you're ready for more, it's over. I would have loved for there to be so much more to this level. There was tons of potential for a really challenging stage here, but maybe they wanted the focus here to be on the Bowser fight itself, which is absolutely incredible. Similar to almost every 2D Mario game before it, the fight starts off with the classic face-off between Mario and Bowser, which is over in about 4 seconds. Seriously, you'd think Bowser would learn to stop jumping in the air like that during these fights. I mean, I can understand the first couple times, but like still? You're still doing that, Bowser? It's kind of embarrassing if you ask me. But onto the true final Bowser fight, it's a ton of fun. Bowser grows to an enormous size, and you fight him accompanied by Bowser Jr. on top of the castle. To deal damage to him, you have to literally steal Bowser Jr.'s clown car, and deck Bowser in the head with it 3 times. It's a very cool way to deal damage, but man, I always loved how menacing Bowser is throughout this fight. He walks so arrogantly, and once you hit him, goes into his shell and starts bouncing around like crazy, taking up like 1/4 of the screen at times. Once he's out of his shell, he lets out a massive roar, shooting tons of fireballs into the air. It's so cool. This doesn't top New Super Mario Bros. Wii's fight for me, but it's definitely high up there for best 2D Mario Bowser fight. I love how Bowser Jr. is here too. He hasn't been in a final Bowser fight since New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, and he works really well here. It's sometimes actually tough to avoid both of them at the same time. But the fight isn't too hard. After a few bonks to the head, Bowser goes down, letting out a final roar before he falls into the depths of the castle. Following not soon after his father, Bowser Jr. also descends into the depths of the castle. Although not due to Mario defeating him, he just kinda accepted his fate, bringing an end to the amazing fight. Released here in North America on November 22nd, 2013, and later re-released as an enhanced port for the Nintendo Switch on February 12th, 2021, Super Mario 3D World is the 6th mainline 3D Mario game, and serves as a successor to Super Mario 3D Land, improving upon its formula and introducing a ton of new things that set it apart. Development for this game unsurprisingly started shortly after 3D Land's release in 2011, with the main goal the team had being to implement 4-player couch co-op multiplayer to 3D Land's new Super Mario Bros.-esque level design. But since a lot of the groundwork for this game was already laid by 3D Land, the team was able to experiment a ton with cool new gimmicks and level ideas, but also new characters. Since this game would be 4-player, they couldn't just have Mario and Luigi playable, they needed at least 2 more. And at first, the simple yellow and blue toads used in the new Super Mario Bros. Games were the easiest picks. However, producer of the game Yoshiaki Koizumi pitched that Peach be playable, as he felt the Mario series needed more female representation. This idea not only made it so the plot of the game wouldn't be the usual saving Peach deal and could actually be something unique, but also sparked another idea from the team that the character roster could be the same as Super Mario Bros. 2, serving as a homage to that game, with the character's unique abilities coming back as well, with Mario being an all-around character, Luigi jumping higher, Peach floating, and Toad running fast. Yoshi was also pitched as another possible playable character, but was ultimately rejected due to his moves being too similar to other characters' abilities, and it being difficult to give him power-ups. In the end, I think it was a good choice to add Peach instead of Yoshi, as it not only allows Peach to finally go up against Bowser and kick him in the face, but it also lets the initial roster be an amazing callback to Mario too. And I mean, how would the catsuit even work with Yoshi? Oh god. Speaking of the catsuit, the idea for this power-up came very early in development, as the team wanted a close-up attack ability that wasn't just jumping, and they also wanted something that would allow newer players to clear obstacles easier and climb up walls. And after thinking about all those actions they wanted the player to be able to perform, they realized cats were the perfect animal for this. And so the Cat Bell was born. And Mario was once again able to become a furry. But while the catsuit's idea emerged super early in development, another iconic power-up from this game wasn't conceived until just a few months before the game's release, when a developer accidentally cloned Mario's character model when testing a level. After seeing this hilarious mistake, other members of the team thought it was such a cool mechanic that they ended up scrambling together to implement it last second in the form of the Double Cherry, even making changes to the final boss fight so that it used it.
Super Mario 3D World!
Upon starting the game for the first time and creating a save file, you're met with the opening cutscene. It's the night of the Star Festival, and Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Blue Toad are admiring the shooting stars in the night sky, and the beautiful fireworks. Until they come across a strange-looking broken pipe along their path. And for probably the first time since the Mario Bros. Arcade game, Mario and Luigi actually use their plumbing skills to fix the strange pipe. Until suddenly a bunch of weird items burst out of the pipe, along with a small green fairy. This green fairy warns them of an evil giant green turtle who is capturing all her friends. Until, right on cue, Bowser himself appears, squeezing himself out of the odd pipe, capturing the tiny fairy and descending back down, escaping. Peach, desperate to help the tiny fairy, follows Bowser through the pipe, with the rest of them not far behind. And after a quick ride through this oddly clear pipe, the four are spit out into the Sprixie Kingdom, setting into motion the game and establishing the main plot. I really like this opening. I mean, apart from how pretty the sky looks here with the shooting stars and fireworks, it tells the player the information they need to know in such a colorful way. The visuals here for a Wii U game are great, and the expressiveness the characters have work perfectly with the cartoony art style 3D World goes for. I mean, the way Mario and Luigi fix the pipe, how the characters react to Bowser appearing, and just how silly Bowser looks squished inside the clear pipe, do a great job at setting the goofy tone of this game. But the visuals aren't the only great part of this opening though. The music is also phenomenal. Unlike Galaxy 1 and 2 before it, which used a live orchestra in the form of the Mario Galaxy Orchestra team, 3D World takes a different approach to its music, using a live jazz band known as the Mario 3D World Big Band. And in this opening, this jazz band does an incredible job at setting the atmosphere, but more importantly, establishing Bowser's much more stylish, show-offy vibe he has in this game. He still, of course, is the silly villain we all know and love, but now he's gotten a lot cooler. And I really love how he's portrayed in this game, and specifically this opening. Heading into the first level though, this stage is a great place to test out the 4 different playable characters you have when you first start the game. As I mentioned earlier, each character has a unique playstyle different from each other, which is something I love. Instead of all controlling the same like in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, the characters here have distinct attributes which reflect their personality and character traits. Mario is all around good at everything, showing his experience as the main character of the series, and is a safe pick for new players. Luigi, being slimmer and taller than his brother, jumps a bit higher than him, and due to his slimness, falls a bit slower. However, due to his clumsiness, is very slippery, and can be pretty hard to get the hang of. Peach, due to her dress, can't run as fast as the rest of the characters, but can use it to float in the air for a short period of time, showcasing her elegance as a princess. And Blue Toad, being the shortest of the bunch, is very quick on his feet and runs insanely fast. But due to his small size and giant toad head, can't jump that high and falls very quickly. Offering these different playstyles is a great way to spice things up, especially in multiplayer when specific characters could be used to do things others can't, like asking the person playing Peach to float and grab the green star stamp, or asking the Luigi player to boost off someone's head and use their high jumps to reach a place the rest couldn't get to. Usually when playing, I stick to Luigi and sometimes Peach, as Luigi's high jumps are so useful for grabbing green stars just out of reach and always getting the top of the flagpole, and Peach's technical playstyle with her being able to float can also be super useful as well. Overall, the different characters offer so many ways for you to interact with the levels, and definitely spice up multiplayer quite a bit. But as you may know, although you start the game with 4 characters, later into the game this changes. We'll talk about that later though. For now, we have the world map. Unlike 3D Land, which had straight lines for worlds, 3D World gives us fully explorable 3D world maps with a bunch of cool stuff to do. You can of course use this world map as just a level select and follow the established lines, but that's lame. There's a ton of stuff to do here, like find secrets, gamble, and get power-ups from toad houses. Wait, gamble? Yes, one of the many things you can find on the world maps in this game are the slot machines. And upon entering these machines, you get a chance at winning big by matching the power-up icons on the slots. And while most times you'll only leave here with a measly 100 or 200 coins, chump change to an avid Mushroom Kingdom gambler, if you jump to the beat of the music here, you can actually quite easily match 4 of the same power-up icons and win the jackpot. And when I found this out in 2014, 9-year-old me became the richest person in the entire Sprixie Kingdom. Jokes aside though, these slot machine rooms are so fun. The music being a jazzy rendition of the character select theme from Mario 2, And the overall vibe here do a great job at just showing off how unique this game is. Like, why are there random slot machines that show up on the world map that can give you a ton of coins? I don't know, but I love them! You can tell just how much fun the team had working on this game from all the little stuff like this spread around. Like, for example, in later worlds, you can find these stones on the ground. And if you approach them, you can interact with them by pressing A, which will spawn a pipe. These pipes usually take you to Fire Bros hideouts or mushroom houses, but in World 5 can lead you to this secret golden train level. This stage is filled with tons of coins and is just a blast to go through, and is literally something that most people won't find, but was still put here anyway because the developers wanted to, and I think that's so cool. Enough about world maps though. I think it's time we get into the most important part of this game, the levels themselves. One of the best things about the levels in this game is that everyone has a gimmick, and they never overuse or drive these ideas into the ground, and instead keep constantly introducing new ones. I mean, the amount of ideas you'll see thrown at you just between the first and second world is more than you see throughout the entire runtime of a new Super Mario Bros. Game. Not counting DS, of course. And for a game that is said to have taken a lot of inspiration from that series, is honestly quite surprising. And even though I obviously won't be able to cover every level, I do want to highlight some of my favorites. Starting off with Fuzzy Time Mine. This stage spares no time for introduction, and from the moment you start it, you're immediately met with the threat of the rising Fuzzy Storm chasing after you, with the music urging you to move quickly. However, as quickly as you want to move, you can't, as in order to heighten the stakes of this stage, the level is an auto-scroller. And while at first that may seem annoying, it makes the stage a lot more interesting. Playing this level in multiplayer is always so funny, as everyone is scrambling to collect everything, but also trying to, not be swallowed by the giant fuzzy virus, and leads to a level that in single player or multiplayer is always fun. Another level I really love is Shadow Play Alley. The whole gimmick of this stage is, well, the shadows, with you having to use them to find secrets like this green star hidden up here, or help Captain Toad figure out that this giant Bowser shadow taunting him isn't actually Bowser, but instead his evil twin brother, Woodzer. The best part of this stage is that half of it takes place behind a wall, with the only thing you being able to see are the shadows of what's going on back there. Which leads to cool secrets like this stamp, which seems to be behind a completely unreachable wall, but is just instead packed in with some crates. And moving on, we have Hands-On Hall. This level is based on old traditional Japanese dojos, with the music here reflecting this, being one of the coolest songs in the game. Using the Wii U gamepad or pointer on the Switch version, you can slide open the shoji to reveal a path forward, or just fight a group of enemies. There's also these Bowser gongs you can hit, and I just love that. This stage also features an outdoor section where you scale your way to the top section of the dojo, collecting the key coins and avoiding the spikes. I absolutely adore when stages have unique themes like this. I mean, a cool gimmick is awesome enough, but the actual level itself having a unique dedicated theme, and in this level's case, unique music track as well, just makes it stand out so much more to me, and I will never not enjoy revisiting this stage. Moving on, the last level I want to highlight is Sprawling Savannah. You know how I said earlier that after 3D Land made things even more linear, fans were begging for another open sandbox style 3D Mario? Well, Sprawling Savannah uses that as its gimmick, and as the name implies, is a giant sprawling savanna level, where you can explore this big open area to find secrets and collectibles. This is so cool. Using something like this as a gimmick showcases just how creative the 3D World team got with this game, and is something I will always appreciate about it. Overall, 3D World has some absolutely phenomenal stages. And even though I wasn't able to highlight every amazing one, honorable mention goes out to the Mario Kart theme track Mount Mustache. The sheer level of uniqueness here makes this one of the most replayable Mario games. But while the main game stages are great, they aren't the only levels here. Yes, making his first playable debut, Captain Toad is a playable character here, and features a handful of unique levels completely different from everything else in the game. These levels are bite-sized diorama type stages, and see Captain Toad navigating around using the environment to elevate him, as his whole gimmick is that he's super slow and can't jump. At first glance, these seem really out of place here. I mean, no jumping in a Mario game? But they actually work really well as their own thing, and near the end get really fun despite being so different from the main game. The team had so many leftover ideas for Captain Toad as well, that they ended up making an entire game around it 1 year later in the form of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, which is just crazy. I absolutely love the design of these stages. They're so cute, and a great change of pace from time to time. The only downside is that in the Wii U version, since these levels sometimes required the touchscreen, only one person could play. However, in the Switch port with the introduction of the pointer, this was changed, and now up to 4 people could play the Captain Toad levels. And it's hilarious seeing everyone fight for the camera here to see where they're going. Overall, these handful of stages are great, and it's cool to see Captain Toad get big representation in this game. Speaking of multiplayer in the Captain Toad levels though, the actual multiplayer in general in 3D World is amazing. Like I mentioned earlier, a big goal of the team early into this game's development was to implement new Super Mario Bros.-esque 4-player couch co-op into a 3D game. And if I'm being completely honest, the multiplayer here works better than those games. A big issue I have with 4-player co-op in new Super Mario Bros. Games is that while it's super fun to get a group of friends together to play, it's hard to play for more than 30 minutes as it's way too chaotic, and there's not enough room for everyone to do what they want to. With 3D World, however, this issue is fixed with, well, the introduction of the third dimension, giving players so much more space to goof around, and actually be able to do stuff without bumping into another player every 5 seconds. And regardless of if you're playing with 1, 2, or 3 other people, the multiplayer here is Mario Couch Co-op at its best. Not encouraging you to sabotage or get in the way of your— oh my, how did they beat me? The ranking system. At the end of every stage in multiplayer, the score each player got individually is tallied up, and a crown is given to the person with the highest score. The best way to get score is by collecting green stars, stamps, and reaching the top of the flagpole. And this simple but evil system has caused fights to erupt across the world, and I love that. Sabotage was something people kinda just did to their friends for fun in the new Super Mario Bros. Games. But here, it's actively encouraged by the ranking system. And with the much more open levels here because of this being a 3D game, the chaos can get absolutely crazy in the best way possible. Super Mario 3D World's multiplayer will always be a blast. And with the Switch version allowing you to play with friends online, no one is safe from being terrorized in this game. Speaking of the Switch version though, I wanted to take a minute to highlight some of the amazing changes it made to the game. Obviously there's Bowser's Fury, a completely separate single-player side mode that was this game's main selling point on Switch, but there were actually quite a few changes made to 3D World itself. Of course there's the 4-player Captain Toad levels and online multiplayer I mentioned earlier, but there's also a bunch of small changes that just make this game a complete package. For starters, every character's base speed has been boosted significantly, to the point where the slowest character, Peach, is faster in the Switch version than the fastest character in the Wii U version, Blue Toad. Along with this, the UI and menus have been changed to look much sleeker than the Wii U versions. And there was even a new move introduced here, the Mid-Air Dive, that has helped me get to just out of reach places more times than I can count. And alongside these changes are also so many other minor ones that make this game feel just that little bit better to play, and really shows a lot of dedication from Nintendo to make this port as good as it possibly could be, and makes the Switch version without a doubt the superior version overall. Bowser's portrayal in this game is easily one of, if not my favorite depiction of him in the entire Mario series. His jazzy theme, newfound confidence, and oh my god, when did Bowser get a pimp muscle car? Instead of feeling like a genuine threat like he did in the Galaxy games, here he's more of a cartoony mob boss villain, and drives this crazy muscle car that yes, I own the Lego set of. And during your first encounter with him at the end of World 1, he sits in the back of this thing, throwing explosive soccer balls and shooting fireballs at you. This is a great first fight, as it's not only super fun to smack Bowser in the face with the soccer balls and admire his purple muscle car, but the visuals here are incredible, and leads to me sometimes dragging this fight on just so I can look at the background. Bowser isn't the only boss you fight in this game though. Throughout the different castles and boss levels here, you'll encounter returning bosses like Boom Boom and Pom Pom who have pretty decent fights, but also super cool new ones like Histocrat and Motley Boss Blob, with Histocrat's fight and theme reinforcing the cartoony and jazzy vibes of this game so much. I also love how you fight some of these bosses on a stage, with lights coming on when enemies appear, almost like it's a show being watched. and all of the jazzy showmanship Bowser and his minions ooze throughout the entirety of the game comes full circle in the final world of this game. No, not this world, the final world. In what seems to be the final level of this game, Bowser's Lava Lake Keep, you seemingly defeat Bowser and send him plummeting to his death in the lava. However, right as you think you've beaten this level, Bowser pulls back the end card and reappears, once again capturing all the Sprixie princesses, and flees through a clear pipe to the secret final world, World Bowser. This place is without a doubt the coolest world in the entire game. It's literally a Bowser-themed amusement park, filled to the brim with neon lights and even featuring a Ferris wheel. And after making your way through this world, you're met with the true final main level of the game, the Great Tower of Bowser Land. This stage starts off with very simple platforming challenges, just kind of meant to showcase the giant, ominous tower that shadows over the entire park. And after making your way to the tower, Bowser appears, blocking your path and holding a cat bell. Oh god, no, please don't let this be what I think it is. Bowser's a furry now too. Yes, this final fight doesn't see you going up against Bowser, but rather Meowser. And yes, that is his official name and I love it. The first portion of this fight sees you scaling up the tower slowly, as Bowser claws and scratches at you, trying to stop you from getting any further. This first phase is pretty okay, but once you make it up, things get so much better. Bowser sits atop a POW block, spewing fireballs at you, which you of course try to avoid, until you jump and hit the POW, sending him flying away, with the clear pipe path appearing. And upon entering this clear pipe, this is by far my favorite sequence in the game. The music kicking in and Bowser reappearing, animalistically chasing you up the tower, and seeing the neon red light appear off screen when he uses the double cherry, it's amazing. And climbing up the final portion of the tower as tens of Bowsers appear from the walls and chase you relentlessly, before you finally reach the top of the tower and hit the POW block 4 times in a row, blasting Bowser away like Team Rocket, will never not be satisfying, and serves as an insanely action-packed end to a marvelous game. Just kidding, there's actually 4 more worlds. Yes, after completing the main story, a rocket will appear in the first world, and upon entering this rocket, you're sent to World Star, the first of the 4 post-game worlds. World Star features all new levels, with one even being a callback to Super Mario 3D Land, Super Block Land, even featuring that game's main theme as the song for the level. There's also another really cool level here called Super Galaxy, which at first just seems like a cool homage to Super Mario Galaxy, but instead ends up being this game basically turning into Super Mario Galaxy 3, with you at the end of the level unlocking the 5th playable character of this game, Rosalina. Rosalina's defining attribute as a character is that she can use the spin move from Mario Galaxy. However, she can't use this when using any power-ups, sadly. Introducing Rosalina as a playable character in the post-game is one of the most out-of-left-field things I've ever seen in a mainline Mario game, but I love it. Her inclusion is not only an amazing nod to the Mario Galaxy games and their influence on 3D World, but her unique playstyle makes her actually fun to play as the spin can be pretty useful when you don't have a power-up. And after completing World Star, you unlock World Mushroom and Flower, 2 worlds merged together. And instead of featuring brand new levels, feature remix levels from the main game that are just awesome. These remix levels change the time of day of certain stages, add more obstacles to them, change their gimmick, and overall just make levels we've already seen feel fresh again. And in my eyes is a great way to add substantial unique post-game content, without having to conceptualize completely new levels, and instead injecting leftover ideas into these remix stages. And all of this, the new worlds, remixed levels, and introduction of Rosalina, all culminate together in the true final world, World Crown. In order to unlock this world, you must have collected every single green star in all 11 worlds, all the stamps, and gotten a golden flagpole on every single stage. And only after this will you unlock one final rocket leading to World Crown. The song that plays in this world is none other than Rosalina's Observatory from Super Mario Galaxy, with the world featuring one final main level, Champions Road. In my eyes, Champions Road is the hardest stage in any mainline Mario game. Harder than the Perfect Run, and definitely much more difficult than Darker Side from Odyssey. This stage relies on incredibly quick and tight platforming to make it difficult, with the ending section being the hardest, with you having to collect 5 key coins whilst not being able to stop running due to the floor being boost pads, and constantly having to jump to dodge the shockwaves of the ring burners. Completing this stage for the first time feels incredible, and is the true end to a near perfect Mario game. Released worldwide on October 27, 2017, Super Mario Odyssey is the 6th mainline 3D Mario game. Development for this game began all the way back in late 2013, shortly after the release of Super Mario 3D World. One of, if not the biggest focus the team had during the development of this game, was to appeal to Mario's core audience, rather than appealing to the wider, more casual audience they had been appealing to since Super Mario Galaxy's release back in 2007. To appeal to Mario's core audience, the game was designed around returning to the open-ended sandbox level design of Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine, instead of the much more linear design seen in all the other 3D Marios at the time. And in order to best captivate this core audience and make the gameplay feel as much like a return to the roots of 3D Mario as possible, many prominent developers and staff who worked on 64 and Sunshine were brought on board to work on Odyssey. But the team didn't want to entirely rely on the roots of 3D Mario. They also wanted to introduce tons of new mechanics and ideas that would keep the gameplay feeling fresh. One of the many new mechanics they messed around with in the early stages of the game's development was the capture mechanic. And after working on and refining it for a few days, they realized just how much potential it had, and eventually decided to focus the entire game around it. And as the game wrapped up its decently long development period of around 4 years, Super Mario Odyssey was properly revealed to the public, title and all, on January 13th, 2017. Super Mario Odyssey opens up with a classic confrontation between Mario and Bowser aboard Bowser's airship, where Mario seems to have caught Bowser before he was able to escape whilst trying to kidnap Peach, and the two are duking it out. However, unlike most confrontations between the two, Bowser actually wins here by catching Mario off guard with his boomerang hat and sends him flying off into the air, with only his hat remaining on the ship before it's promptly disposed of by Bowser and shredded to pieces. This opening does an amazing job at setting up the fact that Bowser's going to be an actual threat this time around, unlike whatever he had going on in 3D World. I love that when he's speaking, although a lot of it is just growling gibberish, you can actually make out when he names both Mario and Peach. After the game's opening cutscene though, rather than Mario waking and starting off in a happy and upbeat grassy plain like we've seen over and over in the Mario series, he instead wakes up in this gloomy, monochromatic place known as Bonneton, where he's greeted by Cappy, your companion and partner for the game. Bonneton is a great area to start the game in. Not only is its gloomy and dark atmosphere such a well-needed change of pace from what we're used to in opening levels from Mario games, the dark and desolate nature of the kingdom is actually intended to reflect the feelings of Mario and the player as they begin their adventure. I mean, Mario is just defeated and has no idea where he is, so it makes sense for the emotion conveyed by this kingdom to be sadness, with the fog surrounding Bonneton representing his confusion. And after coming to grips with the basics of the controls and teaming up with Cappy, here in Bonneton, you're also introduced to the capture mechanic, with the game having you capture a frog in order to effortlessly scale the tower. I think a frog being the first capture of this game is honestly a pretty smart move. Not only is it an incredibly simple, but incredibly useful capture, just requiring you to jump to use its ability, it also showcases that you can capture almost anything in this game, not just average Mario enemies. This game is amazing. The climax of this tutorial kingdom is your introduction to the Broodals, goons who Bowser has hired to plan his wedding and take care of Mario. And although your fight with the first Broodal here, Topper, is relatively simple, I really do appreciate Nintendo designing completely new side villains here instead of reusing Boom Boom or Bowser Jr. It's just one of the many things that makes Odyssey feel distinct. And I mean, speaking of Odyssey's distinctiveness, I can't forget about its incredible assortment of kingdoms. Super Mario Odyssey is meant to be an adventure. It's a globetrotting journey across the world, hence the title of Odyssey, so its kingdoms should represent that, and each one should be diverse and different from each other in order to truly make it feel like you're traveling the world. And the game absolutely delivers on this with its kingdoms. While at first, a lot of the locations in the game may seem like formulaic rehashes of basic Mario level themes, like Cascade and Sand Kingdom seeming to be just your average grass and desert levels, the kingdoms that stick to these formulaic themes all have something unique about them that set them apart from locations that have used these themes before. Cascade Kingdom has a prehistoric theme, even featuring a literal T-Rex and the fossil of a giant Triceratops. The Lake Kingdom has this Atlantis-inspired theme, with its Greek architecture and underwater city. And the Seaside Kingdom is a French-inspired beach resort, complete with a volleyball minigame. And the kingdoms that aren't based off classic Mario themes and are in fact brand new, well, those kingdoms are just amazing. Of course you have the big one, the one Nintendo promoted tirelessly up until this game's launch, that they even created a live-action music video for, the Metro Kingdom, which I'll talk a lot more about later. But you also have Bowser's Kingdom, a beautiful traditional Japanese-inspired take on the Koopa's castle. The Luncheon Kingdom, which combines a volcano theme with a food theme to create this colorful and weirdly upbeat location inhabited by living forks. And finally, Crumble Den, aka the Ruin Kingdom, which is like this Dark Souls-esque location that features this incredibly cool boss fight against a giant dragon referred to as the Lord of Lightning, that I desperately wish got fully realized into an entire kingdom due to how original and cool its design is. But Odyssey's kingdoms aren't just fun to look at due to their unique theming. They are also an absolute blast to explore thanks to this game's legendary movement. Super Mario Odyssey without a doubt has the best movement of any 3D Mario game. There is no competition. It has basic movement options like the long jump, double and triple jump, and of course the wall jump that are more than enough for inexperienced players to make their way through the game. But for those more experienced players who want to go a bit further with the game's movement and master it, there are a ton of other moves that when used in conjunction with each other, offer so many fun ways to overcome obstacles and move around quickly. For example, inside the Sand Kingdom's inverted pyramid, as soon as you enter, you're met with a large gap, and a bullet bill launcher that's shooting bullet bills at you. Now, in order to cross this gap, you could just capture a bullet and make your way across with ease, or you could say no, I don't need the bullet, and instead make your way across with clever and relatively precise usage of the movement that is just so much more fun, fast, and satisfying. It really feels like a lot of Odyssey was designed with this two solutions to the puzzle idea in mind. You have the intended path that most people will take, and whether that be through capturing a conveniently placed enemy or following the direction the game is pointing you in. And then you have the less intended path that usually requires a decent understanding of the movement in order to pull off. I absolutely love this idea. On my first playthrough of the game, I didn't really understand Mario's movement all that well, so I usually stuck to the intended path. But on every subsequent replay I do of this game, I'm always finding new and unique ways to tackle challenges because of how well-rounded I've become with Mario's movement and physics. And the game doesn't just reward your understanding of the movement with quicker paths. It also rewards you for going out of your way to reach certain areas that may seem inaccessible at first. One of the best examples of this can be found in the giant room under Toast Arena, where the binding band used to be held. Here, there are pillars surrounding you, that at first just seem like simple set pieces to decorate the room. But if you try to reach these pillars by making clever use of Cappy, you'll actually be rewarded by sets of invisible coins scattered about on each of the pillars. This in and of itself is already cool. But what's more is if you take it a step further and make your way onto this small sliver of rock outlining the door, and perform a well-timed cap jump to make your way on top of the doorway, you'll actually be rewarded with a giant stack of 200 coins just because you were curious enough to try to get up there. And in Bowser's Kingdom, right below the area where Bowser takes off in his airship with Peach, there's a giant Bowser head that's similar to the pillars in Toast Arena, just seems like a decoration at first, but is actually somewhere you can get to by literally jumping down from above and angling yourself so you don't fall off. Here, you're not rewarded with coins, but rather a power moon, meaning that not only was this area somewhere they knew you could go, but somewhere they expected you to go. And by making light of the sheer amount of movement possibilities you have in this game, and just how much effort was put into it, it may seem like Mario's movement is the forefront of this game, its main draw. But it's actually not, and that's the beauty of it. The main draw of Odyssey, and its main focus, is the captures, having the ability to be almost anything. So the fact that Nintendo put this much effort into Mario's movement, and the fact that it controls so well, is just a testament to how polished Odyssey is, and how much love was put into it. This game truly encapsulates the beauty of the original sandbox 3D Mario's 64 and Sunshine by offering open levels and stellar movement, but also expands upon them with so many new ideas. One of the many new ideas Odyssey introduces is the purple coins. Now, the concept of actual purple colored coins in Mario games isn't new. We already saw them in Super Mario Galaxy, but their usage and purpose here is completely new and different. In Odyssey, the purple coins are an actual currency you use, separate from the regular coins you collect, that can be used to buy souvenirs and costumes from a clothing franchise called Crazy Cat, but can only be used in the specific kingdom you collected them in. The main gimmick with the purple coins is that there's only a set amount of them in each major kingdom, with the goal being to find them all and be able to buy everything in each kingdom's purple coin shop. Now, in concept, I think the purple coins are an amazing idea. It's just another way Odyssey incentivizes exploration of its open sandbox levels. But in execution, this idea isn't without its problems. A lot of the time when you're trying to collect an entire set of a kingdom's purple coins, you'll always be stuck on one or two pairs you can't seem to find, despite you searching up and down every area tirelessly, only to finally cave in and look up a tutorial online to find that they were hidden in the stupidest place possible. Like, just look at this set of purple coins in the Snow Kingdom. You literally have to jump into a hole in the ground that seemingly would kill you, but instead has a place you can land in to collect the coins. Holes in the ground usually mean death. This was a concept that has been literally burned into Mario players' heads since World 1-1 in Super Mario Bros. So why they decided to hide a pair of purple coins here is beyond me. Now, I don't think the solution to the purple coins' issues is to remove them outright. They are a really good idea, just plagued with some awful spots that they're hidden in that can turn a lot of players off from wanting to find them. The real way to fix purple coins is obvious. Either don't hide them in absurd spots, or allow the player to buy hints/arrows that point them in the right direction without fully giving out their location. Overall, I really like the purple coins. They are a genuinely cool new idea, I just wish they weren't annoying to collect at times. But my absolute favorite new idea introduced in Odyssey is very unsurprisingly the capture mechanic. It's hard, for me at least, to fully appreciate the capture mechanic as much as I did when the game first came out, just because of how used to it I am, because of how much I've played Odyssey now. But on my first playthrough of the game, I remember having an absolute blast just throwing my hat at anything that looked capturable and seeing what new powers they gave me. I mean, the fact that you can capture literally almost anything, yes, I mean anything, is just such a genius idea that allows for limitless possibilities. And while some of the captures in the game, like the meat or the boulder, may seem underwhelming and are more there as sort of a joke capture to make you laugh a bit, the ones with actual effort put into them, which is like 90% of them, are done remarkably well. And it's not like the game overuses certain captures and is rarely introducing new ones. It's always moving on to the next thing before you can even fully understand the last one's abilities. And despite there being over 50 things to capture in the game, Odyssey feels like it barely scratches the surface of this mechanic's potential. These captures aren't just one-off things to solve a puzzle that become useless right after either. They open so many possibilities within levels, so many different ways to traverse around, and are, for the most part, so unique from one another. The fact that within the first hour of this game, you can be a frog, an electrical wire, a chain chomp, a T-Rex, a pair of binoculars, a bullet bill, a Goomba, and a cactus, just shows the beauty of this mechanic and how many ideas it throws at you in such a short period of time. Even if we don't ever get an Odyssey 2, I really hope this mechanic returns in some shape or form. Nintendo could do so much with it. And all of this, the movement, the purple coins, the capture mechanic, the creativity, it all culminates together in the absolute pinnacle of Super Mario Odyssey, New Donk City. New Donk City is one of my favorite locations in any Mario game. There is so much to do here. You have its main mission, which first involves visiting the location during a thunderstorm and scaling the city hall to defeat the giant Mecha Wiggler who's been sucking the power from the city. Then you're recruiting band members for Pauline's festival, investigating the sewers of New Donk City, and finally taking place in the festival, which is still one of the coolest moments in any Mario game. But you also have everything outside of the main mission. I mean, you have an entire city to explore here. You can jump off cars, swing off streetlights, race an RC car, jump rope, and even play through a remake of Super Mario Bros. 1-1 in the theater. I can see why Nintendo was tirelessly promoting this up until the game's launch. There is just so much content, so many ideas crammed into this one level. And the little things, like sitting down next to this guy on a bench and getting a moon for it as he appreciates your company. Or the various Donkey Kong references spread all over due to the city's connection with Donkey Kong and Pauline, just fills the place with life, and really makes it capture the essence and craziness of the city it's inspired by, New York City. New Donk City isn't the pinnacle of Super Mario Odyssey just because of what it introduces. It's the pinnacle of Super Mario Odyssey because of how it takes advantage of everything the game has shown you thus far, and combines it all together in this beautiful amalgamation of creativity and love. I will never not love opening the game just to jump around here. It truly is a masterpiece of a kingdom. Despite the overwhelming amount of praise Odyssey got and still receives today, there is one critique almost everyone has about this game, and that's the moon system. One of the biggest things Odyssey did to streamline its open-ended sandbox gameplay was remove the boot-out system that plagued 64 and Sunshine, and instead allowed players to just keep adventuring after they had found a moon, with the obvious exception of multi-moons. This was obviously a great change, one of the best to the Mario sandbox formula. But with moons not kicking you out of a level, Nintendo was able to place way more around than they would in the old games. Instead of a level having 7 or 8 stars or shines to collect, now stages had between 40 to almost 90 moons in them. Some of these moons are in well-crafted sub-areas or just good hiding places, while others are just kinda there. A lot of people believe the reason for these out-in-the-open moons existing in the first place was because Nintendo wanted you to just be able to pick up the game and play for 5 minutes and be able to collect a moon, since the Switch is portable and all. And while these out-in-the-open moons have never really bothered me, I can absolutely see why people are annoyed at how lazy it feels like some of the game's moons were placed. I think there is a lot of good to come out of Odyssey's moon system though. I mean, outside of the exploration it encourages, you also have the sub-areas. The sub-areas, especially in the post-game, is one of the most underrated aspects of Super Mario Odyssey. The game has tons of them spread all throughout each kingdom, with every one containing a fun challenge that takes advantage of one of the game's mechanics. And whether that be a capture, Mario's movement, or sheep, they are, for the most part, a ton of fun and really creative at times. Outside of the main moon each sub-area has, there is also a secret second moon that is usually found by completing a harder challenge or searching around the place. I've always enjoyed the sub-areas in this game. They're what I look forward to whenever I get to the post-game, just because of how creative a lot of them get. Finally though, before I talk about Bowser, there's one last thing I want to mention, and that's the costumes. I remember when Nintendo first revealed costumes for this game, my and a lot of others' reactions to the news was just, oh, okay, that's pretty cool, but I'm probably just gonna stick to Mario's regular outfit. But when the game came out, I couldn't stop wearing different costumes due to how silly or cool a lot of them were. There's just some novelty to dressing Mario up in a cowboy hat, or clown suit, or football outfit, or nothing, and just running around and playing the game that way. Each major kingdom also has a purple coin outfit that dresses Mario in the appropriate clothing so he fits in wherever he's exploring. One of my favorite things about Odyssey's costumes, though, is the references a lot of them hold, and just how deep some of these references go. For example, in New Donk City, you can buy the Builder outfit, which is an obvious reference to Mario's appearance in Super Mario Maker. However, in the Wooded Kingdom, you can buy the Scientist outfit, which at first looks like a completely new look for Mario, but is actually a deep-cut reference to Mario's appearance in a 1994 Japanese commercial for the Super Game Boy accessory. I still to this day think this is one of the coolest things. Not only does Odyssey allow you to dress Mario up and have him run around in absurd outfits, the outfits themselves are callbacks to Mario's past that really make this game feel like a celebration of Mario. More on that later though. For now, let's talk about Bowser. In Super Mario Galaxy, Bowser was the most threatening he had ever been. I absolutely loved it. The way he crashed the Star Festival, ripped Peach's castle up from the ground, lifted it into space, and how menacing he felt whenever you interacted with him, just made Bowser feel like a real villain that you had actual motivation to defeat, and not a dad who was trying to have a pool party with his son. In the next game, Super Mario Galaxy 2, Bowser retained some of the things that made him feel threatening in Galaxy 1, but just didn't have the same vibe. Largely due to how much Galaxy 2 sacrificed its story and atmosphere for better gameplay. And then in 3D World, Bowser just felt goofy. I mean, yeah, it obviously fit in and worked for 3D World, but Bowser has always been at his best when he's felt like an actual threat. It's what makes finally defeating him feel so satisfying. And when I say Odyssey delivers on making Bowser feel like a threat, I mean it delivers. Your first confrontation with Bowser after he sent you flying into the air and shredded your hat into pieces takes place in the Cloud Kingdom when you catch up with his airship. Here you battle atop the clouds, dodging the attacks he sends your way, and literally beating him up with the hat he defeated you with at the beginning of the game. If you're playing with Joy-Cons, you have the option to physically punch with them in order to deal damage to Bowser, which I've always thought was a cool little addition. After you defeat Bowser here and send him flying away, only for him to land back on his ship, he commands his cannons to fire at you. And while Mario is able to narrowly avoid a lot of them, before he's able to take off in the Odyssey, it gets hit, and is destroyed by Bowser, sending Mario and Cappy plummeting down to the Lost Kingdom where you have to repair it. Your next confrontation with Bowser takes place a lot later in the game, when you're on your way to Bowser's Kingdom. Here, Bowser stops you while atop this giant dragon, and orders it to shoot a huge blast of purple electricity at you, in order to presumably kill Mario considering his dialogue here, and once again destroys the Odyssey, with you having to defeat that giant dragon in a boss fight in order to move on. Your final confrontation with Bowser takes place after you defeat the Mecha Brutal and fly to the moon with the Odyssey, where Bowser is planning to marry Peach. I absolutely love the quiet ambience of the moon that plays once you arrive there, and the wedding bells that chime to indicate you need to hurry up and get there to crash the wedding before Bowser's able to force Peach into marrying him. After you finally make your way up to the wedding hall, you're able to burst in and stop Bowser, only to fall right into his trap. This final fight is just like the one in Cloud Kingdom. However, this time the stakes are higher, Bowser is much angrier, and overall, the fight is a lot more difficult. You have to dodge his fire breath, the spiky balls he throws at you, and the fake hats. The music here is just phenomenal. It's one of my favorite Bowser themes ever. It captures the mood and atmosphere so well. And once you're finally able to push through and start punching him one last time, seeing him slam into the wall and finally be defeated is so satisfying. But it's not over yet. As a final demonstration of just how imaginative and creative the Odyssey team got when developing this game, the final sequence has you capture and play as Bowser. In this final sequence, you use Bowser's raw strength to fight your way out of the collapsing insides of the moon. You can effortlessly break walls, shoot fireballs, and jump high up in the air as the character you've gone up against for years. There's this incredibly cool 2D section that you have to go through as well, that stylizes Bowser and Peach in their original 8-bit sprites. And of course, you have the final area. The area with an entire lyrical song attached to it. This final sequence is just so cool. It makes me wish Galaxy got something like this. Shooting fireballs to destroy the pillars, and clawing at that final rock to reveal the spark pylon you need to escape, just feels absolutely marvelous every time you do it. But, like with most Mario games, the credits rolling doesn't exactly mean your adventure is over. And in Odyssey's case, it's just the beginning. Remember when I said this game feels like a celebration of Mario? Well, there's no other place in Odyssey that feels more like a celebration of Mario and his legacy than the kingdom you unlock right after you beat the game. Welcome to the Mushroom Kingdom. This entire kingdom is filled with Mario series references. And whether it be the desert far off in the distance, referencing how close a desert is to the Mushroom Kingdom because it's usually the second world in 2D Mario games, or the Tanuki Tail tree that sits close to the castle that is an obvious callback to the exact same tree from Super Mario 3D Land, they all really bring this place to life. But there is no other Mario game that is referenced more here than the one that brought Mario to 3D in the first place. Super Mario 64. With the amount of callbacks to 64 here, the entire kingdom just feels like a beautiful love letter to that game. You got Yoshi on the castle, the jingle that plays when you drain the castle moat, jumping into paintings to rematch the bosses and hearing that iconic, the moons being retextured to stars with the classic theme playing, and of course, the entire courtyard from that game being accessible by wearing the Mario 64 outfit. It's all so cool. But the callback that really solidified my love for this kingdom is easily one of the simplest. You see, once you enter Peach's castle, you're greeted by a floor layout that is almost identical to the floor layout of the entrance from Mario 64, with the main thing missing being the doors to the other rooms. What's not missing, though, is the sun carpet on the ground that you looked up to the roof from in order to reach the wing cap level in Mario 64. When I first reached the castle on my very first playthrough, I immediately noticed this carpet, and jokingly looked up just like I would in Mario 64, not expecting anything. But to my surprise, you are actually rewarded with a moon for this, which is just like, wow. That attention to detail is absolutely insane. The only people who would know to look up like that are people who've played Super Mario 64. So that level of acknowledgement for such a minor detail has always stuck with me. I don't care if it's just my nostalgia for Super Mario 64, I absolutely adore this kingdom. Outside of unlocking the Mushroom Kingdom though, after beating the game, you not only get more moons that repopulate every kingdom you visited, even the Cloud and Ruin kingdoms in the form of the Moon Rocks, you also unlock the ability to travel to 2 additional kingdoms, given you have enough moons. At 250 moons overall, you get to travel to the dark side of the moon, where you have one final fight with all of the Brutals. First, you have to beat them all in a row in a boss rush, where you have the disadvantage of the moon gravity and the inability to gain health, meaning you can die incredibly easily here and have to start from the very beginning. Secondly, and finally, you have to face off against the Mecha Brutal again, however this time in moon gravity. And while the moon gravity may seem like it makes it harder, and was probably intended to do so, it actually makes it so you can easily get on top of the Mecha Brutal and defeat it in a much less difficult, but way more fun way. At 500 moons overall though, you gain access to the darker side of the moon. Yes, I know, very original naming. Here you take on what I can only describe as this game's perfect run / Champion's Road equivalent. There are multiple sections that each force you to demonstrate a particular skill or set of skills you've learned along your journey. This level is difficult overall, but gets really hard at the end, and due to its length, having to start over is incredibly frustrating. And while it's not as hard as Champion's Road or the Perfect Run, mostly because of how much more control you have over Mario compared to those games, this is still a very hard challenge for even the most experienced of players. And after you're finally able to complete it, you get to scale up a replica of the New Donk City Hall, while Cappy reflects on the journey you two have had, and a music box rendition of the game's main theme plays, bringing an emotional end to an absolutely beautiful game. Released worldwide on February 12, 2021, Bowser's Fury is technically the 7th mainline 3D Mario game, but also not really. As you probably know, Bowser's Fury is a side mode inside of the Switch port of Super Mario 3D World. So it's not really its own thing, but I mean with the amount of content here, it's really hard to pass it off as just some simple extra mode. Bowser's Fury is easily the most expansive and well-crafted side mode we have ever gotten in a Wii U to Switch port. Where most Wii U ports just add a new character or some new levels to try to entice previous Wii U owners to buy the games again, 3D World adds an entire separate sub-game inside of it that has fostered a huge speedrunning community dedicated to pushing the game to its absolute limits. It's incredible. Getting into the game itself though, Bowser's Fury opens up with a very similar opening to that of 3D World. But instead of finding a clear pipe and traveling to the Sprixie Kingdom, Mario instead finds a trail of goop that leads him to what seems to be Shadow Mario's signature M graffiti from Super Mario Sunshine drawn on the ground. While inspecting this graffiti, Mario is consumed by it and transported to a mysterious new land, where he crash lands in the center of a giant footprint. After getting Mario's head out of the dirt, the game gives the player some time to get familiar with the controls and make their way over to what appears to be Bowser's airship that's crash landed into the ground. Upon getting onto the airship, a giant Bowser wakes up and just starts going crazy, shooting fireballs into the air and causing these giant pillars to fall out of the sky. After avoiding Bowser's mayhem and collecting the first of this game's signature collectible, the Cat Shine, Bowser flees away and the sky clears, revealing a giant lake that's been mostly polluted by black sludge. From the water that isn't polluted though, a giant landmass erects from the water. On this new landmass, Mario meets up with Bowser Jr., who begs for his help, telling Mario that one day Bowser randomly just got all big and mad and that he can't change him back on his own. Upon hearing Jr.'s little sob story, Mario reluctantly agrees to help Jr., and the two team up to try and save Bowser. This opening is honestly pretty good. It's not anything special, I mean there's obviously been much better 3D Mario openings, but I really liked the subtle little sunshine reference with the Shadow Mario M graffiti on the ground. And I absolutely loved how the lightning strike here illuminates Fury Bowser's silhouette before he wakes up and starts wreaking havoc. The coolest part of this game's opening, though, has to be the introduction of Bowser Jr. as Mario's companion character. It's awesome to see him finally have a mainstay role in a 3D Mario game for the first time since Galaxy 2, and it's even more awesome that he's actually fully playable here. By connecting a second controller, a second player can take control of Bowser Jr. and help Mario out along his journey. Bowser Jr. can ascend and descend in the air with his clown car, hit and defeat enemies with his Super Mario Sunshine inspired paintbrush, and even reveal hidden power-ups on the wall by drawing graffiti. Apart from the game that Bowser's Fury is a side mode of, 3D World, the 2-player here is easily one of the best 2-player experiences in a 3D Mario game. I never really liked the co-star thing in the Galaxy games for multiplayer, as it was just kinda boring. And while I liked Odyssey's multiplayer with Cappy, as it let you be much more in control than with the co-star, controlling Bowser Jr. here is just so much more fun. He actually feels like a fleshed out second player who can actually be useful. Speaking of controls though, the way Mario controls in this game is actually quite interesting. You see, since Bowser's Fury is built off of 3D World's engine and is just essentially an extension of 3D World in a lot of ways, Mario actually controls exactly the same as he did in that game here. Gone is the crazy amount of depth and preciseness Mario had with his moveset in Odyssey, and returning now is Mario's much more simple moveset he had for 3D World. You don't have the double jump and triple jump anymore, and the moves you do still have, like the side flip, dive, and long jump, don't reach as far as they usually do, and are more there as sort of a visual flair to make Mario's moveset seem more fluid than it actually is. Now, while this sounds awful and makes it seem like Mario's movement here is the most limited it has ever been, there's a reason for this. The power-ups. Spread all throughout just about every area you explore in this game are a variety of different power-ups that enhance Mario's moveset and make controlling him much more fun. In Bowser's Fury, you got power-ups like the Cat Bell, Boomerang Flower, Fire Flower, and Tanuki Leaf, which all are obviously returning from 3D World. And while every single power-up here is useful in their own right, the Boomerang Flower is good for nabbing close-by collectibles, the Fire Flower is great for defeating a gang of enemies from far away, and the Tanuki Leaf is great for crossing a large gap. The power-up you'll get the most use out of here is the Cat Bell. The Cat Bell allows Mario to climb up walls, scratch at enemies to defeat them, and dive out of a jump. Cat Mario is so much fun to move around with because of all the abilities it has. Climbing up walls makes high up places much easier to reach. Being able to perform a simple scratch to defeat most enemies makes blasting through a certain area much easier. And being able to dive out of a jump is just as useful and fun to perform as the dive move is in other 3D Mario games like 64, Sunshine, and Odyssey. The catsuit also has minor things about it that make platforming with it feel very smooth and responsive. You got the mid-air scratch you can do that serves as a great mid-air correction tool if you need to hold your place in the air or quickly change your direction. You can chain cat dives together to make traversing long stretches of land easier. And most importantly, Mario meows. Overall, the movement in Bowser's Fury is great. The diverse selection of power-ups here that you can select from at any time makes it so the player is always prepared for just about any situation, and makes traversing this game's world an absolute blast. Speaking of this game's world though, I think it's important to note that Bowser's Fury is an entirely open world game, a first for the Mario series. Every single 3D Mario game to ever release, even counting the handheld ones like 64DS and 3D Land, has always had a hub world or hub ship in Odyssey's case, that Mario has used to travel to different locations or levels. In Bowser's Fury, however, everything is all contained within one giant map, meaning that if you want to go to a certain location, you can just go there, instead of having to return to a hub world and select a level and sit through a loading screen. Personally, I love this. I think Bowser's Fury is designed really well around its open world, and it doesn't feel at all forced or anything. I love just how seamless the transition to different levels are, with the music kicking in right as you enter the area of a stage, and fading out as you get farther away from it. There's a lot of charm to just continuously being able to play a game without being interrupted or stopped by having to sit and watch a loading screen. The absolute best part of Bowser's Fury's open world though, is how the levels literally change right in front of your eyes. You see, since you obviously aren't booted out of an area when you collect a cat shen or anything, the way Bowser's Fury adds to a level or introduces a new mission is by changing the level right in front of your eyes in real time. Take Claw Swipe Coliseum for example. When you first visit this place, it's a pretty small coliseum that doesn't really have much to offer in terms of size. But after completing the first mission of the area, running away from it a bit and looking back at it, you'll see a new level of the coliseum literally emerge from the ground right in front of your eyes. It's so cool. Having levels change in real time like this just makes the entire experience seamless. It feels like such an amazing compromise between Mario 64 and Sunshine's ideas of having levels change over time, but requiring you to leave that level, and Odyssey's idea of having levels not change over time, but never booting you out. The idea is so cleverly executed here, and I really hope it's what we see going forward in future 3D Mario games. Moving on though, I wanted to talk about something I noticed a lot when playing this game back for this video. And that's how this game reuses, but also remixes a lot of ideas and aspects from 3D World. Obviously it's not a surprise at all that the game would do this, but I absolutely love the way it does this. For example, in 3D World there were sometimes enemies on the world map that would block your path that you're rewarded with a green star for defeating. These enemy fights would take place in a small arena-like area that you couldn't get out of, and offered a pretty cool way to get green stars. And in Bowser's Fury, spread throughout the map there are a few purple buttons placed in random locations. Upon hitting one of these buttons and activating it, a bunch of enemies will appear, and Mario will be trapped in a small arena-like area that he can't get out of until he either dies or defeats all the enemies. If you do manage to defeat all these enemies though, you're awarded with a cat shine similar to how you're awarded with a green star in 3D World. I absolutely love this. It's such a cool way to translate one of 3D World's ideas into an open world environment. And certainly not the only example of this. As I briefly mentioned earlier, each level in Bowser's Fury has a set of missions to complete. But what I didn't mention is that a ton of missions, and sometimes even just levels in general here, actually take direct inspiration from concepts seen in 3D World's levels. Take for instance the mission Feasting on Fuzzies on Risky Whisker Isle. This mission sees the player making use of a piranha plant that they can hold to eat up some fuzzies. After eating up all the fuzzies, the player is awarded with a cat shine. This concept of eating up fuzzies with the piranha plant is directly taken from the level Shadow Play Alley in 3D World, where the player, over the course of the entire level, uses a piranha plant to clear the path of fuzzies. And it's not like the game is just straight up stealing these ideas, it's adding something to those ideas and building off of them. Just look at the mission atop Mount Magmeow in another level. This mission has the player scaling up a mountain using switchboards. And while on these switchboards, the player has to avoid these enemies called fuzzlers, and hit switches that change the direction of the switchboard's track. And while this concept is derived from the level Switchboard Falls in 3D World, where the player does exactly that, in Bowser's Fury, the idea is used in a completely new way. It's used as a means of making scaling this giant mountain even more challenging than it already was, which is just so cool. The last example I wanted to mention of this idea of remixing and translating 3D World's concepts can actually be seen in an entire level of Bowser's Fury. That level is Pipe Path Tower. Pipe Path Tower is all about clear pipes. Throughout almost every mission here, you're trying to choose the correct clear pipe path to make your way to the top. And in one, you're trying to clear the pipes of these dangerous spikes. This whole clear pipe gimmick obviously comes from them being a major part of 3D World, but the way they're utilized here is specifically derived from 3D World's Clear Pipe Cruise, which is all about, you guessed it, taking the correct clear pipe path and clearing them of spikes. Overall, Bowser's Fury does an incredible job at taking ideas from 3D World, remixing them, and translating them into an open world environment to make them feel fresh. I will always appreciate just how much Bowser's Fury pays homage to 3D World with its level design. With pretty much every single other aspect of this game out of the way, I think it's time we talk about the big man himself, Bowser. Throughout almost every single second you play this game, looming in the background at the very center of the map lies Fury Bowser. As time passes, you'll start to notice that Fury Bowser becomes less of a giant blob sticking out of the ground, and more of a huge giant shell that's ascending into the air. After enough time has passed, Bowser's shell will turn orange and it will start raining everywhere on the map, regardless of where you are. And very soon after that, the sky will turn to a hellish orange color and Fury Bowser will start roaming free. When Fury Bowser comes out, the entire tone of the game completely changes. You go from listening to happy Mario music and jumping around with the beautiful blue sky in the background, to listening to heavy metal while running for your life while one of the scariest, but easily the coolest renditions of Bowser chases you around, breathing fire, causing pillars to fall from the sky, and just causing absolute mayhem. I absolutely love how Fury Bowser happens in real time. It's just like 1 minute everything's quiet and peaceful, the next, hell. The only real issue I have with Fury Bowser sequences, and really the only issue I have with the game in general, is that sometimes Fury Bowser can happen when you absolutely don't want it to happen. I get it's a part of the game, but it feels a little excessive at times, especially in the post-game when you're just trying to collect the rest of the shines. Moving on though, without a doubt the best part about Fury Bowser in this game are the fights with him. As you progress through the game, your goal is to collect enough cat shines to unlock the current area you're in's Gigabell. After collecting enough cat shines to unlock a Gigabell, the next time Fury Bowser comes out to wreak havoc, the Gigabell will awaken and Mario will be able to collect it, turning him into Giga Cat Mario. These fights with Fury Bowser are just incredible. It feels so good to grow to his size and be able to stand up to him and see the map from his perspective. And while the first fight with him is relatively simple, with each new fight, Fury Bowser starts using more and more moves and actually becomes pretty difficult to defeat at times. The last fight with him though, is easily the best of the ones in the main story. It starts off exactly the same as all the rest, just with Bowser having more health than usual. But after you defeat him, he comes back freed of the black sludge that once took over him, and now is just this giant version of regular Bowser with bright white eyes that is trying to steal the 3 Gigabells. During this final sequence, you chase Bowser aboard Plessy, dodging his attacks, and ramming the stolen Gigabells into him to try to break open the crystal containing them. And after evading his attacks for long enough, you're finally able to ram the crystal of Gigabells into Bowser for the final time, defeating him and bringing an end to one of the coolest final sequences in a Mario game. Released on October 20th, 2023, Super Mario Bros. Wonder is an absolutely beautiful return to the creativity and innovation that put 2D Mario on the map in the first place. After years of the series being dormant and, well, stale following the New Soup series, Nintendo wanted to do something different to ensure that the series' return actually meant something, and proved to everyone that the inventor of 2D platformers was still the king of the genre. So, after the release of New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe in January of 2019, Nintendo's strongest development division, Nintendo EPD, began work on a completely original 2D Mario experience. One that would be separate from all other entries before it, and one that would definitely not be sporting the word new in the title. And in order to make sure this game was as unique as it possibly could be, the team was given absolutely no deadlines on when it was to be finished. No deadline on a prototype demo, no deadline on the game's main concepts, just complete and utter freedom over how long they had to work on the game. So, with no deadline in sight, early into development, the team sat down and had an idea sharing session in order to come up with various unique and innovative ideas that would surprise players and keep them engaged. A strategy commonly used during the early stages of development for 3D Mario games. During this session, the team had a ton of fun brainstorming, and eventually ended up with over 2,000 ideas written down on sticky notes, with longtime Mario series composer Koji Kondo even pitching in a few ideas of his own. But as productive as this idea session was, a lot of the ideas the team came up with were a bit more on the wacky side, even for Mario, and weren't things they could simply implement randomly in a level and have fit in. I mean, ideas like slithering pipes, singing piranha plants, stretchy Mario, and waves of stampeding bulls proved to be pretty hard to implement without it seeming like Mario had gone on an acid trip or something. So, how did they solve this problem, you ask? They gave a reason for Mario to go on an acid trip. Yes, very early into development, the team realized that if they were truly going to be able to implement all the ideas that they wanted to, they were going to have to fully lean into the wackiness of them. So, in order to do so, they created an item that would be hidden in every single level that would drastically change it when collected, allowing any and everything to happen. This item would eventually go on to become the Wonder Flower, the flower that allowed all the team's wacky ideas to come to fruition, and one of the main gimmicks that would be crucial in setting this game apart from its predecessors. Upon starting the game for the first time and selecting your character, you're greeted with an opening that's honestly pretty different from what we're used to. Of course, you've still got Bowser as the main bad guy, but instead of kidnapping Peach, this time he sets his sights on Prince Florian's Wonder Flower and transforms himself into a giant castle. However, instead of doing this in an attempt to take over and conquer the Mushroom Kingdom like we're used to, he does it to try and take over a brand new kingdom introduced in this game, the Flower Kingdom, a neighboring kingdom to the Mushroom Kingdom. And so, with Prince Florian's Wonder Flower stolen by Bowser and his kingdom in danger, Mario and friends, who originally were just meant to be visiting the place, decide to team up with Prince Florian in order to save the Flower Kingdom from Bowser.
I believe in you!
For a 2D Mario opening, this is honestly pretty decent. I mean, it's nothing special, but then again, it doesn't have to be. The new setting of the Flower Kingdom is a great change of pace, especially since it's the first time a 2D Mario hasn't been set in the Mushroom Kingdom since Super Mario World's release over 33 years back in 1990. And I absolutely love that instead of kidnapping Peach for the 88th millionth time, Bowser tries something different, leaving her alone and allowing her to actually be a playable character. In the end though, this opening does a great job at setting the tone of the adventure, introducing the new kingdom, the Wonder Flower, and the fact that Bowser has turned himself into a giant head castle thing. Speaking of the Flower Kingdom though, despite being right next to the Mushroom Kingdom, this place is vastly different from it, and actually feels like a brand new location and not just some excuse by Nintendo to sell us on the game by saying it's a different kingdom. They did an excellent job in almost every department showing us how distinct this place is. It has unique level themes we've never seen before, brand new set pieces, its own currency and residence in the form of the purple coins and poplins. But above everything else, the thing that stood out the most to me, and the thing that really made the Flower Kingdom feel fresh, is the absolutely insane amount of new enemies that inhabit it. When I was playing through this game for the first time, it felt like I was being introduced to a brand new enemy I'd never seen before in almost every level. Not including different forms or bona fide versions of pre-existing enemies, there are just about 35 brand new enemies introduced in this game, and over 60 if you count their different forms. I am not joking when I tell you that there are more new enemies introduced in this game than old ones, and I absolutely adore it. Plus, these new enemies aren't just palette swaps or reskins of pre-existing enemies that do the same things as them. They have very unique designs and function in incredibly cool new ways. Take the Mama, for example. This tadpole-like enemy may look cute at first, but once anything gets close to it, it opens up its giant mouth and runs toward it at full speed in an attempt to eat it. The game takes advantage of this enemy pretty well too with one of the Wonder Flower effects, where you're turned into a Goomba and can't jump to avoid the Mamas, so they become a lot more dangerous, forcing you to be stealthy and hide in the bushes from them. Or just look at the tailies. These enemies hang from the ceiling, dropping spike balls down at the player. However, if you jump at the vine that hangs down from them, you can swing on it and defeat them. Along with this, if there's multiple of them in a row, you can chain defeating them and stylishly swing across the level with ease. The absolutely insane amount of new enemies introduced in this game do an excellent job at not only immersing you in the brand new kingdom, but also do well at continuously surprising you with how they work. The Flower Kingdom doesn't just feel distinct though. It also looks very distinct because of the direction the team took with the art style and animation in the game. For as long as I can remember, fans have been asking for a 2D Mario that faithfully adopts the style seen in the promotional artwork and manual for the classic 2D Mario games on the NES and SNES. This old artwork showcased such a cartoony and expressive version of Mario and his world that games like Super Mario World tried their very best to capture with the limitations of their graphics, but just weren't able to. But as graphics rapidly improved and Nintendo brought 2D Mario back to home consoles on the Wii, Replicating this art style was more than doable. However, was something that the company just wasn't doing for some reason, as they instead chose the bland and basic art style we see in all the new Super Mario Bros. Games. With Wonder, however, it's evident from just one look at this game that not only did Nintendo finally lean into this style, they dove head first into it and created the absolute best looking 2D Mario to date. The animation though is really what carries this style, and brings that classic artwork to life. I mean, just compare this freeze frame of Mario mid-jump to this promotional artwork made for Super Mario Bros. 1 on the NES. It clearly takes direct inspiration from that, and I love it. And when comparing the animations in this game to that of the ones in the new Soup games, the difference is night and day. Little things like Mario going through a pipe that were dead simple and soulless in the new Soup games are so full of life and expression in Wonder. The fact that each power-up has its own unique transformation sequence, as opposed to the simple flashing transformation they used to have, just goes to show how committed Nintendo was to bringing the classic Mario art style to life. The way Mario's hat falls over his eyes when performing a ground pound, or how he cowardly hides his face inside his hat when crouching and timidly throws fireballs, does such an amazing job at showing off the character's goofy and expressive personality that was just absent in the new Soup games. The most simple and honestly best way I can describe Wonder's art style and animation is that they make Mario feel like Mario. Sure, Mario's a hero, but he's not the stoic and expressionless type we see in the new Soup games. He's silly, and Wonder shows that off in the best way possible. But enough about art styles, animations, and enemies. Those will never be the core of 2D Mario. The core of these games is and will always be the levels. And with how much Wonder already delivers in all those areas I mentioned before, you'd think it maybe struggles a bit in its level design, but fortunately, that couldn't be farther from the truth. Super Mario Bros. Wonder features without a doubt some of the best levels in 2D Mario history. So let's take a look at a few of the best ones, starting off with Piranha Plants on Parade. This level starts off simple enough. You have this cool background section where you go behind the level to collect some coins, you come face to face with walking piranha plants. Simple stuff really. Just introducing concepts you'll see expanded upon later in the game. However, once you reach this stage as Wonderflower, things start to get weird. Whereas the first level caused a wonder effect first-time players who viewed the trailers for the game would expect, where the stage went on crazy acid trip mode and pipes became sentient and started moving, Piranha Plants on Parade somehow manages to do something even weirder than that. The stage becomes an auto-scroller, and, well...
Are they singing?
On my first playthrough, this took me by absolute surprise, and I just had the biggest smile on my face the entire time. I can just imagine the team sitting down thinking of ideas, and someone at the table being like, "Hey, what if we had piranha plants perform a musical number in the second stage of the game?" And everyone there just being like, "We are doing this." And while in retrospect, this obviously isn't the most insane thing ever, having this in the second level of the game really drives home to the player that these Wonderflower effects can literally be anything, and that there is no way you can predict what's next, and I love that. Moving on though, we have the stage Out My Way Valley and Fluff Puff Peaks. This level sees you avoiding, burning, and destroying these giant ice blocks that get in your way. There are these little tiny enemies called Out My Ways that populate the stage and kick the ice blocks at you. And it's just really fun to ride these ice blocks across the stage or just destroy them to get somewhere. The real fun of this stage though comes from its Wonderflower effect, which sees you trying to stay atop this giant rolling snowball as it absolutely decimates the stage in front of it, even destroying the goal pole and having you go past it in order to find a secret exit. I don't really know what exactly stood out to me in this stage other than the wonder effect of course, but I just found it to be a lot of fun. Messing around with the ice blocks and sliding around the slippery slopes was just overall enjoyable. Speaking of enjoyable though, just look at the level Wubba Ruins in the Fungi Mines. This level sees you navigating through giant blocks of goo that freely allow you to slowly move in all directions when inside of them. I really liked this concept because it's something new and interesting that the game just decided to introduce. Later into the level, you also run into these swamp-like enemies that target you and try to catch you off guard to squish you. But of course though, the star of this level is the Wonder Flower effect, which transforms you into a Wubba, allowing you to stick to walls and effortlessly move through the goo blocks. And this isn't the only level that has a Wonder Flower effect turning you into an enemy. There are tons of wonder effects that transform you into all types of enemies, and even set pieces sometimes. And it just keeps every level feeling fresh. So yeah, Mario Wonder has some absolutely amazing levels. I mean, I only scratched the surface just recalling some of the ones I remembered the most. But there's one thing that makes the levels in this game even more fun, and actually adds some strategy to them. The badges. You see, as you progress through the game, you'll notice things on the world map that aren't levels, but instead are badge challenges. These badge challenges equip you with a badge that gives you a unique power or move that you didn't have before. There's the parachute cap that allows you to glide down from high places, the dolphin kick that lets you quickly zoom through the water, the crouching high jump which allows you to perform an extra high jump by charging one up while crouching just like in Super Mario Bros. 2, the grappling line that lets you grapple to walls, and a bunch of others. Upon completing a badge challenge, you unlock said badge and be able to use it in any main level moving forward. However, the catch here is that you can only have one badge equipped at a time, meaning that there's actually some strategy in deciding on what badge to use for what level. No pun intended, but this is an absolutely wonderful idea. Okay, pun very intended. Not only does this create strategy like I said before, but it also makes the game that much more interesting. Badges like the sensor badge make me want to go back to levels I've already beaten to search for secrets and things I might have missed. The jet run badge makes me want to speedrun levels to see how fast a time I can get. The invisibility badge makes me want to challenge myself and see how many levels I can beat without seeing my character. It's just such a genius way to incentivize replaying levels, while also being useful in clearing levels for the first time because they might just give you the edge you need to beat a certain level or boss. I'm sure badges are going to be something we see in every 2D Mario moving forward. They are such a great idea that I'm pretty surprised weren't thought of sooner. One of the things I was most anticipating leading up to the release of Mario Wonder was how they would handle Bowser. I mean, from the trailers, I could tell he would be in this giant floating head thing, but I really wanted to know what the fight with him would be like. Ever since New Super Mario Bros. Wii, final Bowser fights in 2D Marios have always been these giant spectacles. So, what would Mario Wonder's giant spectacle be? Well, instead of the final Bowser fight being the main spectacle, the entire final world is just one giant show put on by Bowser. Every level here is framed as some sort of challenge Bowser's created for Mario, with an audience of enemies cheering you on in the background. These levels in and of themselves aren't really anything special. I mean, they're cool, but a lot of their charm comes from the fact that they're staged as this big show. The final level, however, is one of the absolute coolest 2D Mario levels I have ever played, and easily the best final Bowser level in the series. It starts off with Bowser Jr. threatening to finally finish you off, before subsequently defeating himself. In the wake of defeating himself though, Bowser Jr. turns the whole level into one giant mishmash of wonder effects you've seen all throughout your playthrough. It's so cool to see all these effects combined together, because it shows just how much wonder power Bowser has in this giant head castle, and honestly creates some really fun moments. For example, there's this one part where the singing piranha plants return and start singing the stage's theme, before it quickly transitions into this ghostly Halloween theme where King Boo appears and starts singing the theme himself. The end of this level though is where the fun really starts. You're peacefully and silently floating through the air with no gravity. Before slowly, a loud crowd cheer starts fading in, and you make your way into this giant arena, where you ride these inchworm pipes to the main stage. Here and only here, it's revealed to you that instead of fighting Bowser himself, you're instead fighting a Wonder Flower-ified version of him, who's turned himself into a giant head of himself, but you know, just not as giant as the head of himself you're already on? Yeah, this dude's obsessed with his head. This final fight is rhythm-based, as the whole premise of this fight is that Bowser is performing a song for all his troops. You have to time your jumps with the beat of the song in order to get enough height to smack Bowser right in the chin and slowly damage his head. This fight is amazing for a lot of reasons. For one, it's original. This is not an idea we've seen in any Bowser fight ever. The use of rhythm is really on brand for the character, especially after his characterization in the Mario movie. 2, it's fun. The whole vibe here and gameplay of the fight had me smiling the whole way through. I wasn't all that challenged, but it didn't matter. I was having fun with the fight because it was well thought out and original. And finally 3, it's satisfying. Timing your jumps with the beat and smashing Bowser's chin in feels so good. And nothing beats the final ground pound after destroying the bricks surrounding him, bringing an explosive end to a wonderful game. Being one of, if not the most iconic character in all of gaming, with a backlog of games that are highly regarded to be some of the greatest of all time, mainline Mario games have a lot to live up to. Fortunately though, Super Mario Bros. Wonder not only lives up to those incredibly high standards, it goes above them. This game completely blew my expectations out of the water. Every hour of my playthrough I was continuously shocked and surprised at just how much love and care was put into every aspect of it. You have the art style and animation which brings the world to life in the most beautiful way possible. Every movement and action your character makes looks and feels so great. The level design is superb, even discounting the wonder effects. These levels have so many interesting concepts that always kept me engaged and wondering what was next. And then factoring in the wonder effects, you get without a doubt some of the most fun and creative 2D Mario stages ever crafted. And whether it be singing piranha plants, stars falling from the sky, running on walls, floating through space, or rolling around as a giant spiky rock, the game is always pushing the boundaries of what we thought 2D Mario was, and I adore it for that. Nintendo did such a good job at making one of the most classic and simple Mario series feel fresh again after all this time. For years, other games have continuously showed up 2D Mario and proved how far they could push 2D platforming, and in turn created better experiences. But with Wonder, Nintendo was done with the pioneer of the genre being beaten out by series that wouldn't even exist if it weren't for Mario, and put in all their effort to create the most creative, engaging, and fun 2D platformer I have ever played. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is an absolute masterpiece.